Hi, my name is Freddie Slater. I'm the 2025 Formula Regional European Champion. As you know, the sim is a massive part of a racing driver's career. I use the sim a lot at home to try and train myself and be as best prepared as possible before the weekend. So yeah, it's a massive part of the racing journey. Cosworth have introduced a PI toolbox to help us develop ourselves even more on a simulator and make it even more crucial to be on a simulator. You know, now with all the data we can get, it makes it so much more high performance. And you know, with F1, IndyCar, WEC being introduced to this, it's a massive part of a driver career. The template that's available with the Plus license is a massive advantage for us drivers, especially when we're at home, to have all that data to use and learn and adapt the car, adapt yourself, and just have a look into everything that's going on when you're driving on the simulator. Really gives us a detailed view on how we can improve and then also put it into work on track. So that's very impressive how the template can give us so much detail just being at home on a simulator. The skills that I can develop on the sim are massively important for my career and also the way I can analyse them, you know. And Cosworth PI's toolboxes bridged the gap between simulator and reality. Before there was quite a big difference and it was quite hard to bring the simulator, what you learned there, and moved it to real life to give us the best possible preparation for a race weekend. The real-time telemetry with a Plus license is a massive beneficial advantage for a driver, especially being able to work with your engineer, your coach, whoever it is from anywhere in the world. As long as you've got a simulator and a computer to log in, my engineer could be in the other side of the world and we can still develop myself. So it's very impressive how we can do that. And also he can watch corner by corner and give me feedback straight away. So it's literally like being in the highest level of racing, Formula 1, WEC, IndyCar, and it's very impressive how we can do that at such a young age. Does not matter who you are, you can use the Cosworth PI toolbox. It gives you such a great insight to the way the car handles, the way you can improve what's going on when you're on track, and it doesn't matter if you're a sim racer, a racing driver, or just getting started, it's for everyone. For me, it's simple. I would not drive without the Cosworth PI toolbox on the simulator. It's not worth the time if you don't, and it's very important to understand your data when you're driving and how you can improve and how you can develop yourself as a driver. So I wouldn't drive a sim without it.
GT Omega, stay ahead of the game.
We are back for a fourth year of the Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone here on RaceSpotTV. My name is Paul Smith. Dara Thacker joining me on commentary for the start of this broadcast. And Dara, this is an event that I've seen grown from the very first year, and it just keeps on getting bigger and better each and every year.
Yeah, it's a series that I think, or a race I should really say, that really is a big part of the calendar now, particularly in UK sim racing, and it's such a fantastic race. Spend 24 hours at this absolute classic of a circuit, not just here in the UK, but also across Europe and the world as well. And we're going to have so many drivers, so many teams with aspirations coming into this race, and like you said, with it getting bigger and better every single year, you feel like it gets that little bit more prestigious, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and bringing on a partner like Cosworth as well to sponsor this event really just ups the ante in terms of the prestige of this event. Well, here's how we're going to do things today. So it's a rolling start. The teams, well, they're very generous with this event as well. 4 fast repairs. If you've never seen iRacing before, that basically means if you've got a damaged car, you can, on 4 occasions, get a completely brand new car. There is a driver fair share rule enabled, which means that there will be a minimum amount of laps that the drivers will each have to do. You have to have a minimum license of a D class license with at least a 2 safety rating across iRacing. Drive-through penalties after 120 incidents, and then every 25 incidents after that. We've had qualifying take place. The drivers now in the warm-up, should I say, before the event. 2 to 6 drivers per team, and you can only race for one team in the session, and it is completely open setup. So Dara, for these drivers, they get the joy and the luxury of having a car that's set up to how they want to race.
Yeah, and some of them have been preparing this for weeks and months, just making sure that they've got the fine details tuned and making sure that their car is as comfortable as can be, because you never want to feel uncomfortable in a race as long as this. But it is also difficult because, of course, with different drivers in that car, you've got to get the combination of ideas, the consensus across the team, and that can be tricky. But like I said, they've been working on it for a long time, and they've had a choice of all of these cars to go racing in.
Yeah, we have 2 classes of cars then, GT3 and GT4 here today at Silverstone, and so it is a proper endurance race having that multi-class. So we've got the BMW, the Lamborghini, Mercedes, Porsche, Ferrari, Audi, Mustang, we've got the McLaren, Acura, and of course the Aston Martin in GT3. GT4, we've got the Mercedes, the Aston Martin, the Porsche Cayman, the McLaren, BMW and Ford Mustang in GT4 as well. So definitely a choice of cars available to them, and with Cosworth coming on board along with the other supporters of this event, well, we've got some prizes to give away. For first place for both cars in class from Cosworth, they get a free subscription to the PI Toolbox Plus for 12 months for each team member, and that's a very powerful tool. We'll be speaking more about that a little bit later on in the broadcast. Second place, they get that Toolbox Plus membership for 6 months per team member, and third place for 3 months per team member. There is a raffle prize as well, selected at random from all cars who compete, of 2-month subscription to Plus for every team member, 1 car class. Now, courtesy of ButtKicker as well, the winning team from each class will be able to choose from either a ButtKicker Gamer Plus or a Gamer Pro model, plus the ultimate version of the Haptic Connect software. So plenty of prizes for these teams to be aiming towards here in this event, and it's always great to have great partners on board like we have for this event today. So drivers have got about 5 minutes of warm-up time before we get ready, and the drivers had to qualify and now get used to the track with a very lightly wet surface, so it's not completely bone dry for the start of the race, Darren.
No, would it really be a race in the UK without a little bit of precipitation, really, and moisture on the circuit? I think drivers will have been expecting this, but it's not the easiest, and you can see already a couple of drivers and a couple of cars just trying to find those limits, and that's what you need to do in a warm-up session like this, because you can have as much practice as you want coming into a race. You can have as much preparation, but there's nothing that's really going to prepare you like conditions that you're about to see for the start of a race. And you can't win a 24-hour race in the opening couple laps, but you can certainly put yourself into a difficult position. Of course, with those 4 fast repairs, you can't exactly lose it, because you won't be that far back, even if you do have some big issues in the opening couple of minutes. However, you want to be just keeping yourself safe in the opening stages and just getting your eye and getting yourself adjusted to these conditions, even if they are just that little bit trickier than you would hope to find at the start of a race. Is going to be crucial for all of these guys.
Well, you say that you can't win it at the opening of the race. According to one member of our chat on YouTube, they said you can always win a 24-hour race in Turn 1. Being a bit mischievous there. But yeah, it's great to have so many people along watching this event here on RaceSpotTV. It does promise to be a really interesting race. And with these 24-hour events, especially at a circuit like this, where it's a Grand Prix venue, it's a nice wide track, it's an iconic venue, But it's a tricky track to get right, though, isn't it, Dara? Because you've got that compromise, you've got a lot of high-speed, medium-speed corners, but then you've got this section through what I still call the new section of the track, this infield through the loop.
It is the newest part, isn't it? I guess you're still right in that regard. Until we add another little bit, this is going to be the new section, isn't it? But you're right. I mean, it's difficult to nail this circuit, and it is that mix of slow, medium, high-speed corners that always makes it tricky, particularly to set the car up well, because it's always going to be a compromise of exactly what you're going to find. This is the pole up, by the way, from Philip Ansell in the number 36, and they are going to be on pole for the Chicken Kebab and the Fast Track Setups team, so they're going to be at the front of the field. I wonder what they're having as their mid-race snacks. But yeah, I think it's really interesting at this circuit as well to have an endurance race like this where you've got the multi-class aspect, because it is then so difficult to judge how the other cars are going to race. And in the medium, slow, high-speed corners and the differential that you're going to find there, you could find yourself, you know, in tricky positions with slower cars or faster cars around you, and that's kind of what makes this race so mind-consuming over the course of the 24 hours.
And looking at the qualifying times, I mean, the pole lap that we're watching here is a 1:58.864, which is incredible in a GT3 car. GT4 pole position, which is the Areti Esports Britcar 24 hours, that was a 2 minutes 11. So we're looking at about a 13-second difference there between the fastest in GT3 and the fastest in GT4. So traffic will become a factor. How long? About the first quarter of an hour or so?
Yeah, I've just done some very crude maths, and I've worked out that that's about a 9-lap difference. You'd see the GT3s lapping a GT4 on that average about every 9 laps. So that's what, just over that 15 minutes, probably 18 minutes into the race you're looking at, where we're first going to be seeing the cars come through. And also, actually, you're right when you think about it, because of course the back of the field are going to be slower. So yeah, probably only about a quarter of an hour until we really get into it with some of the lapping. And it means that if you're in a GT3 or a GT4, you've only really got 15 minutes of pure racing in your class before it starts to get mixed up with the other races that are on display.
Certainly. So, well, the drivers with a minute and a half left just to get that final practice in, get a feeling of how the track feels. Of course, the starting driver is most likely to be the one out there on track right now, and they will have changed setups. They'll have had a setup for qualifying and then change of setup for the race. So everyone will be triple checking that they've got the right setup on there, because once you've started the race, there's very little that you can actually change on the setup, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what's so precious about them, and why drivers prepare for so long, because they are so particular, and you have to be so careful with any little change that you make. But they will have dialed these up well, I think, and I think there will be a nice a group of cars, particularly towards the front, that will feel very comfortable in their cars early on. It's just a case of how that will develop over the course of the race, and whether we'll see some ebbs and flows between some of our top runners, but we've not gone on to find out.
Well, as we saw in the adverts before the start of this broadcast, we have got the new Cosworth custom PI toolbox, which is available to iRacing users. And one of those features is real-time broadcasted telemetry that they can send to their engineers, so to say, or pit crew to keep a track of how things are going, to give them that live update. We are at some point in this race going to get some live broadcasted data to us as well as part of this broadcast, so that'll be really good to see that a little bit later on as well. So as the warm-up comes to an end, that's the last chances of the drivers to get themselves ready for the start of this race, which means that we will be able to head on to the starting grid then. The front row is Chicken Kebab and Fast Track Setups with Project 91 Racing Team alongside them. DWR and SimCoach Setups with GlassTech Racing on row number 2. The third row, it's WSR Esports and Vulcan Motorsports Platinum. Row number 4 then for TSRC Esports with Team Bennett Sim Racing alongside them. The fifth row, Vulcan Fasteners by GlassTech Racing and Simcast Racing Team. Team Loose, Spurwing and Next Gen Motorsports round out row number 6. Row 7 for Data Motorsport and Project Not Last. Well, they're not last, that's good to see. Armed Forces Sim Racing then alongside Fry Guys Motorsport on row number 8. Row 9 for Coup de Motorsports and DCW Racing Blue. Phoenix Sim Racing and Naztec Racing on row number 10, with Team Heap Together and Dexterous Motorsports on row number 11. Row 12 for Quatermass Motorsports and Pineapple Racing Club. Big grid here. Project 91 Sim Racing, Racing Team Green alongside Thomas Enger Sim Racing, with the 14th row of the Lunar Row Sim Racing powered by Alga Racing. Purple Sector Racing, Driving Miss Stacy and Motorsport round out row number 15. Then in GT4, it's Areti Esports Britcar 24 with Thomas Enger Sim Racing alongside them. WSR Esports and Scorpio Esports on row 2 with Fury Sim Sport and Green and Vulcan Motorsports. We're going to rush through this grid though because the drivers are getting themselves set for the start of this race. Last few drivers in GT4 up on your screen now. But we are getting ourselves set for the start of 24 hours of action here. It is the Cosworth Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone, and it's underway right now. Green flag action here on RaceSpotTV. Heading in towards the first corner then at Abbey, through farm curves, still a few puddles out there on track, so the drivers have got to be cautious with cold tyres and cold brakes into the first heavy braking zone at Village. So far so good, everyone behaving themselves, although there's a dive up for 5th place. For 4th place, should I say. Remy Gilbert moving up a place as GT4 on the bottom of your screen. Their race start as well, working their way through the group, through the loop as they head on to the Wellington Straight for the first time, Dara.
Yeah, and it's been a good start at the front of the field, pretty even in the opening couple of rows, but then further back in the GT3s, that's where we've seen the moves being made. Adam Watson, that is, in the Simcast racing team, trying to make his way past William Humphrey in the Vulcan Fastness by Glass Tech car, but he can't quite do it as they work their way through Brooklands and Luffield for the opening time in this race. GT4 was a little bit frantic, wasn't it? Down through Village and then in towards Aintree and the Loop, but they've evened themselves out as they come in towards Brooklands and Luffield, and it's generally very, very single file as we work our way into Cops for the first time.
Yeah, through Copse Corner then go our leading GT3s, GT4s just heading towards Copse Corner now. Big movers in the field, top 5, Team Bennett Sim Racing up 3 places already, so Remy Gilbert is on a charge in that 5th place in your GT4s. It's pretty much staying as they were. WSR Esports, Tom Katsadonis is up 1 place into 2nd place. The Armed Forces Sim Racing in GT4 up 2 places in this early going of the race, but very well behaved so far in this lap 1. I think a lot of these drivers are just thinking, get ourselves settled down, let's get into a rhythm, no mistakes, and just build a good firm foundation.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need to be doing, particularly in the opening few minutes. Bit of contact there, big old hit to the side. Falconer just trying to get back to the racing line after being overtaken, but not easily getting there, finding cars all around him. That was Matthew Treverton, I believe, in the Aztec racing car, just in behind. They've got a bit of a tap, and you've got Samuel Clark just behind him in the Dexterous Motorsports, the DXT car, looking to make his way through as well. Oh, but there's a moment. That's Ross McFarlane already around, trying to avoid everybody else, but that's on the exit of Village.
Yeah, so Ross facing the wrong way. He will not be happy about that in his Aston Martin. I'm used to seeing him in a Ford Mustang, I'll be honest, racing against him in the World GT Championship that we were showing on RaceSpotTV. Down the Wellington Straight, so he's going to have to be in a bit of a recovery drive because that's down 14 places now for Ross from where he started. And the drivers have got to be careful because there's a lot of puddles still on the apexes and on the curbs out there on track, so they've got to be a bit canny about things.
Yep, and again, you can easily put yourself down the order and into a difficult position to come back from the early opening couple of minutes. But even if
there was smoke.
Position, that's going to be a good place. Yeah, was that smoke? Was it a bit of a spray? No, it really was smoke.
That's Sam Derbyshire, Vulcan Motorsport Platinum, dropping down the order in his Audi. Oh my goodness, down 22 places, getting back out on track. Is there going to be any damage to that car? Certainly the tyres will be feeling awful for the next few laps. but that was a big moment into Cop's corner. It's a fast corner, and you do find that runoff, you think it's a big runoff until you're spinning and heading towards those tyre stacks.
Yeah, and it's an easy mistake to make because, this is going to be an incident from before. I believe this is the Ross McFarlane one. Indeed, it is. Just that little bit of, door-to-door contact, spinning him around. I don't think the little bit of moisture on the circuit helping him out. But yeah, for Sam Derbyshire down at Cops, not the easiest moment at all to try and keep a handle of. But I know Sammy's a really consistent driver, so a little bit surprising actually maybe to see him make that mistake, but just shows that the pressure some of these drivers almost feel like they're going to be under at the start. Was there contact though? Yes, there was.
Well, I mean, the Audi was being very aggressive down the straight, giving a bit of a hip check. That's a heavy hit. Now, fortunately, it is a tyre stack. If that was either a concrete wall or the Armco barrier, that would have caused significantly more damage. No mechanical warning flag, so they've obviously got some damage to that car now, but it's not race ending, so they can get to a natural pit stop and get repairs done there, but they are going to be hampered for this first stint, aren't they?
Yep, they are, and obviously all the way down the order now as well. We're running inside the top 7 or 8, but now down in 28th position and with a lot of work in front of them. But at least the cars, if you are able to make fast work at this stage of the race, do come thick and fast because we're still in that train. But that may not last for too long though when we start to get into the GT4 lapping. So you've got to make hay while you can. And the first driver to overtake Sam Derbyshire is going to be Ryan Turner in that 150 Motorsport car. We'll see if he can make that move, but you can already see those guys are on the Wellington straight. These guys in the the front of the GT3s are coming through Mackes and Beckett's, aren't they?
Now that was our race leader running slowly on the exit of Cop's corner, so I wonder if they'd run wide, got themselves a slow down penalty, and that's dropped them down 2 positions and coming under pressure from Team Bennett Sim Racing, who are on an absolute charge at the start of this race, up 4 places for Remy Gilbert. Here's a look. There's still moisture on the track and it's wiggling, and that gives you a slow down penalty running that far wide. And well, you don't need to ask Project 91 and DWR and SimCoach setups twice about taking those places.
And I think if you asked Remy Gilbert whether he'd take being right behind Philip Ansell at the start of the race, considering that Ansell started in 1st and Gilbert started in 8th, I think he'd take that, right, after only, 6 minutes of this race. So a good start for them, and it's been a bad start for Philip Ansell, but just that little mistake holding them back and putting them down to P3. But, I mean, already looking at the track map, we have got the 91 leading this race already within half a lap at the back of the GT4 field, and we've only had, 6.5 minutes of this race. So this is going to come, I think, quite quickly by the time we get to the GT4s, and I wonder if we're going to see some moves because of that, as it is the GT4s are fighting.
Yeah, I do think that the car in last place currently in GT4, the number 35, which is Lion GP Esports Academy, they have got a mechanical warning flag. So I think something's happened on this lap which has forced them to be running slowly, side by side through Club Corner. That's not normally done there, but nicely sorted out between the two of them. And that's a place held on then for the BMW coming through there further down in our field in GT4. That's number 40 then of Splitstrat Esports. And yes, Lion GP onto pit road to get their repairs done. Now, looking further forward, back to that GT4 battle. They're not done with this one, these two. And I think we're going to be seeing that quite a lot. BMW versus Mustang in the GT4 field. I mean, it's currently led by a Porsche and a Ford Mustang. So it's a good mix in GT4, but the Mustang and BMW, similar shaped cars in them being saloon cars, but going about things a little bit differently.
Yeah, they are indeed, but they're going about things differently, but still keeping it close together. That was a great battle, wasn't it, through the opening sector? Oh, Sen just in behind. I think it was Ross McFarlane in the 1-2-3. He's still trying to make up positions, mind you, after that spin that we saw through at Village a few laps ago. There's Joel Lass just in front of him as he races through the final corner for Phoenix Sim Racing. Ross McFarlane, WSR just behind, and then behind them is the Pineapple Racing Club, who've had a fantastic start. Now, they started down in P24, but up to P16 already in this race, so they've had a really good launch. A bit of a wiggle though, coming through fine. That was not a comfortable moment at all.
I think change of underpants is needed for Ben Cooper after this stint. That was a moment and a half, and that's this track. That's the track state still being what is it down as? It's mostly dry now officially in sim, but there are still those puddles. It's still not completely dry. The drivers are all out there on slicks. They are up to temperature by now, so they will be nice and sticky, but you can see on camera that inside of Woodcut still a lot of puddles there, and on the exit of Woodcut on the curbs, that's the bit where you really got to be careful going over curbs.
Yep, it is, and with every passing lap, the moisture just dissipates somewhat a little bit more, but you still can't be too careful or too sure about how to run over some of these curbs, because they can be treacherous. Look at how close we are seeing Ross McFarlane get to the back of Joel Lask, almost pushing him in towards Magnus and Beckett. You can tell he feels like he needs to be further up the field than P15 after starting all the way up in P5. Good exit through Chapel Curve and on towards this hanger straight. Does he get enough of a run to make the move? It looks like he's going to have at least a shot at it, and a flashing of the lights already. We're 10 minutes in.
Well, Ross is setting out his stall. He's saying, I'm coming through here, and the Mustang is saying, I don't know about that, but the Aston Martin is still side by side there. Oh, getting close to contact, and there's a GT4 trying to get out the way as well. Side by side, door to door contact there between the two of them, and Ross McFarlane still not getting that job done. Contact between the two of them. Oh, you could almost see, you could almost predict that was coming between the two of them. It was getting very physical, and we've got a Mustang going the wrong way. Phoenix Sim Racing waiting for an opportunity to turn that car around.
Yeah, and it was so unfortunate. And the exit of that final corner looked like McFarlane had enough of a run to get that move done, and then that slight bit of contact, and with him being ever so slightly further back, it's going to turn across Joel Lask, across his front nose, and unfortunate for both of them. More so for Lask, of course, who's now right at the back of the field, but that's just allowed that Pineapple Racing Club car an extra little bit of breathing room. Now up 10 places on the start of this race. They were 24th, they're now 14th. Going to be going 11 minutes. Already back on it again. There was Ross McFarlane back up to P16. Patrick Falconer in that DCW Racing car has been dispatched already.
He has. I just get the feeling that Ross is just racing a little bit frustrated, a little bit angry, and he's just getting himself involved in things. And the problem is, here we go, here's another look. It's very difficult to run too wide through Club Corner without there being contact. They were alongside each other as well. That'll be one I think that the stewards will maybe take a look at and see, do we need to give a penalty for that or not? We'll have to wait and see what happens there. We're nearly 6 laps into this race for your overall leaders. Matt Caruana has currently got a very close lead with DWR and SimCoach Setups. David Schilling in second place, keeping him very honest up at the front of the field. Chicken Kebab and Fast Track Racing in third. Philip Ansell just dropping back just that little bit, almost half a second back now. Half a second? Almost a second and a half, should I say, back from your race leader. So just gapping out a little bit at the front of your field as we're going through. And we've had a car take a tour back to pit lane. It's the Armed Forces Sim Racing GT4 car. It's got a mechanical warning flag, so something's happened to them, and this is what? Oh!
Yeah, big hit on the front end. That's in towards Brooklands, of course. That is an unusual place for the car to go. Oh my goodness me, that's a big old moment. That's the Project 91 car. That's Matt Caruana, who was leading the race not too long ago, going around in towards Luffield. That was a huge snap of oversteer, surely. It didn't look like there was any contact between any cars down there, so big mistake, and now it's thrown right into a battle with the likes of GlassTech, Vulcan Fastness by GlassTech, and Simcast Racing Team. All of these guys very close together towards the top 5.
Team Bennick have got a penalty, they've got a black flag, so the team that's in third place has got a black flag. It's almost as if nobody wants to lead this race. It started with Chicken Kebab at the front on pole position. They had a moment going through Copse Corner which sent them wide and lost them the lead. Then we had Project 91, Matt Caruana leading, and then we've had some moment. Now, they did lose the lead before Brooklyn, so they were obviously fighting with that DWR and SimCoach Setups outfit. So here we go, Project 91. So they've got that car, it's a bit further back actually, and it touches the curb. Exactly what we saw from the Armed Forces Team GT4 car. Tries to come back onto the track, but there's water on that curb on the outside, touches that, loses control, does well to keep it out the barriers.
Yeah, comedy of errors really going in towards Brooklands, and then of course coming out of Brooklands as well, touching the curb in a way that it's not going to, well, it's going to unsettle the car, quite frankly. Here's the penalty for Team Bennett. That's going to promote GlassTech to the top 3, going to promote Simcast Racing Team, who started 10th in this race, to 6th. Not even been going 15 minutes in this race, so real big swings at the front of the field early on, and it just shows that this is a 24-hour race, but in 15 minutes has already changed really, really quickly, and you can never feel too safe in a race like this. Oh, going wide off the road, I believe that was one of the Quatermass cars, just taking to the outside of turn number 1. We'll lose 1, maybe 2 or 3 positions back there, but Ben Bennyworth, who's lost out to the 25 and the 11, will come out or back onto the circuit in P26, but again, these little mistakes still creeping in with the little bit of moisture on the circuit, and it goes back to the point that you can never be too sure, even with it drying somewhat, of how quickly it'll dry and where it will dry.
Absolutely, and it's only 19 degrees air temperature, 25 degrees track, partly cloudy, are our conditions here today in session. So it's not cracking the flags, as we'd say up here in Yorkshire, but it's certainly a good day at Silverstone, let's just say that. The wind speed, 24 kilometres an hour wind speed, so it's got a good gust going on there. As slowing down there was Ben Bennyworth, just losing the place and losing control of the car into Copse Corner. Oh dear, this has been a testing lap for Ben, that is for sure. We have that stop and go penalty, by the way, for the Team Bennett Stim Racing, was given by the stewards for causing a collision with the WSR Esports, the Ross McFarlane Aston Martin. So when he had that contact there at Village, then that's where the penalty has come from.
Yep, and they've had to serve that and have done that already, which is good to see. Incident, penalty given, penalty served within 10 minutes or so. Really good to see that we are seeing some of these incidents being looked at really quickly, and that just goes to show how great the stewarding team is here at the Britcar, the Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours this year, and we'll have to give them full credit over the course of this race for all the work that they are going to be doing, and they're likely going to be busy, particularly if we keep up with this kind of frantic action, even in these GT4s. The P4 battle is holding up. You've got Finley Jones just in front here for P3, but then behind Matthias Temmer just trying to hold off Noah Osbaldeston for P4. And again, tight trains in the opening stages. Will be interesting to see how the GT3s come through these guys and whether anyone can take advantage.
Well, the GT3s, the leaders, have reached the back of the train of GT4s, and they're working their way through. And look at this, the two leaders absolutely together, nose to tail, as they go through Maggots into Beckett's. I will say one of my favourite motorsport memories of going to motorsport is stood in the general admission banking on the entry to Maggots and Beckett, seeing Jean Alesi in the V12 powered Ferrari going flat out through Maggots into Beckett's on a damp track, onto the brakes into Stowe Corner, and working their way past the GT4s, working out well for both of our leaders right now.
It is indeed, and they're going to be, enjoying how things are going for the time being right now. Philip Ansel, even though he did have that pole position, he did have the lead. I don't think he'll be particularly worried. He's sat in P2, he's right behind the leader. He's in a good position, and the gap back to GlassTech behind, who are kind of leading the charge back towards this group of cars, and they're going to find themselves having to overtake these GT4s as well. Difficult as you work your way through the first corner. Just about to make sure that your overlap isn't narrow enough that you're going to hit the car in front, but nice job from Ansel in that 36, and continues to move with the number 80.
And this is where one of the key features of endurance racing is going to become apparent, and that is patience. Who in those GT3s and in the GT4s, to be fair, who has the patience to work the traffic? Who's good in traffic? Who isn't good in traffic? Who gets frustrated? Who tries to take the big sends on people? That's where we'll be seeing things happen, and that's where we'll be seeing that inter-class integration happening. Matt Caruana, getting caught out behind the GT4 Mustang and had to get out of it. It was involved in that battle with the 421 in front. That's the Vulcan Fasteners car in front of William Humphrey, the Project 71 racing team. Project 91 even, if I could read today. Matt Caruana, of course, represented Great Britain last year in the World Motorsport Games, the FIA Motorsport Games, as he goes into Maggots and Beckett's once again. But again, just losing out that little bit of time through traffic.
Yeah, it's easy to do, and I think that's the theme of the next 20, 30 minutes, really, of where we're going to see drivers being able to gain or lose time through the traffic in both classes, really. It's going to be, of course, one of the absolute key factors of this race is efficiency of working through traffic, and we're not even 20 minutes in and we're already talking about it. That's kind of going to be a running theme, I think, throughout the race. A little bit of side-by-side between GT3 and GT4, but not quite this. This is absolute chaos down in towards Stoke Corner. That's nearly 3 wide, 2 GT3s, 1 GT4. That's Patrick Falconer, DCW Racing Blue. Take the blue of the rear end of the car, not the front end of the car. Can't quite get that move done. But again, lapping these GT4s are going to present opportunities if you're going to be smart enough. Oh, the 40's around.
Oh my goodness, yep, the 40's around. That is the Split Strat Esports car then at Club Corner. Careful with the rejoin now, and the Greek driver getting back going. It's got the Rookie X on the back of the car there, I notice. I ran with that Rookie X in the World GT Championship, and just a little front to rear contact from a GT3, and there we go. That's that inter-class integration not quite panning out.
Yeah, I mean, the 40 Split Strat Esports, I mean, Split Strat almost coming to haunt them there, being in the GT4, of course, in the different car to the GT3. Bit of blinking there from one of the cars. Thankfully, it's avoided. We do have that black flag for the 421 Vulcan Fastest car as well. That's William Humphrey, who's got that penalty. Will have to serve that soon, and yet another car that's running inside the top 5 that's going to have to drop down the order again.
That is a stop and go as well, so that's been implemented by the stewards team. Has the 40 getting involved again. People, you see, this is where I said, see who's got the patience and who hasn't, and that was not on at all. Ryan Turnham in the motorsport entry facing the wrong way at Luffield. The Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstec Racing car has got a black flag by the stewards for causing a collision. So the 421 is going to have a stop and go penalty for them. So big penalty for them as they head onto pit road right now to serve that. We're getting a few incidents involved here. Pineapple Racing Club in GT4 are on pit road with a mechanical warning flag. So there's been a few feeling the effects of this opening of the race.
Yep, there really are, and still we're seeing drivers going over the puddles and that they're being forced offline because of the lapping. And that's another example of that. Getting a little bit wide on the entrance to turn 1 on that 33. That is not a nice looking car anymore. Dropping to the back of the field, and that was the Pineapple Racing Club car that were doing really well at the start of the race. Of course, their sister car in the GT3 class rocketing up the order from 24th to 12th now. They're already through half the field. We've been going 23 minutes, Paul. I mean, an incredible start for them. But yeah, they're at the back of the field. The Armed Forces car, of course, has had their issues. And then we've had the likes of Quatermass and that have come across at some of these puddles and just lingering. And like you said, with the weather not being too warm, I believe the in-sim time is towards the end of September. So not too warm and humidity relatively high. So it's going to be difficult to see exactly when these puddles are going to dry because they're lingering at the moment.
They certainly are lingering, and thank you very much to Paul Crawford from Motorsport UK, getting in touch, pointing out our graphic is slightly wrong. It's 150 Motorsport, by the way, that we saw facing the wrong way. So that is that car down in 27th overall. Ryan Turner behind the wheel of that car. So yeah, as we carry on, still the front end missing from the Aston Martin. Oh, Project 91 Racing Team Green, TC Watkins running wide at Cops then. Stays ahead of the Team Enger Sim Racing Kevin Muller car. And yeah, that Aston Martin will be feeling awful through Maggots and Beckett's with that front air dam missing. That front end will be understeering like a shopping trolley.
Well, it doesn't look particularly nice, does it, on Kevin Muller's car? It's not exactly what you'd want to buy from the showroom. It's going to get down the inside of another GT4 in towards the final high-speed corner of the lap, really, at Stowe Corner. I guess you could count Club, but that's more medium speed, isn't it? But yeah, not looking good on the front end, and probably will be repaired soon. In fact, there you go, into the pit lane that they come. And that'll almost certainly be a fresh-looking car when they emerge in about a minute's time. Still, a couple of difficult moments. There's one of the Vulcan cars trying to keep it together. The GT4 car is two GT3s either side of a GT4 up towards Village. There is the WSR car with a time penalty now as well. And it's just not been a good start for McFarlane in any sense of the word.
It's not a time penalty, it's a stop-and-go penalty. So they've got to come onto pit road, stop in their pit stall for the allotted time, and then go again. So, yeah, goes from bad to worse to even worse now for Ross McFarlane in that WSR Esports car. It's testing, I think, character building. That's the term that they like to use, character building day. But in a 24-hour race, I've seen stranger things happen. I wouldn't be surprised if they move back through the field and get themselves up towards the front, towards the end.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is still only the first half hour. I mean, we're not even we're at 1/50th of the race through, aren't we? Some 2%. So there's such a long time for these guys to pick it back up. P1 Doc's car going a bit wide. It's going to allow a GT3 car right around the outside. There's a couple of decals on that. On those entries, but yeah, it was such early stages of the race here that even if you do pick up a penalty and you drop down towards the back of the order, a minute with this far out, when you've got God knows how many minutes, over 1,200 minutes left to go in this race, really is insignificant, and you can easily work that back if you have the pace over the course of the day that we have to go racing in. So I don't think it's panic stations yet. No one is too far off the back. I think we've maybe just got one car that's a lap down. In fact, two cars that's a lap down in the GT4 class, and that's it. Like a few cars that are towards the lap down, but not quite that far back. They're still in contention. Sam Derbyshire was right at the back of the field very early on. He went off at Cops, remember, in the opening couple laps, already back up to P17 and working his way through very nicely indeed. And it just goes to show he's been at the back. He was at the front of the field, back of the field. He's already in the mid pack. We'll see how he can progress from now.
Yeah, absolutely. So a recovery drive there for Sam Derbyshire as he goes through. Ross McFarlane brought the WSR car straight onto pit road as soon as they got the penalty, straight onto pit road, get it served and get back out again. So we're stationary for 2.1 seconds for the WSR Esports car, and we'll come out onto track around about 22nd for them. Remy Gilbert, by the way, he was 30 seconds stopped on pit road when they took their penalty. So I wonder if they took a little bit of refueling, a bit of service for them. And that Team Bennett sim racing car in 23rd behind McFarlane now. Still close at the front of the overall field, less than a second covering first and second place DWR Simcoach Setups car and the Chicken Kebab and Fast Track Racing car. So those two at the very front, still close together. We did see the Erect Esports Britcar entry, Ben Langford behind the wheel of the GT4 leading car. They are about 2 seconds clear of the WSR Esports GT4 car of Tom Katsadonis. So still pretty close in the front of our two spots. In fact, a change of overall lead because the Chicken Kebab car goes back to the head of the field.
Within half an hour, then Ansel pole position, dropped down to about P3, P4, back to the front of the field again. David Schilling with a mistake of some kind. I'm sure we'll see it again. Now 2 seconds back. Andrew Dawson not a long way behind in that Glass Tech racing car. And I think that's a team to keep an eye out for over the course of this race. Dawson will get through on the GT4, and then all of a sudden, David Schilling's in a battle for P2 rather than for P1, as Philip Ansel now has a little bit of breathing room. And for Ansel, there's at least, you'd say, 2 laps of clean air to drive into, maybe a lap and a half, but there's only one GT4 in the next, 30 seconds of track in front of him, so he's got a nice bit of clean air. Must have been a slowdown there for the number 80, served behind the GT4. May have gone wide at Stowe, that could have been a likely cause, but either way, dropping down to P2 now and having to regain that time again, Ansel with a bit of a break.
The 92, TC Watkins, I saw, caused a yellow flag out there and has dropped down behind Ross McFarlane. So, issues for him. Dexterous Motorsports now, the latest car causing a yellow flag, and there they are, returning to the track. Samuel Clark, that's just coming back on at the loop. So, that McLaren. So here's what's happened. So it's through Village. People are losing control. So that's one incident, and then another incident at the very same corner. So that track still damp out there. The driver's still just getting caught out by the odd puddle here and there.
Yep, and it's still a factor, isn't it? I don't know how long drivers expected this kind of period of the race to last, but it is lingering at the moment. Oh, a couple of moments. Drivers off the road in towards Village. What's happened in the middle of Village? Just a spin, a lazy spin, getting on the power too early. That rear end says no, and goes around, and we will see them have to rejoin the circuit in towards Aintree and the loop. But yeah, these little mistakes still creeping in, and they are going to be a little bit more costly at this stage of the race, because you'll lose 2 or 3 track positions by making mistakes like this, rather than later on in the race where you could just lose a couple of seconds.
That's the 150 Motorsport car. Ryan Turner not having fun at Copse Corner, so he's getting back up to speed. This is on his own, carrying too much speed into the corner. Back end doesn't want to cooperate. It then gets onto the damp stuff. Oh, and then it flicks back on him. Doesn't get to any walls, so that's good. It means he's just got his ego's been damaged rather than the car. But yeah, not ideal. Suboptimal, to give it a Ron Dennisism as we carry on. We've passed the half an hour part of the race. Let's just give you a quick rundown of the top 10 of each class, and it is the leaders then of this race. It's the Chicken Kebab and Fast Track Setups and Ford Mustang that leads this race overall. They are a couple of seconds ahead of the DWR and Simcoach Setups outfit, the number 80. Class Tech Racing are in third then overall, ahead of Project 91 Racing Team, doing a bit of a recovery drive for Matt Caruana. Simcast Racing Team, well, they've gained 5 places. They're up into 5th place now. Adam Watson for them in 5th, ahead of the TSRC Esports car in 6th. Team Loose Spurwing are in 7th, ahead of the Project Not Last. Well, they're definitely not last. They have gained themselves 6 places up into 8th place. 9th then is Datum Motorsport with Next Gen Motorsports rounding out your top 10, although there is some battling further down in GT3, and that's the recovering Kevin Mueller. After getting repairs done to the front of the car, that Aston Martin looks significantly better now that it's got the front nose on that. I don't know where you'd have a back nose, but there you go. Looking further down in the field, it is the Arret Esports Britcar GT4 that leads that class. They are about, how far ahead? About 4 seconds ahead of the WSR Esports Britcar outfit in second, with Thomas Engert Sim Racing GT4 in third. Then it's Fury Sim Sport 4th ahead of Scorpio Esports, and this car that we're looking at right now, Vulcan Motorsport, 6th place, just behind that Scorpio Esports outfit, and just ahead of Quad Dash Racing in 7th. 8th place for No Limits Sim Racing Academy, ahead of Satellite Racing in 9th, and then Aztec Racing 490 rounding out the top 10 in GT4. So that just gives you a little bit of an overview of how things stand in the top 10 of each class. And Darragh, Ross McFarlane is starting his second recovery drive of the day.
Yep, and it's not really what you wanted to, or he would have wanted to hear 34 minutes ago, considering that we're only 34 minutes into the race, right? But he's P19 with a lot of work left to do. I mean, getting hit by the number 2, hitting the number 2 and then getting hit by the Team Bennett car as well. So almost receiving a penalty for contact that they caused, and then the other car receiving a penalty for contact that they caused with them. It's just a bit of a mess, isn't it, in the opening 34 minutes? They'll hope that it calms down somewhat, and there is clean air to drive into, but already some 50 seconds off the lead. Not exactly where you'd want to be, but as we've said, there is a lot of time to come back into a race like this. There is going to be, I think, a concerted effort just to get through the opening couple of hours, opening few stints, and just make sure that they're still in contention, they're still being talked about, and they are not having to do too much as we work our way through this race. Little bit of an issue on the front end of that Vulcan Motorsports car. That is being driven by Sam Derbyshire, of course, the driver who almost certainly picked up that damage from hitting the tyre barriers down at Copse Corner, but gets through on Philip Staples. In that Fry Guys Motorsport car. And now has a little bit of room to work into, but back up to P15, work through half the field, got to do it again, but behind there side by side, goodness me, we've already seen contact through club side by side, but thankfully they single file out before the start finish line.
Yep, they certainly do. Cuda Motorsport, that was putting the move on Fry Guy Motorsports through club corner, and then you can see in front, Vulcan Motorsport, Sam Derbyshire, even though he has got that damage to the front of that Audi, is pulling away at a fair rate of knots from these two. So again, recovery drive for the Audi. Every mark of the GT3s except the Acura is represented out there in GT3 today. So it just goes to show that different teams have got different thoughts about how to go about racing around here today.
Yeah, and coming into a race like this, you're going to have your aspirations, you're going to have your hopes for what you're going to be able to deliver over the course of 24 hours. It doesn't always come to fruition, but it's all about keeping in that mindset, I think, in the early stages to make sure that you're still in a good operating window and make sure that you are still eyeing those goals and almost compartmentalising those goals part by part of the race. You don't want to do too much too soon or aim for too much too soon. And I think that's what quite a few of these teams are going to be doing. Difficult when you're leading the race if you're Philip Ansell or Ben Langford at the moment, because you're almost in position for that goal and it's about defending, and that can become a difficult position to be in. So it is still about setting those targets, setting those goals and working your way forward in this part of the race and maybe making a move or two. And if you're Jacob Jenner, you're lining one up right now.
Yeah, looking for a coup in this race is Cuda Motorsports. As down the inside into Stowe Corner, two Mercedes against each other with a third Mercedes right behind them then. So Purple Sector Racing, Justin Hembray, up 10 places right now for them. They're working their way through Club Corner. 3 Mercedes all together on track here. There's a number of Mercedes in the field. The highest placed Mercedes, of course, is second place, David Schilling, in that DWR and SimCoach Setups car. So we're getting that good spread of cars. It's great to see in this event because I'll be honest, I was racing in the GT3 league, and it was, if you weren't in a Mustang, you weren't going to be doing well. But thankfully here, we've not got the Mustang Cup.
No, exactly, and it is good to see variation throughout the field, and it's kind of what we want to see in multiple aspects. Of course, it means that the competition is going to be slightly increased and the characteristics of these cars ever so slightly different. But it also means at a base level that these cars are very similar to go racing on the iRacing platform, and so that's always a positive sign that drivers will have a good choice to have or to make between certain cars, and that'll obviously run ourselves forward into future events. But it's kind of what we want to see. And drivers, GT3s, GT4s are well used by many of these drivers, so they'll know what suits their preferences, and it is good that those preferences are not all just in one machine. A bit wide from Jack London as he works his way out of Chapel on towards the hangar straight, was looking to attack, may have to defend, gets a slowdown penalty, and will lose that spot.
Yeah, I can tell you, that the slowdown penalty down the hangar straight, it's not fun. That's from experience, I can tell you that. So Dayton Motorsport then, Jack London. And it was just something as simple as just a snap on the car, and that Ferrari is sending him down the field, and now he's got a ton of traffic in front of him. In fact, a ton of traffic in front of all three of these GT3s that are fighting away. And look at that, having to cut back on the inside out of Club Corner. Now, is he going to get alongside into Abbey? Oh, that was very late, was that that move into Abbey.
Yeah, it didn't look like he'd made his mind up, did it? As he got onto the brakes there, but the GT4 almost did it for him by braking that much earlier. Philip Staples, a little bit of weaving, just behind on the back of Justin Hembry after the battle that we saw from them just a moment ago. These guys still only some 40 seconds off the lead of the field and in P17 and 18, so good to get them battling. And every position is going to be important here for these drivers. There's no doubt about that. This is a one-off race. It's an annual event, and like we said, getting bigger and better every single year in what is now its 4th edition. Every single position is going to feel like a milestone for these drivers, so they're going to fight hard for everything, even if we are only 40 minutes into this race, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That Mercedes livery, almost reminiscent of trying to confuse U-boats from firing on a ship. So, yeah, a bit of camouflage from the 1940s there for that Mercedes, but it looks striking. It stands out, and that's what we, as commentators, like to see, a car that stands out on track. So yeah, Fry Guys Motorsport through Copse Corner, following Purple Sector Racing right now, and just not able to get with them. But stay in the slipstream, stay in that draft. You can save yourself a little bit of fuel, because of course, I can't believe it's taken us 40 minutes to get onto this, but strategy is going to be at play here, isn't it?
It is, and it's always going to be at play in a race like this. That constant calculation of how you're going to get towards the end of the race starts from the very, goodness me, Ricky Renner, goodness me, he's into the wall. He took far too much curb of that sausage curb on the inside of Club Corner, and he is going to come out of it very badly indeed. Spun into the wall, hard hit into the wall, and that's at the final corner. He'll hope not to have too much damage, emerges back onto the circuit, careful for the cars behind, but that was a huge hit out of the final corner, and it just goes to show when you're fighting through traffic, it can be so easy to make a big mistake that could cost you quite dearly.
Yeah, huge mistake. Project 91 and Glass Tech are fighting through Luffield side by side. It's Mustang versus Lamborghini. Big V8 versus V10. Down the start and finish, the old start and finish straight, the national start and finish straight, through Copse Corner. The corner, of course, that apparently you can't overtake at. Nobody ever overtakes there, apparently. As they go through Maggots into Beckett's then. And Matt Caruana is going to have to be patient and wait for his next opportunity to arrive here. But Project 91 trying their best to get them. There's the replay. And the problem with this Porsche is that the engine's at the rear. And so that means that once the back end swings around, it acts like a pendulum. And you're not saving that one.
Nope, and yeah, biting hard into that concrete barrier. That is the pit wall. Not a nice feeling at all. Here we go, side by side. Matt Caruana trying to work his way through, of course, was at the front of the field, dropped down somewhat to P5, P6, looking for P2. Dawson defending the inside line. Big spin from the GT4. They all avoid exactly the same thing we saw just a minute ago. And somehow everybody avoids. And Andrew Dawson stays in front. Caruana inside line at turn number 1 as well. And Adam Watson's at the back of this little train of cars for P4 in GT3. But goodness me, that would have been a nightmarish moment for Andrew Dawson on the inside.
That was the Quadash Racing GT4 in that BMW. Mechanical warning flag for that one. So through the final corner they go. And again, it's that curb. And wow, the seas parted. Thankfully for those GT3s working through. Worth pointing out as well, DWR SimCoach setups have dropped down from second place. They've dropped down to 7th. So something has happened to the number 80 car out there as well. In fact, we'll get to see it now. Contact, and it's with that BMW.
Yeah, and that BMW just drifting wide into the line, I think will be the opinion of the number 80. The 34 will be saying it was just trying to keep its own line there, but that is what has affected David Schilling, and now right down into P7, 16 seconds. Well, actually, probably more like 10 seconds have been lost by that 80 car, and a little bit of damage as well. Not what they needed at all. In fact, yeah, 13 seconds it was in the end as the timing came through, but yeah, that's not what they needed at all. It's allowed the likes of Team Loose and Spurwing to come through. Edward Hope in that number 32 car. I think we've said their name once today, but they've quietly gone about their business and are up in P6. Same for TSRC Esports, they're in P5.
Kieran Sharp, or Average Sharpie as he's known, he's been far from average so far, up there into 5th place. I've raced against him many a time, Kieran, in TCRs and in other events. In fact, TSRC do run some series themselves here on iRacing, so Kieran very adept in that team, and he's a very quick driver as well, I can tell you. Maybe that's more me being slow potentially as well, Darren.
I can't say anything about that. There's a reason I'm up here, Paul, and not down there on the circuit. But yeah, I mean, these guys, all of them, such great drivers, and with the field strengthening every single year, the general quality of the field just increases that little bit more. Jacob Jenner, meanwhile, getting himself involved. This is the Cooper Motorsports car, just trying to keep out of trouble. There's a GT4 on his inside, there's a GT3 directly behind him and to the side of him, and a GT4 in front of him. It is like the M25 in a rush hour at the moment through the final couple of corners. Inside line at Clark, can he get that one done? Yes, he does. And he can escape a little bit more. Look at just the melee in behind. 3 more GT3s trying to come through. And even though we're nearing the end of the opening stint of this race, cars still running so close together at the moment.
They certainly are. And in fact, David Sherling in that DWR Sim Coach Setups car is onto pit road. So obviously getting damage repaired. We saw the front end, the front bumper get ripped off of that car in that contact on the replay. So they are onto pit road to get some damage repairs. And the question is now, if you're taking a pit stop here at this stage getting repairs, you might as well just get a full service in place if you're going to be doing a double stint or a triple stint to start with.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the element to strategy that really does evolve in a race like this. You know, you can have your plan, you can have it written out on your spreadsheet, you can have it there for months on end, but the second that something changes, particularly in the opening half of an hour, will have a knock-on effect throughout the rest of the race, and all of those numbers go up in the air. So you've got to be pragmatic, you've got to be able to come up with solutions on the spot and be able to try and find a couple of really quick ways to put yourself back in contention, or if anything, to mitigate the circumstances of maybe a bit of contact, maybe losing a couple of positions through a spin. So yeah, it's tricky to nail early on, but from this far out, it's also very difficult to do the maths for all the stints that are coming right towards the end of the race. But teams are going to be trying to do it regardless, because they have to, right?
That next-gen Porsche is struggling out there with that front-end damage from the contact with the wall. I am surprised that they didn't end up with a mechanical warning flag, actually, the so-called meatball flag. And yeah, they are struggling out there. The amount of understeer that car had through Maggots and Beckett's was absolutely awful, and they're down on top speed as well, so just lost another place now. That's Team Bennett Sim Racing, who are working their way back through the field after receiving their stop and go penalty earlier on. Worth pointing out, yeah, a few penalties have been handed out to teams. Team Bennett Sim Racing, the Falcon Fasteners by Glasstec Racing, and also the 123 of WSR. They have also had a penalty assessed against them in this race in the first 30 minutes here today, and working their way through the field now. We're looking at the Mustang versus Ferrari. That's the 21. That's going to be the Armed Forces Sim Racing attacking that Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstec racing car. So this is the battle for 10th place here. The Armed Forces Sim Racing team want to get into that top 10.
Certainly do. William Humphrey, they're just about keeping hold of it for the time being. Of course, that 421, I believe, received a penalty early, didn't it? So still recovering themselves from what has befallen them over the start of the race. Yeah, they got that stop-go penalty for the incident with the number 34, so already they're trying to come back through the field. You've got Sam Derbyshire in the Vulcan Motorsports car not too far back as well, but it is just that edge of the top 10, isn't it? Data Motorsports, Pineapple Racing Club, they're all involved in this, aren't they? As we will witness them running through Stowe corner. This is a replay of what we've just seen coming on towards the straight. Goodness me! And 3 into half the width of that track doesn't go, and we'll see it again here. The GT4, does it know that there's 2 cars there? I'm not too sure, but either way they drag themselves into the barrier, don't they?
Yeah, and it's a difficult situation if you're that GT4, because you're running your line and you're thinking that just one car is going to be coming through on the exit of Chapel there onto the hangar straight. The fact that you then had that second car, they may not have initially had a 3-wide call given by the in-game spotter. So I would hope that they would have teammates watching on and acting as a separate human spotter. That Mustang having to get onto the brakes because the Ferrari was there, and that's, I mean, they had to. It was good awareness to get onto the brakes, but really you can't just turn and expect the car to get out the way. So that was the what was that? That was the number. That was the Vulcan Fasteners by Blastep Racing car that nearly ended up causing a big accident down the Wellington Straight.
Yep, nearly did, and in the end lucky to avoid it really, and still be going at the front of, or towards the front of the order. They'll work their way through Mackett's and Beckett's now, as it's such a flowing set of corners. If you're offline at the start, as that car was, just in behind, you're going to find yourself losing time all the way through the this beautiful section of racetrack that's been attempted to be replicated many other places, of course, Cota being an example of where they've tried to replicate that part of a circuit. But again, down in towards Stowe, unless you're really alongside or preparing to make a big dive, you're not going to be able to make a move. And so when you're a couple of tenths back, it's not quite close enough, and they'll one line of Stern again, and have to start thinking about that GT4 traffic just up in front once more.
And that's the thing, you've got to be careful when you are so close up behind GT4s and you've got a GT3 there alongside. Oh no, the Armed Forces team's in the wall. Around they go, the 21 Data Motorsport, who made the initial mistake clipping the curb. How many times so far today in this first hour of the race have we seen a car clip that inside curb on the last corner of Club? And so you'll see Datum, they hit that curb, they lose control, and the Armed Forces car trying to get out the way loses the rear wing, and it's at the worst part of the track as well, of course, Dara, because they've got to do an entire lap without that wing, as the car number 9 now off. That's the Cuda Motorsports car around.
Yeah, and Jacob Jenner spinning. Very nicely stopped in the end. Just before the apex of Village. But Data Motorsports towing back to pit lane. Jack London already in there, and I believe he's lost that entire lap, not just the little bit of the lap that he was already on, so that's even worse news for them. Cuda Motorsports, I believe, may now have also dived into pit lane and towed back themselves. There's Daniel Kennard going around as well. So an attritional couple of minutes here as we end, or get towards the end of the first hour. I guess the silver lining is that because we're getting to the end of that first hour, we're getting to the pit stop window. So even if you're having to come down pit lane now, it's not going to be too far off strategy, but even so, still not what you need whatsoever. And yeah, a couple of cars dropping down the order. In all of that, it's allowed Remy, I was just about to say Remy Gilbert, in that Team Bennett car, up to P12 now. Of course, remember, he had to serve a stop-go penalty earlier in the race. Yep. Already back towards the top 10. Sam Derbyshire was in the wall in the first couple of minutes to P11. And William Humphries had to serve a stop-go penalty, P9. So the drivers that were towards the back of the field are starting to come back through, and it's still the first hour.
It certainly is. As there you see that Bennett car down the inside of GT4 traffic. I'll tell you what, the Armed Forces car without a rear wing will be fast down the straights. The problem is when you get to the twisty stuff and the braking zones. I'm surprised to not see them head down to pit road. So they must be happy with some handling of that car, because there you go. Oh, Jack Goring. They see the big switch there through Club Corner, and that's where you feel the effects of not having that rear wing. I'm amazed that he's keeping that car on track, because that does not look happy.
Still nearly planted through turn 1 and 2, isn't he? Even without that additional aerodynamic assistance. Being sent to the inside from the 1, 2, 3. That's Ross McFarlane, who's been in the wall so far today, but a nicely coordinated move past Jack Goring. And another driver to add to the list I had before, because he had a stop-go penalty. He's up in P14 as well. So there's always a little train of cars that have had problems off the start that are trying to work their way back up from about 11th down to 14th right now. But I think for Jack Goring right now, they're likely trying to get towards that pit stop window. They don't want to have to pit a couple of laps early, and are just hoping to stick it out until that point. Then they can get the repairs done to the car and feel like they've basically lost no time, apart from the couple of seconds that they are in some of these high-speed corners.
But are they going to be losing more time doing this than it would be to head onto pit road, get the repairs done, get back out there on a fresh set of tyres with a full tank of fuel, and just having to just do a little bit of fuel save to maybe go a lap extra on the next few stints to make it back to the strategy that you would have wanted to have been? You saw how bad it was through Copse Corner for that Armed Forces sim racing team of Jack Goring. He ends up with a slowdown penalty, so you're losing a good 2-3 seconds there serving that slowdown penalty as well.
Yeah, and it's not fun. You're right. You are right in that. It's a case of, do you just take the hit and pit a bit earlier and try and mitigate those circumstances throughout the rest of the race? It's a fair point to make as well, because that can be done. You can save that little bit of extra fuel. I just wonder whether they just want to have an easier time. Well, he's giving up now. That clearly was a lap too much for him, and he didn't enjoy how that rear end behaved, and he will come into the pit lane. Again, not far out from the pit stop phase either way, and may only really have to save a lap or two of fuel over the course of the rest of the race, which is very much manageable indeed.
Certainly is. So on to pit road, getting a service done for the Armed Forces Sim Racing team. That's a team made up of the Army, the Navy and the Air Force as well, represented at this, of course, former Royal Air RAF Air Base. It was a training facility in the Second World War, was this trek for the Wellington bombers, and so yeah, it certainly has a good connection with the Armed Forces, does this venue. And I can tell you for a fact that a bit of family history as well. My grandmother actually got taken in a Wellington bomber up to Scotland because they needed some strawberries for some of the high-ups that were visiting the base that she was based at down in, I believe it was Weymouth, and they asked, what dessert are you going to give them? They're very important people. And she says, well, I'd like to do this dessert, but we need strawberries and we haven't got any. So they said, right, take that, get on that plane, we'll fly you up to Scotland, pick a load of strawberries, and then come back down and make you dessert. How's that for a story?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good Silverstone story without racing, that's for sure. Yeah, that's wild. But it goes to show there's so much history around places like this, particularly in the UK, and I think we're so blessed in UK esports particularly, or some UK esports, UK motorsport, that we have these venues that do have that level of history around them. And it's not just Silverstone as well that are built off old air bases. Snetterton, another one that was built off of an old RAF base. I don't believe it was.
I'll double check that. We'll double check that. You carry on with your thought anyway. I'll double check that.
All I was going to say was that we have so much history around the UK, particularly with Air Force bases that we used in the Second World War, that we can use these great racing facilities now on. You've got the hangar straight, goodness me, aeroplanes, doesn't surprise you. But it's a fantastic element to UK motorsports that we do have and are so lucky to have. That we have new build circuits. You don't have that level of history and prestige, I feel.
It was actually an RAF Air Force. Yeah, it was the United States Army Air Force were based there. Opened in 1943 at Snetterton.
There we go. Ooh, phew. I was worried there. My grandfather would be very disappointed if I got that wrong. He's a local man. He's a local man to Snetterton, so he would have been fuming if I got that wrong. So thankfully I've got that right. You did worry me for a second.
The origin of the name of Bombhole Corner, by the way, is not due to a bomb being dropped on that airbase. It's an entirely different story that I'm not too sure we can actually mention at this time of the broadcast. As we carry on, we're getting close to the hour mark, and we're starting seeing some pit stops further down in your GT3 field. So these teams happy to get to the hour. It's a question of now, have these teams gone, right, we're going to hit the hour and then do our service and just do an hour each and every stint, not taking a full fuel load, which means that you're going to have a slightly lighter car for the tyre management as well, or you absolutely brim the tank, go as long as you possibly dare, go over the hour, so that then when you count back to the end of the race, you've got a really short pit stop factored in there.
Yeah, I think there's different ways you can go about this, isn't there? Very clearly, you have that hour. Oh goodness me, and that hour by hour. Oh yeah, there was contact. I thought there could be, and that is going to be Jack London around in the Data Motorsports car. Of course, they had to come down pit lane a moment ago after the contact in the final corner, and they're already towards the back of the field, already a lap down. So a difficult moment for Jack London in that car again.
Leaders in GT4 onto pit road, so now's the time for GT4s to come onto pit road and get their first service here. So are we going to be seeing driver changes happening at Esports Britcar onto pit road in that Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 car? There are some cars that have stayed out there. So Thomas Enger Sim Racing, Scorpio Esports, Vulcan Motorsports and No Limit Sim Racing are staying out there. And the overall race leaders onto pit road now. We've got a pit party, Dara.
We do indeed. First one of the race. Glasstec will go through and become another team to take the lead of this race. Andrew Dawson going to do one extra, looking to try and push this stint ever so slightly longer. I think the consideration to make here as well is that it's a 24-hour race. You only really have to push it an hour and 3 hour and 4 per stint, and you can shorten the race by a pit stop. I wonder if that'll be attempted by anybody, going slightly longer. But our race leaders, our pole sitters, the Chicken Kebab and Fast Track Setups team into pit lane should come out in a net P1 ahead of Matt Caruana in that Project 91, but again, remains to be seen exactly how long these pit stop times are going to be. Ansel still on the marks as he continues onwards, that time ticking all the way up and up and up as he refuels the car. Probably going to be somewhat of a 30-35 second pit stop as, well, they're still going. They're filling it up as much as they can then, Paul.
Yep, go for the full service then, and still waiting there. Now, Simcast Racing Team have gone after 42 seconds, and Chicken Kebab after 42 seconds as well. So we're looking at around 42 seconds for the GT3 field. Cone to cone, about 1 minute and 13 here. Now, you do have a bit of an advantage here with this pit lane, is that you cut a big chunk of Club Corner out, so through the Vale into Club, you do cut a massive part of that. But to mitigate that, the pit lane speed limit is actually 60 kilometers an hour to try and cut back on that advantage that you can actually pick up by going onto pit road.
Yeah, exactly, and I think all of these are going to be, strategy considerations that teams and drivers are making at the moment as we work our way through this first pit stop phase of the race. Glasstec have come in then just the one lap after. They managed to get 1 hour and 2 into the race. If you do that 23 times, that's going to get you to 23 hours and 46 minutes. So maybe they can shorten off the race in terms of pit stops. Maybe they're looking to go for that really quick pit stop towards the end of the race, but of course we're talking about minute differences now that could become bigger distances by the end of the race, and you can't always call that too early. Matt Caruana is going to make sure that he is in front of Adam Watson in that Simcars racing car. So they're on their way through Marcus and Beckett once again, but everybody really in the pit lane now, aren't they?
Well, you say that, but the lightest foot in this race goes to Edward Hope, who's going yet another lap in that Team Loose Spurwing car. Now, is that a case of they've been holding a pace and working to a fuel number? Have they just purely been thinking, well, we're off the pace a little bit of the leaders, but if we hold to a fuel number, we can gain so much in that McLaren?
I think it's a fair argument to make it, because again, they will come into the pit lane after some 1 hour, 4 minutes, and even though, you know, it doesn't sound like a big difference, you are talking about the idea of shaving off a pit stop, and these pit stops are taking well over a minute in race time, so that could be really quite efficient. Yes, they'll be losing time by saving fuel, but do they reckon that they can gain more time by just saving a little bit of fuel in the stint, and then make that back by not having to make a pit stop? That'll be the consideration that they're surely making at the moment. Sam Derbyshire, the other driver, not to come in.
Well, one thing to consider is GlassTech Racing have taken the lead. They are, or the net lead, should I say. They are in third place right now. Of course, cold tyres, so they're not going to be quite as quick as the Chicken Kebab team, but they've come out about a second ahead right now. So there we see them, the net race leaders as things stand. GlassTech Racing, Andrew Dawson, but he's got to try and get those tyres up to temperature and pressure here. So Chicken Kebab, if they're going to come back here, they need to be doing it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they do. I wonder if that'll be a strategy call then from GlassTech to maybe give themselves the track position over necessarily the long-term strategy, which is not a bad decision to make, because you do now have the ability to control the field a little bit more. There comes Team Loose and Spurwing into the pit lane. I'm sure Volker Motorsports Platinum will be in as well. We've got Noah Osbaldson, who is currently for Scorpio in the lead of the race of the GT4, wasn't in the net race lead. Aretti Esports will come back through once again. There's a move then from the Chicken Kebab team back on GlassTech Racing, and they're swapping positions. But this is for the net race lead, and it will be very shortly, in about 20 seconds time, indeed for the race lead.
Well, GlassTech Racing, they were about 0.2 of a second quicker in the pit stop, so in the actual stop time itself. But they were actually slower cone to cone by 0.2 of a second. So they actually lost about 0.4 of a second overall then, going cone to cone. Did that GlassTech Racing car, but they are out there fighting for the race lead. Half a second between them and the overall leaders of Chicken Kebab. So let's just give you a little bit of a rundown as we have made it. And a thing to keep an eye on is those cars that have pitted that lap, Team Loose Spurwing and also the Pineapple Racing team as well. They have been able to go an hour and 5 minutes, so keep an eye on those two teams going towards the end of the race. But as things stand right now, it's Chicken Kebab and Fast Track at the setups at the top of the standings right now, ahead of GlassTech Racing in second place. Project 91 Racing Team third. They're actually not that far back, so Matt Caruana on that recovery drive in that Lamborghini. He's closing up to the front two right now. Simcast Racing Team up 6 places from where they started. Adam Watson has been on a bit of a charge in the first hour of the race into 4th place. DWR and SimCoach setups down there into 5th place, sorry, for them, down 2 places from where they started. TSR Esports, Kieran Sharp into 6th place for them with that Team Loose Spurwing car. Edward Hope up 4 places from where they started into 7th. Pineapple Racing Club, Ben Cooper, take a little tip of the hat from me, a little tip of the flat cap from me here, up 16 places in that first hour of the race into 8th place, started in 24th. Vulcan Fasteners by GlassTech Racing are then in that 9th place, and Thomas Engersim Racing, Kevin Mueller, remember he had no front end for part of that first stint. He's currently in 10th place, but is out of sync with the timing of pit stops, because of course he's been on his 21st lap of his stint right now. In your GT4s, as we carry on looking at this battle a little bit further down in GT3. GT4s, it's still Esports Britcar who lead that race by about nearly 10 seconds over WSR Esports GT4 in the field there. Fury Sim Sport Green are up 2 places into 3rd, and then Satellite Racing, Niels Core, up 17 places in GT4, 4th place for them right now, ahead of Thomas Enger Sim Racing GT4 in 5th, ahead of Scorpio Esports, Vulcan Motorsports, No Limit Sim Racing Academy, Quadash Racing, and Iron Apex Esports rounding out the top 10 in GT4 class. So that's how things stand after the first round of pit stops here. Wow, I mean, what can we take away from that first hour and 9 minutes then, Darren?
Well, I think we could take away that you're never going to be out of this race, and you've got to really be on it to be in consideration, don't you? I mean, both of those things feel like they don't really work together, right? But it does seem that in the opening hour, you can make mistakes and still be involved, but you've just got to be able to turn that needle up, turn that dial up a little bit more to make sure that you are still able to be in contention. It has been a difficult opening hour, a chasing opening hour for a few teams and drivers, but many have been able to get themselves back towards that front group of cars that they feel that they should be in. And so not just in the GT3s, but in the GT4s as well. Lots of teams and lots of drivers, I think, will be looking at the order right now and thinking that they still very much have a chance, if not necessarily to win, definitely the top 10, because these grids are highly, highly competitive. And we are seeing so many battles even after the opening stint and after the opening round of pit stops.
You can turn the needle up, you can have a needle on a dial, but that's of course back to the old analogue days. I can remember them, can you, Dara?
If I said yes, would that make you feel better?
Yes, thank you.
We'll go with that.
Let's not forget as well, these drivers in both classes, they want to get themselves up to the front of the field. Ideally they want to win this race, but if not, get themselves into the top 3, because of course we have got those prizes courtesy of Cosworth, who have kindly sponsored this Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone here today. And first place of both classes gets the free subscription to the PI Toolbox Plus for 12 months for each team member who are participating in that. As we're looking at this side-by-side action down to Stir Corner, and that's going to be Project 91 losing that place then further down in your field, and that's Dexterous Motorsports moving up then in their McLaren, but fight back they Project 91 do, and that's what can happen with lap traffic there. So getting caught out there was the Dexterous car. Project 91, you don't need to ask them twice to take advantage of that. And now Data, they're making a move now to try and gain a place in all of this. So again, lap traffic just getting involved. Oh, they're almost contact between 3 cars there. Kept it clean. My goodness, that was a heart and mouth moment there, Darren.
Yeah, it really was. And even through one of the slowest parts of the racetrack as well, it just goes to show you're never safe at the Silverstone circuit. And easily can come undone. Side by side down in towards Brooklands and Luffield, but that was just between a GT3 and a GT4. Back up, we're having a quick look at one of the Vulcan cars trying to battle its way through, and that is the 34 piloted by Sam Derbyshire, who again was in that wall earlier on. Ross McFarlane has been spun around once, he spun another car around, he's been in the pit lane for spinning another car around, and yet these two have had each other on the circuit, 13th and 14th, still within a minute of the lead, and 2 drivers that will feel like they should be much further towards the top 10. There's another Vulcan GT4 getting through that. It's the battle for P7, mind you. Bjorn Claessens and Connor Gibb in those 2 GT4 cars, but I think we'll see the Vulcan car being, well, I thought it was going to let through its GT3 sister car, but hasn't made it particularly easy. Sam Derbyshire will have to make that time back up on Ross McFarlane, but the 2 of them have a bit of a gap up towards Alfie Bevan for P12, but then it gets a little bit congested towards the top 10.
Here's Connor Gibb then through the right-hander at Abbey and heading towards the village then. Down the inside! Will he make the move stick? No! He can't make the move stick. I can hear a car on the left-hand side, and it's a DCW racing car working its way through GT3 car. So Connor Gibb having to just work their way through this field as well. It's so difficult to do, but they're doing it well. Connor Gibb, of course, trying to just work their way through into that 7th place, but not coming so far. Do you know your flags, Darren?
I do. Right, here we go. There's one thing, the one thing that I've been good at since birth, Paul, has been my flags. And that, right there, is the Somalian flag. And I was going to mention it, but I thought, I don't want to nerd out too much, but you've given me the opportunity, so there we are.
Hey, why not nerd out? I mean, I'm usually good on my flags, but I didn't know that was the Somali flag, so there we go. You learn something new every day. And No Limits Sim Racing Academy trying their best to just catch up, not quite able to get alongside into Maggots and Beckett's. You just got to hold patient now, open up this last part of Beckett's to get on the power earlier, to carry the speed through Chapel, the left-hander here, onto the Hangar Straight. Use the slipstream now of the car in front. It's not as strong as in GT3 with GT4s. A little bit of overspeed and, yeah, backing out of that one. And I think that's very sensible there for Vulcan Motorsports. There's no point in slowing each other down too much. You know, you're going to be involved in fighting for another 22 hours and 45 minutes of this race.
Exactly. And so you don't really want to be putting yourself into a barrier fighting that hard at this stage of the race as well. So there's always those careful considerations to have to make. Side by side though, Jack London around the outside on that Data Motorsports car of TC Watkins in the Project 91 car. Beautiful move. You can make sure it's done by the time they get to the Vale chicane, and indeed it is. Fantastic stuff from Jack London. Got to be careful though, as I thought he was going to get overtaken there, but it's more of a defensive line from Watkins as Samuel Clark looks to be the next one to come through. Club corner. Goodness me, Jack London's already come a cropper through there, and a flash of the light shows that GT4 is not a happy bunny.
Yeah, terse flash of the lights, I think that we call that. Not exactly happy, and I'm sure that'll be an email sent through to the team to say, come on guys, be sensible. But this is two different classes of car. They do things a little bit differently. Of course, the GT4's less aerodynamic devices on the cars, so they're not able to carry the speed through those medium to high speed corners that the GT3s can do. If you ever get the opportunity to get up close and personal with GT3 machinery, anything, but I would say in particular the Ferrari 296, just admire the intricate work that goes into the aerodynamics of these GT3 machines. It's absolutely incredible within the regulation set what they're able to do with these cars.
It really is. And year by year, I mean in the real world particularly year by year, the development of regulations and the development of what we see on the circuit really does, you know, provide us with some great racing action. And, you know, these cars are really toned up now, or tuned up is what I'm trying to say. Exactly how they are going to work best, and with the setups the drivers have on the cars as well. They are in a beautiful operating window. Bad exit again from that Project 91 racing car. Of course, it's the sister car to the one being piloted by Matt Caruana at the front of the field. That's not a driver's swap, it is just a sister car. Struggling a little bit more. Through goes the DXT car, Samuel Clark behind the wheel, and he's just trying to keep tabs with Data Motorsport for the time being. But yeah, I think differing fortunes at the moment for these guys towards the back end of the top 20, because some I think will feel relatively happy with where they are in terms of what they've had to experience throughout the race, particularly for Data Motorsport. But for the likes of you know, DXT, maybe we're hoping to be a little bit further up the field after starting in P22.
I'm going to pose a question here. This isn't just for you, Dara. This is for everybody in the YouTube chat as well. And the question is, in all of motorsport, is GT3 the greatest set of regulations that we have had in all of world motorsport? In terms of the consistency as well.
Yeah.
Not just as a particular rule set of regulations, the consistency of it as well.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that, because we do see year after year, even new cars, even to the iRacing platform. You know, we've got the new Aston Martin that has appeared in the last few months. You know, there's so many manufacturers that have got in on these regulations, and they have been such a success over the last decades, really, to really provide some great racing action, and it has refined itself. There was periods where we had one or two cars being a little bit more dominant in the past, as they've been able to absolutely nail some of these regulations. But I think we've got to the stage now, particularly where there is such a great level playing field and great equality between the pace of the cars, which means it's a fantastic set of cars to go racing. And the fact that we see so much variation in this race in particular just goes to show that.
I know a friend of mine will be there saying, well, hang on a second, what about F1 stock cars? That's a really good regulation set in World Motorsport. I know one friend will be saying that, but I do think personally that GT3, they just absolutely have nailed, and they've not meddled with it too much. This is something that I'm going to get, it's time for Paul Smith's rant of the day, which is, with a certain motorsport that claims that it is the pinnacle of motorsport, I would argue that, in terms of both technology and drivers. But they keep on meddling with this rule set right at the point that the cars have all moved together and got closer. You look at Formula 1, everybody knows I'm talking about Formula 1. Right now, it is the closest grid from first to last place that there has ever been in the history of Formula 1. And what they're doing, they've got to that stage, and then, oh, no, we're changing the rule set, and you're going to have divergence again. It's going to spread out the field, and it's a big reset. For me, GT3, the fact that it's worked so well, I mean, the cars are not cheap. When you're talking close to $1 million for a lot of these machines, if not $1 million. Oh, it's Glass Tech Racing battling away for the lead. We'll get back to my rant later on, because Chicken Kebab are not fighting, they're not giving this one up without a fight, and they've got to be careful, because Project 91 Racing Team in the Lamborghini, Matt Caruana is right there with them. Into Copse Corner, down the inside go Glass Tech Racing. They take the lead for now, but I wouldn't write out Matt Caruana out of all of this.
Absolutely not. Great move in the end from Glass Tech to get to the race lead 16 minutes after they last lost it. In that, well, they gained it in the pit stop cycle, but they lost it then again. GT4 traffic getting in the way, Matt Caruana following them through. 3 cars, though, at the front of the field after 80 minutes of racing, stood by just 5 tenths. 4 cars, but by just about a second with that SimCars Racing Team car just in the background. But great move in the end from... It was Andrew Dawson to get the move done on Philip Ansel. Oh. And here comes Matt Caruana. 2 for the price of 1, and Ansel's gone from first to third. He's not run this low in pretty much an hour in this race, and now has to contend with Adam Watson just in behind to maybe drop down to 4th. Incredible scenes at the front of the field.
Adam Watson, I could tell you from experience of commentating on him and also racing against him, is a fierce competitor. And if you show him half an opportunity, he'll kick the rest of the door down. He really is one of those drivers who will just stick the car in there. I think in a race like this, though, he does have the ability to just turn that down a little bit. He does have that ability, does Adam. He does have it in his arsenal. And he's a super quick driver. It's just maybe that consistency that just wants to get... No! The GT4 makes contact with Watson right as I'm talking about him, and the Simcast Racing Team incredibly keep it out the wall. But I tell you what, that'll be going to the stewards.
It certainly will. Incredible save, though, as they make their way on towards that Wellington straight, and to make sure it keeps it out of the barrier. So difficult to be able to do when you're losing control of the car like that, but just to maintain enough mastery over your car to be able to keep it out of the barrier. That is Adam Watson's big moment that I'll hope to try and avoid again. Here it is from the aerial view. GT4 drifts wide into him. It's nearly off the road itself. I'd suppose that could be looked at by the steward. We'll wait to see if anything happens there. Mind you, there's been a couple of little incidents that we've seen over the course of the race that have been considered as no further action by the steward, so we'll have to wait and see what they do decide. But it has meant that this train for the lead has become 3, and Watson's going to do all that work again to get himself back into that train for the lead.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff to see here at the front. So now it's a question of, has that chicken kebab team, have they gone a little bit more aggressive with their setup perhaps to try and get to the front, hoping that they will be able to open up a gap? Or is it just a case of the other two teams have been able to slowly just bring them in and, traffic really affecting the Project 91 car. Here comes Chicken Kebab down the inside at Club Corner. We've seen incidents happen there, and Andrew Dawson is saying, see you later, folks, I'm off. Project 91, Matt Caruana stays in second place then after all of that shenanigans. But Andrew Dawson, GlassTech Racing, they're off. See you later.
Yeah, and the little bit of breathing room that they now have is really going to help them almost try and settle themselves down. Yes, they have to overtake another couple of GT4s, but this is a good part of the racetrack to be in if you're the 422. There is now not another GT4 for another 10-15 seconds down the road, so chance for Andrew Dawson to get a little bit of consistency into the car over the next lap or two to make sure that he can almost try and pull this gap. Caruana very easily down the inside of the GT4 though, and it'll be Ansel around the outside at Luffield as well, but those three get through. Watson has to fight through this entire train of cars. That won't help him out, but he is still only 4.5 seconds back, and for someone that had a moment as big as he did just a lap ago, that is not a million miles away. This is what we saw again, inside line for Caruana, and then there was contact between the GT4s, almost miscommunication between how they get on through that corner.
That was in GT3 actually, was that, and it was one of our Porsches into the back of an Aston Martin. I just didn't quite catch who it was actually that had that contact. So yeah, back to live pictures then, and I tell you what, this is fantastic stuff. I'm glad you're all here watching this one for this, the Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone here on RaceSpotTV. Paul Smith and Dara Thacker bringing you the first couple of hours of coverage. We'll go for a break on the hour and to have a rest ourselves up. I'll be having some lunch, a late lunch for me, and then we'll be back after Jake Sperry and Justin Prince take you through hours 3 and 4. Yaman Pruis in that Team Heat Together outfit from South Africa. And Yaman doing the job there. 29th for them right now. They are 11 laps into their stint here. It was the contact that we saw happening earlier on was the driving Miss Daisy, Chris Liddell, Aston Martin, who had contact earlier on. Now we've got a bit more action in GT3 side by side. Kevin Mueller just out the pits for that Thomas Ing Sim Racing Aston Martin, fighting it out then with the heavily damaged Porsche. That is the 390 of the Aztec Racing Kevin Mueller car. So it's not Kevin Mueller, sorry, Matthew Cheverton in that Porsche.
Yeah, it's frantic really on the circuit at the moment. With the battling that we're seeing. And there's a lot that's happening on the timing page, but a lot of that is because there's a couple of cars that are blinking. So not all of the moves that you're seeing on the timing page are genuine moves. Quite a lot of them are just blinks in the timing tower as drivers have a couple of minor internet issues. But we do have a couple of close battles out on track, about 3 or 4 within a second are on the road, and this is one of them with the Thomas Ing Sim Racing car right behind the Aztec Racing car. But these guys down in P22 and 23, they're not a long way ahead of the leaders. Actually, the leaders coming down that hangar straight right now as these two come into Vale, and there they are. GlassTech Racing will come through, so they've got a couple of GT3s that they'll look to lap soon. But it is still a decent advantage of about 1.5 seconds for Andrew Dawson, and he's maintaining that. And even though it's not coming out at all, and it's necessarily not decreasing, the fact that he's keeping it at about 1.5 seconds is going to be a big psychological advantage, because of course the closer that you're able to get, the bigger that slipstream advantage is going to be, and the bigger that you're obviously going to get in the mirrors. And so psychologically for GlassTech right now, this is a good place to be in, about halfway through the stint.
Pineapple Racing Club up 16 places, as we said earlier. Ben Cooper in that Ford Mustang ahead of another Mustang, the Vulcan Fasteners by GlassTech Racing car. And and they're trying to work their way past the BMW, who gets mine punted, but that's given the opportunity then for William Humphrey down the inside. We've seen a few incidents there, fortunately keeping away from each other. This is for 8th and 9th place right now. William Humphrey wants that 8th place. The problem is Ben Cooper would like to keep it for the Pineapple Racing Club.
You would indeed. Pineapple Racing Club having a good race so far. Up 16 places in this race. Started P24, now up into P8. Oh, there's a bit of blinking from William Humphrey. He will get onto this Wellington straight, right on the tail of Ben Cooper. Can he make a move down here? I think it's going to be difficult to do so. Of course, you've got to be right on the back, and it doesn't necessarily help here in at Silverstone generally. This is a rule of thumb that we see in all forms of racing here, that a lot of the straights are ended by medium speed corners. You don't have a long straight that is ended by a slow speed heavy braking zone, so you've really got to be committed. You have to be ready to make the move, and if you're just that couple of tenths too far back, it's just not going to work out for you. And William Humphrey is just going to sit behind and wait for the time being. Got through on the GT4 nicely, and there's a bit of clean air to drive into. Could this be a chance for him to try and close that gap and get back to P8?
We'll have to wait and see for that. But yeah, we're 90 minutes into this race then, and the action has been thick and fast. I have seen somebody in the chat saying that this is like a sprint race. It really is. And the thing is, more modern endurance racing has pretty much turned into sprint racing. I can go back to the late 80s through the 90s, where you would look after a car, you don't put too much force through the car, and you might fight for the last hour, the first hour and last hour, just to try and get those final spots. But now in modern day motorsport, because the technology has developed so much more, and the cars have become more reliable out there, it's just meant that you can push on from the very first drop of the flag all the way through to the checkered flag at the end of the race. I can tell you, Pineapple Racing Club have actually dropped 2 places, so I think they may have had an issue out there. They're down from 8th to 10th places now.
They are. It's not been the easiest of races, has it? Already, I mean, an hour and a half in, you don't want to be going too far back off the start, and you know, when you're dropping positions like that, it is just not going to feel comfortable. It's going to readjust your expectations, what you're hoping to do through the rest of the race, but it's about dialing that focus back in, isn't it? And again, setting those smaller goals, you know, stint by stint, to try and work your way back into a race, such as this. And the battle here is a good example of that. Good to see them going nearly side by side onto this back straight, but here comes Thomas Enger Sim Racing. Whoa, there's a replay of what we saw before with the conglomeration down at Stowe. Yeah, that's Pineapple, and then you can see just behind the Vulcan Fastness car coming through. Goodness me, that's not a good place to be, and 3 wide does not go there, does it?
Not at Stowe generally, and you've got to remember, and this is the thing, it's all well and good GT3 drivers going around the outside of these GT4 cars, but you've got to realise that those GT4 cars, they haven't got the aerodynamic grip that you have through these corners, and so they're naturally going to understeer. So if you go around the outside, and oh, that's a huge moment for that BMW, into the wall they go. Incredibly, don't actually end up with a mechanical warning flag, even though that car is well, that is crabbing something bad. Look at that! Can barely control the car. It's got that much damage.
Oh yeah, and I'm just trying to turn left, but also power steering the car turning right through a left-hander. That's incredible that he's been able to get through that corner.
You let the car turn left for you. You don't need to let it. It's turning it right that's the problem.
Oh, that's going to be horrible at Stowe. At Luffield, isn't it? I mean, look at it down the Wellington straight. Nearly a full 180 on that steering wheel just to keep it going in a straight line down here. How much steering block does he put in to turn left? Basically none. Goes to about 160 degrees rather than 180. How bad is it through Luffield? Oh, he's just trying to flick the car. We're putting on less steering lock to keep it turning right. Incredible, really. But there you go. I guess it's working because he's still getting back to the pit lane.
Well, I presume that car did make it back to the pit lane, or is still making its way to the pit lane if it hasn't already. But there on screen, in fact, there it is going down the hangar straight right now, the number 19. So yeah, not good for the Project Not Last team. They are dropping down the field. I don't think that they'll end up in last if they can get that car back to pit road, get the repairs done. I am amazed that they have not got the mechanical meatball flag, the mechanical warning flag.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you there. That's incredible, really. Normally you see meatballs pick up or picked up for just minor bits of contact and little bits of damage, but that is hefty, and yet no meatball flag. So got away with one somewhat. Wonder what iRacing was looking at, but clearly not that car at the time. Battle for the lead has come back together, hasn't it? GlassTech still do lead, but Project 91 and Matt Caruana not too far back, and this little bit of GT4 traffic not helping out GlassTech at all, but Caruana having to go the long way around through entry in the loop won't help him out too much. But also GlassTech getting pinned in a difficult position on the circuit. It's just allowing Project 91 back into view, but they are still keeping that 36 arms length for the time being.
The problem for the leader and for Caruana in that Project 91 racing team is that car in the middle of them, that team Thomas Enger sim racing car, has got some good pace behind it. It can keep a good pace. It's only keeping about 0.3 of a second on average lap time off of the race leaders. Now they have moved over and through they go, so they have allowed Caruana to go through. But a car like that, when it's in the same class, that's clearly out of position because of incident that's happened earlier on in the race, is a lot more difficult to deal with than, say, these cars right now that they're working through, the GT4 traffic.
Yep, and the GT4 traffic is, it's prevalent, isn't it? I mean, look at it down here. 3 GT4s, 3 GT3s, just a bit of a mess down the hangar straight at the moment. GT4 sticking to what is naturally the inside line, and that is Andrew Dawson going to stick to the outside line. Matt Caruana, you may have thought that the line was open to get around, but it wasn't for a moment. Round 1, round 2, that was brave. Saw it in the background there, but he's made it work, I think, and he's keeping tabs with Andrew Dawson. He knows how critical it is to not lose time with these GT4 cars in and around him, and he's going for these aggressive moves, and it's working for the time being. But you've got to be so careful when you make some of these outlandish overtakes, right?
Yes, and it's you've almost got to be a bit of self-preservation involved in a race like this. With it being such a long race, there's no point. If it's on the last lap and you're fighting for a position or even the win, yeah, you're gonna just throw it all on the line there and put all your money on 7 and hope that it comes up on the roulette table. But at this stage of a race, we're only just over 90 minutes.
Oh.
So a ball Daredevil Motorsport heavily into the arm curb barrier. That is a huge incident, and it just goes to show the curbs and that painted green surface must still have some moisture in it.
Yeah, it really must, and it just again shows how a race can change in an instant. Really hefty hit into the wall, damage, repairs required, and I think these teams, some of them, are going to be running through their 4 fast repairs much faster than they'd otherwise want to be doing so. Whoa, that was a big moment into the final corner. Here it is from Owen Bull, getting onto that green on the outside of the curb and spearing into the barrier. That's a huge impact into the barrier. And, well, I mean, look, it's not real life, right? In moments like that. Flashlights. Oh, yeah. Whoa! Oh, huge incident. That's the 43. There was a flashing of the light, but there was a spin in front of them. It must have been under braking for James Lepavo. But that was a huge impact. Out of nowhere, really.
Purple sector have got a mechanical warning flag, and you can see why Justin Hembry is off. That was the Project Not Last car that they had contact with there. So they've ended up just coming out of pit road and straight into another incident. That is a huge moment. The purple sector have had to take the tour, so they're straight out the pits. Cold tyres. Oh, it's cold tyres straight out the pits there.
Yeah, the car behind just an innocent bystander. That was Justin Hembry, wasn't it? Getting involved in it. Just a big hit on the side. You can see it again. See, he's just trying to hit the inside line, and all of a sudden the car's there in front of him on a part of the racetrack it shouldn't really be. And I mean, it's so unfortunate. I mean, there's nothing really that Hembury can do in that situation. And yet he's the one that's come off much worse in that, and having to tow back to pit lane, having to fix the car already a lap down. It's just compounding the misery for them at the moment. But just moments there, a couple of huge snaps, and they've really been impactful.
Split Strat have had a penalty assessed against them. Split Strat Esports, stop and go penalty for causing a collision, not leaving room. So that was that car then. That was against the Student Loan Racing car. So Split Strat down, and they've had to come out of pit road behind Student Loan Racing then, out there on track. So that is an assessed penalty for them. Back to the race leaders then, less than a second covering the top two of them. This has been fantastic opening to the race, but the crucial thing for GlassTech is that they are the ones leading. Well, we say that it's the Project 91 teammate that's in front. That's what confused me for a second there, Dara. I was thinking, hang on a second, that's a Project 91 car in front of GlassTech. But no, it's the teammate of Matt Caruana. That's TC Watkins.
It is, and that's what I was saying before with, I got confused, didn't I, earlier as well. It doesn't help that they're now basically a lap apart and so on the same part of the racetrack, but at the front of that is going to be the second of the two cars, GlassTech, having to get through, but it means that TC Watkins, what job are they going to do for the 91 sister car? I don't know how much they really can do. Of course, they have to respect the blue flags getting out of the way. Well, obviously, they don't have to get out of the way immediately, but it's just going to allow Matt Caruana to get that little bit closer, and I think they may not be able to make this move until maybe down in towards Copse Corner, and all the while it's just going to allow that 91 car closer and closer onto the row wing. And if you are in the 442 right now, it's a horrible position to be in, isn't it? Because you feel like you're being teamed up against, right, with the two cars basically working in a way together to try and give themselves the best shot. But out of Luffield through Woodkirk, through we go.
That reminds me of the Rolex 24 this year, actually, yes. With the BMW team deliberately blocking the race leader, and a certain gesture was made from the Corvette, wasn't it? Letting them know their feelings, shall we say, as to what that was. But that almost felt a little bit like that. Not as egregious as what BMW did at the Rolex 24 earlier this year. But yeah, GlassTech Racing and Project 91 Racing Team through. Project 91, interested to see how they've actually split their car strategy. So you've got the Lamborghini with Matt Caruana at the front, and then it's a Ferrari for the other team further down the field. They're in 19th for the other Project 91 car. You would have thought teammates would have picked the same car so that they could have more drivers working on setup.
You would, but they've decided against it, right? There's clearly a reason for that. There must be some biases between the drivers about, some would rather one car, some would rather the other, and they just decided to go for the two cars as it was. But yeah, so I think you're right. It is interesting because you often see that teams will pick the same car, but maybe there was a difference in opinion, and they decided that the best way to settle that would be just to go in the different cars. And I guess in a way, that's working out for the 91 at the moment. They are doing a very nice job towards the front of the field, but yeah, always interesting, and it's always fun to see how teams do different things. In every event you learn a little bit more year on year, particularly in this event, and then in other endurance racing events on iRacing as well that many of these drivers will partake in, that they just learn that little bit extra about how to race these kinds of events, and also about the cars that they're racing in. And so maybe almost certainly actually there's going to be drivers that are feeling like they're happier in one car and settled in another car, because that's really what you need to be doing in a race as long as this. You can't be playing on that rear end for 24 hours.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's it can be a little bit of car comfort and knowledge as well. It's it really can have a big say in how things go for drivers and teams out there. We're looking a little bit further back in your GT3 field, and I believe that's Pineapple Racing Club. Ben Cooper's out of the top 10 now, down to 11th after that incident earlier on. And that's Sam Derbyshire, who's making that recovery drive now. Vulcan Motorsports only lost 6 places now from where they started. So Vulcan Motorsport on the recovery drive, Pineapple Racing Club up 13 places from where they started. So this is the Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. Pleasure to have you all along here, and this is the 4th running of this esports event, and it's the first time that Cosworth have got involved in sponsoring this event. Of course, Cosworth coming into a strategic partnership with iRacing to bring their state-of-the-art PI toolbox technology into sim racing and into iRacing itself. So you can get onto the Cosworth website and download this software for free. There is a free version of it for all iRacing users from the Cosworth portal. It is software used in Formula 1, in IndyCar, in the World Endurance Championship, WRC, Super Formula. So many different categories of motorsport use this software to analyse the data behind them. It does make them the official data analysis partner of iRacing. You don't need to worry about getting a plug-in or converters or anything like that. It really does work natively. And of course, it's not just the free version that's available. If you want to get really in-depth with it, then you can get the Plus membership, which some of these teams are fighting for as one of the prizes is Plus membership. And that really unlocks all of the advanced features for the tool, and including real-time data broadcasting to your race engineer who could be somewhere around the world almost, really be able to broadcast that data out and have a look at how you can improve your driving and analyse what you're doing out there. So thank you so much to Cosworth for their support of this event today. And I tell you what, Dara, I wish 10 years ago that I would have had the amount of data that is available from Cosworth back when I was actually competitively sim racing at a semi-decent level, as we see a move then for 16th place in GT4.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see these developments in sim racing, isn't it? And particularly with the amount of information and the amount of data that you really can pick up from the sim, and that we now can get thanks to Cosworth's new engine. It really is fantastic to see that, you know, there is an increase in available not just data sets, but also information apparatus, if you will, that you can use through iRacing, through sim racing, to really improve your racing. And it just goes to show that sim racing is becoming more and more popular every single year. The developments are increasing, and that line between you know, the fan simulator and that almost official simulator that is used in you know, real racing series is getting smaller, isn't it? And it is fantastic that you know, you can almost feel closer to that real world motorsport through things that Cosworth are doing, and it is fantastic to have their support on a race like this, because it is such a big event, particularly as we said in the UK sim racing calendar. And yeah, it's fantastic that with every passing year it feels like we have more and more little toys to look forward to.
The Sim Dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels team, Brian Saunders in GT4, a little bit behind that battle for 15th that we were looking at, actually trying to hang on. And Datum making some moves then on one of your GT3s, and that is not Matt Caruana, but that is another spin at Club Corner. That has been a feature of the first hour and a half, hour and 3/4 of this race. Incidents on the exit of Club Corner, either through clipping the curb or trying to carry just that little bit more speed through the corner, than you would ideally like. I want to touch on as well, it's not just Cosworth that have been getting involved in sim racing recently as well. We say about how sim racing and full metal racing is getting closer and closer. The Nürburgring Langstrachen series, they've actually said that the DNLS, so the digital Nürburgring Langstrachen series, is going to help count towards your Nürburgring license. So it just goes to show how the sim racing world is having a real impact on the full metal racing world.
Yeah, and we see an increase in drivers, real-world drivers, going into the sim racing scene, particularly for big events, over the course of the year. And it's just fantastic, isn't it? Year on year! Goodness me, nearly big contact. That was Mark Calverset at the front, or just in front, holding on to the position ahead of Sam Hayes. He's riding over what is P25 now. I wanted to mention, just while I had a moment and while I remembered it, the incident we saw earlier with Project Not Last, of course we've changed the pavot, spinning out of the pit lane. I think it was a Guernsey flag I spotted, Paul, and I'm just making it known that I think I spotted it, and if I'm wrong, I will be wrong, but I was pleased to see it. Caruana at the front, though, he's close to Dawson still. He hasn't been able to have a go, though, really. The traffic's preventing him from having enough of a run at the leader.
Well, I'm delighted to say that joining us in the commentary box right now is Tom Brown, Head of Motorsport Programmes with Cosworth. And welcome to the commentary box, Tom, and it's a pleasure to have you all here.
Yeah, thanks to have you guys. It's great to be on the broadcast.
And, well, we're looking at this. We've touched on it briefly. The partnership, first of all, that Cosworth have come together here for the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. What was the thinking behind that, of getting involved in this and also getting involved a lot more in depth with sim racing with the PI Tour?
Yeah, I think the key thing for us really was there's been more and more emphasis on bridging the gap between simulation and real-world motorsport. And we have a tool that's been developed for nearly 30 years, or just over 30 years now. And actually it kind of came about, I say a little bit by accident. We were sort of exploring ways and how we can get involved, and we reached out to iRacing. They kind of set us a set of minimum requirements to hit. We hit them, and I think we impressed them with how we were going about it and what we were able to do in such a short amount of time. So from starting to talk to them to actually launching and going live, it's taken less than a year. And then, yeah, for the Britcar event that's obviously on now, Paul approached us from Motorsport UK, and it just made perfect sense. You know, we just launched our Plus license a couple of weeks ago, and again, that's the same Plus license. If you're a real motorsports engineer, you would go and purchase exactly the same license. But what we've done is wrap in even more features into that as an iRacing user.
As just to touch on the race, Matt Caruana for Project 91 just taking the lead. Then we'll keep an eye on this whilst we talk to Tom. But we were touching on just how the sim racing world and full metal racing, as I like to call it, has really been coming together, hasn't it? Over the years, we've been seeing this conflagration of the two worlds becoming more and more intertwined in each other, and we're seeing that with yourselves, with your product coming onto market now.
Yeah, and I think it's great. I think if you go from what we see with Max doing, obviously Max Verstappen, what you guys just touched on with the Nürburgring series, and obviously over in the States with NASCAR, they've already proven, you know, you can take somebody from iRacing and drop them into the Cup Series and go and win it. It's not a game. It's definitely a simulation, and it's definitely the training tool for the next driver, but also the next engineer, which is obviously where our tool comes in. Because it doesn't just help drivers. If you want to go and learn how to engineer a car, or you want to learn how to write maths in our analysis tool, which then gets carried over into real world, it's all there and available for you.
That's a part of it that I'd not really thought of, but I do remember listening to a podcast with our broadcast partner Arjuna Kakapati on the IMSA podcast a couple of weeks ago. They were mentioning about how BMW during COVID were taking their race engineers and working with their drivers in sim racing events to keep them in practice. Well, this is a great tool to be able to use this in sim racing. Say you're a motorsport engineering student, getting involved in sim racing, you can use the tool, learn the tool, so that then you can go to race teams once you finish your degree and say, by the way, I've got 4 years of experience with this tool. It's a great feature, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had a couple of people on. It's getting dicey with the traffic at the minute. We've had a couple of people on LinkedIn share us white papers of people using Toolbox to say, this is how I developed a setup for a Formula 4 car, for example. Because what you have is that you have all of the power of our tool, which is obviously the same tool as real world motorsport or full metal motorsport. But with iRacing, you have a great set of data from car and driver, which is obviously very clean data, so there's no environmental impacts for it, whether it's electrical noise or the battery voltage was low, things that could impact your data if you're looking at it in real world. With sim, you have that clean set of data, so you know you can actually perform quite fast analysis if you're willing to dive down into the detail.
And what I want to know as well is, why didn't you have this tool around when I was actually semi-competitively sim racing? Because I had to rely on people saying, well, looking at the replay, you can maybe brake a little bit earlier and carry the speed into... just done by the look, whereas now you can really get to that nth detail now in your sim racing and really be able to use this toolbox to your advantage, as you say, for the drivers and for the teams at all levels.
Yeah, it's the same. I mean, I raced for the Brabham Esports team a couple of years ago, and it's funny seeing some of the names racing now. I was like, yeah, I remember these names. But yeah, I would have loved it. I was talking to the guy who used to do our setups back then. It was like, the real-time feature, to be able to see your damper histograms plotting live. He said it would have been a game changer rather than having to wait to run 10 laps, send him the data file, him check it, him make a tweak. It's like you could look at it as we're driving and actually decide if you need to do a couple of clicks here or there when you set up as you're on track.
And I suppose that means that you can then take the feedback from what the driver is saying is, it's pushing a bit mid-corner in turns 9, 11, 12, 13, and you can then look at the data and say, well, actually, yes, the suspension is doing this, we're getting so much aerodynamic load. You can really just get into that analysis whilst they're out there driving.
Exactly, yeah. And what we tried to do is data can be really complex depending on how much you want to dive into that tool chest. We've provided some templates in the installer, so you don't need to go and download them separately. So if you're a beginner of looking at data, you don't need to go and set the tool up, and you can open it. And actually with the Plus license, there's a hell of a lot of detail in there, but it's all open as well. So if you want to then go and configure it, and we've even then we created data on data, if you like. So we've taken the basic data, the data which iRacing gives us, and then created more channels on top of them. And we've exposed how we've done that, so people can go into the software and actually look at how we've done that, and then develop them even further if they wanted to.
I mean, I could talk about engineering and data analysis and things like that until the cows come home, but unfortunately we do have a race going on as well. But very quickly, where can people find this? And it's important to stress, there is a free version of this as well. You don't have to pay for a membership.
Correct, yeah. So we have PyToolbox, which is the software, and then there's 4 license tiers. There's Lite, which is free, Plus, Pro, and Ultra. Plus starts at just £5 a month, depending on where you are with VAT and tax. So we try to make that a really low entry level. And then if you go to our website, in the top right-hand corner, it says customer login, or it's members.cosworth.com. You simply sign up. You can download it for free, as you say, and you start with the Lite license, and there's a template to get you going. Or if you move up to Plus, obviously then you start to unlock things like the more advanced template which we've built, real time. So that's the actual real-time streaming anywhere across the world for your data, and also the ability to load Ghost Lab files as well.
Wonderful. Well, it's been a pleasure to speak to you, Tom. Good to see you as well after commentating on you many times for Brabham Esports.
Yeah.
But just finally, just touching on this race briefly, What's been your thoughts of the start of this race? It's been like a sprint race, hasn't it?
I actually thought the start was going to be a little bit more chaotic in the first couple of corners, and then obviously the incidents kind of started coming lap 2 or lap 3 into it. But I'm glad I was starting. Silverstone's tricky because it's a fast track, so you're obviously trying to run as little drag and wing as possible, and then at turn 1, obviously where they are now, it can get very sketchy, cops can get sketchy. So yeah, cold tyres on a damp track, I definitely wasn't jealous of anybody at that point.
Well, go away and enjoy the rest of this race, Tom, and thank you so much for spending some time here with us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll keep my eyes peeled and keep watching.
As we nearly had, thank you very much to Tom Brown from Cosworth then for joining us in the commentary box there. Big moment then on the exit of Luffield. This traffic, Dara, has been absolutely crazy here.
Yeah, and we saw it just towards the end of that interview there, coming out of Aintree in the loop, down onto the Wellington Straight. Absolutely manic. Chaos, really, in traffic to get through 2-3 wide onto that straight, and we know from experience in the opening 2 hours that just doesn't work too well. Somehow everyone's got through nicely and cleanly, but it just goes to show how tight these battles are. Look at how many GT3s we have on differing laps as well. It's been a really frantic opening couple of hours to the race. I mean, this 36 car at the front of the shot was leading the race, now dropping back. It's in P3. It doesn't really feel like it's in P3 with the amount of traffic, the amount of battling that they have to do to stay there. Only really Simcast anywhere near them for third and fourth, but then those cars are full lap down. The DXT, the Fry goes to the next gen. It's just chaos at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. With 35 seconds before we hand over to our next commentary crew, it's worth pointing out we are hitting the pit stop cycle phase of this race. So Project 91 Racing Team lead with Matt Caruana, Glass Tech Racing in second, and Chicken Kebab with Fast Track in third. GT4 leaders onto pit road. That's Esports Britcar with WSR Esports Britcar in second, and Fury Sim Sport Green in third. Myself and Dara are going to take a couple of hours off, but instead you're going to hand you over to the wonderful team of Jake Sperry and Justin Prince.
Thanks there, Paul, and we are sitting in for what is a wonderful start of aggressive racing here in your Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. And with the pit cycle now bringing itself into play, you're starting to see who's going to shake themselves up, and Fury Sim Sport Green with the penalty marker next to the name down in the pit. That's huge.
Down this pylon here, right at the pit window too, so that's going to be a very costly time to have that come into play. Going to cost them a fair amount of time on the circuit.
Yep, so they're going to be sat down for at least another 40 seconds before they get the chance to launch themselves back out and away once more in what has been a very fast run. Of course, leaders currently split by under a second in GT3. We're going to take a little look further down the order as we work through the mid-pack battle here. This is Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing, the second of the Glass Tech cars. Then as they find themselves with William Humphrey trying to work away past Edward Hope in the Team Loose Spurwing car, it's going to get very busy. There's the pick on Team Loose to get it done. Wonderfully constructed, getting caught between a rock and a hard place, and the rock being the Pineapple Racing Club GT4 car staying out of the way, and the hard place, unfortunately, being the United Sim Team 714 being piloted by Luca Monroe.
One of the things I've noticed throughout this race so far when keeping an eye on things the first couple hours as we see more drivers enter the pit road is absolute calamity when it comes to traffic management, it seems like today, for whatever reason. You would think, especially the run up the Hainer Straight, you would think there's plenty of space to go. There's plenty of space to go 3-4 wide. And then you go 3-4 wide and things just get all the more hectic. And that's led to a lot of stack ups we've seen, as well as wins. Some of the classes that have been already a lap or two down within their own class have overlapped. That's led to a lot of friction we've seen around the circuit when it comes to the speed differentials between the two classes.
Yeah, GT3 and GT4, people think, oh, it's easy, we understand it a lot, but GT3 and GT4 effectively have this sport category style feel as Niels Kerr then picks up penalty for Satellite GT4 coming down in. Are they just hitting the line all wrong as they're trying to get it slowed down? It looks like they're just not getting the speed scrubbed.
Yeah, and keep in mind, there's already drivers that have had the penalty sheet pop up to play as well for the past few hours alone. So for many of these teams, it's about trying to limit any mistakes, limit your opportunities for incident points. You cannot afford to pick up a speeding penalty here. You have to be careful with that yellow cone. It's so early. You can see how some of these drivers are trying to charge it. That was a close call just alone. What we've seen from the 91 machine is Project 91 comes in for the lead.
Yeah, you can still see in pit lane there are a few puddles on the outside, so there will still be a bit of trepidation out there as Andrew Dawson has been able to get the 422 to stay out a little bit longer by comparison with this stop. So now going down for what is Project 91 to the penultimate box out there in the pits, hits the marks, gets up on the jacks. There'll be a new set of tyres on it. There'll be more fuel that'll be put in to last the hour, and on top of that there may be a driver change depending on whether Matt Caruana is happy with the run going through. You can have as little as 2 drivers in this race. You can have as many as 6 drivers out there as Mert Menderes then will get in the car for Chicken Kebab. Ex-Fast Track setup handing over that car, the number 36 from Philip Ansel. They've also got Merline Rovers who could go into the car at any given point during this race. But critically for Caruana, this is now a case of running into this third hour and saying, well, how is this race doing for me? Off and away and up the hill. It's one of the only uphill runs that you're going to find out here on this former airfield circuit. Caruana yet to hand the car over yet.
And I mean, why not? Right now it's been working so far for Project 91 with the way the rotations worked with the pit stop cycle. They've looked strong, they've looked speedy so far in their class, so it's going to be the matter for them the rest of the way on once they do make that swap, how our drivers hold up for now. And Caruana, I think right now at this point, has kept it pretty consistent out there. His speed, after all, in terms of average pace, has been solid around those 158s, 159s for the most part so far throughout this race. So it's just a matter of making sure they keep those margins going here and help out for the later stages when you do have to work on that fair share and hope you don't get caught up in traffic like here.
Yeah, very easy to find traffic then past the national pits on the right-hand side. We've got drivers who have come in and made driver changes. Alex Stefanov, for example, has just jumped out of the Lion GP Esports Academy GT4 as we focus on the Northern Irish driver Sam Derbyshire here looking for Vulcan Platinum to try and get busy in this battle as your overall leaders dive in. Michael Teichmann now in at Lion GP Esports Academy. I actually had the chance to chat with Michael over a chat with Blackpool Community Trust, along with him and Zach Sweeney, having a lovely chance to chat to some of the aspiring esports students that they have there. So it's nice to see Michael Teichmann out there and racing, and also adding to the various elements that the communities will now have. But the chase still very much there from Vulcan Platinum. They will look behind because it is that Chicken Kebab ex-Fast Track setups car behind that has come out of the pit. So I wouldn't be surprised to see very soon that Vulcan Platinum car looking around and going, I'm not too comfortable with what's behind, knowing that there is a lot there in front. And that Mustang looking to absolutely spur on at this moment. We talk about in these sort of scenarios, hit the hour and everything else will come to you. A lot of drivers right now in this field going far beyond, like the 99 of TSRC and Kieran Sharp.
Yeah, some of those teams already 31 laps on their stints currently noticing so far. So there is that extra little bit of extension for that fuel window that can help them a little bit for the later stages, maybe plan things down to the final hours of this one. Remember, if you can try and cut out a pit stop, that's so much advantageous compared to later on. Right now, the difference between them and those who pit, though, only about on track 38 seconds to one of the Glass Tech racing machines out of the racetrack so far. Project 91, in fact, just passed by Glass Tech. See some of the errors in the heart of the Hornet's Nest also with that pass going on just there. Things are so to the point where you have to think it's big picture racing, right? You have to be able to plot and plan things for later on. You have to be able to get yourself in a good spot for the fuel windows by the end of this one, because this is where the strategy is so much in it. It's not as simple as, there was actually a race last night where the winner of one of the classes of an endurance race are called said they just winged it on strategy and barely made it on gas. You can't wing it in a race like this because you'll get outplayed by the teams of strategists.
No, you absolutely can't. And so when you're sitting down, you have to settle and say, this is what our strategy is. We want to hit these numbers. We want to go around and get things sorted. And driver of car 80, that's Thomas Critchell, has been sent to the pits due to connection issues. That is the DWR ex-Simcoach setups car, which was running in 10th position at the time, and something new, or relatively new, in the iRacing sphere, the black and orange connection flag striking.
You have to have a solid connection, quite simple as that, because when you don't have a solid connection, you don't see the cars around you, or they don't see you, and that causes potential calamity, or better yet...
Oh, 150.
Oh, there's a bit of trouble, yes. Going on in the heart of the corners. A little bit of chaos back there as some of the yards coming out of pit road, but you're right, you have to make sure you have a stable connection, especially with this type of racing, because even a little bit of latency can make it where no one's going to be willing to come within a quarter car length of you.
Yeah, they don't want to be anywhere near, and in fact it does create such a nightmare, because the moment you start blinking in and out, you actually lose the slipstream as well, which makes it even more difficult to go and pass. Such is the nature of it. It was Ryan Turner who had a slide through Abbey Corner, turn number 1, out there on circuit, as it proves to be a very big hive of activity heading to Brooklands right now, watching with Tuomas Kana here, the Estonian who has got in behind the wheel, and he's just behind the dexterous motorsport car of Ewan Sitchbury, now trying to work a way through with a lot of very big drives here. So here's the clearance on the Ford Mustang GT4 into turn 1, and the Ferrari just snaps. It just absolutely snaps, as if it's had too much rotation put in for the grip that's needed for the narrow line in through the corner there, Justin, and then having the ability then to open up the steering, use the runoff area, one of the reasons why we have it, to then say, look, I've got a gap, as last pitter in will be Team Lucek Spurwing. They have been best on fuel. They've already saved 10 minutes. They'll be looking to save a stop on the likes of the 91 and the 422.
Yes, absolutely. We talked about that just moments ago. It's going to be a planning for later. Jake Pitt, meanwhile, looks like he's trying to get a little bit of raciness out. This is on the green Project 91 car, as they're able to make the slipstream on by, move themselves to 19th. Right now, the stint difference, 8 laps between the two of them, so they're not amongst those in the stretching window. This team is, though, a little bit. This, again, Team Lucek Spurwing. William Hope taking that service. He went 32 laps. Vulcan Motorsports Platinum has gone already more than 32, as well, a part of the GT3s.
Yeah, so if they've been able to go and extend over 32 laps, a long lap around here as you're looking to try and put pace. The GT4s are in about the 212s, 211s, and Caruana just cresting the 2-minute mark. Stitchbury, then the Welshman, out there at the moment and looking around saying, yeah, quite like where we are at the moment. We're a lap down, but we're certainly not out of this race by any stretch of the imagination. That is Next Gen Motorsports in front, and the American Richard Wishu then, who is in front of them, and then the 7th place TSRC Esports car then just trying to get itself up to speed. And you won't see it so much now, as into the pits then will go the 38 of Noah Osbaldeston for Scorpio Esports. They've really done well to get the numbers out of the Scorpio car, so they will be very happy with the work they're doing. They hand the car over to Charlie Devlin to take over. They will have, over the course of running, Ryan Stringer and Charles Wimbley to go to over the course of this 24-hour race. But Charlie Devlin's time, they've done a great job in AMG Mercedes GT4 to get the numbers that they have. Ariti retains control, but if you're going to win, the most common way to win is to be the best on strategy.
Taking the extra time, make sure they get all the service done. It's been on average about 50 seconds of pit stop so far for some of the top teams here today. But Scorpio, you mentioned some of the drivers. Charles Wimby, the interesting one to mention, mind you. Much of the competitors that have raced more on the oval side, more so than the road side, at least in terms of what they're known for on the iRacing platform, be able to add themselves to this organization. But there goes Devlin. Still going to cycle amongst the top 5, I believe, by the time they exit. In fact, in the top 4. So in a great spot, as long as they stay out of trouble here. That's the key. They have to also keep in mind, compared to 180, where things are going to play out right now with Arte Esports in that 180 machine with Jeffrey Ross right now doing well as they are up near 9 seconds to the lead.
Vulcan Motorsports Platinum have hit the lane as Scorpio Esports are away in 3rd position. They've now just put in Ignas Vincezevskis in the Lithuanian to now jump in and do the next stint out there, which is necessary. Out in that 3rd position in class, a full 47 seconds right now is the gap for them compared to WSR Esports Britcar and Ashley Finch currently piloting. There's Matt High for the Fry Guys Motorsport team, and that is a wonderfully creative name out there. It actually goes to remind me that there is a Five Guys in Cardiff out there at the moment, Justin, and there is a burger van just outside the Five Guys that they named Two Guys.
Huh. That's some interesting name choice to say at the very least, to avoid some copyright maybe, but hey, it's a little bit creative to say the very least. Matt High so far. Solid pace right now with the 2:01s last time by, quicker than teams like the 39 Dexter's Motorsports machine, hence why they've been able to build up so much speed here. But it's a great chance to be able to find a way to fly like French fries. How about this for the outside? Up the Hainer straight. Gonna have the opportunity to get the pitch down. Just like that, able to use the draft coming through the corners and then pick up the speed. Up the Hainer straight, one of the best passing chances you can get.
It is. It's a lovely pass and a very lovely livery as well. We haven't seen too much of it in recent years, but a camo-style livery, and the intent of it is was first recognised, I believe, by the Red Bull Formula One team to basically try and hide everything aerodynamic that's going on the car. I can't tell where bodywork ends and begins with the way that car goes as they work through the traffic there. That's United Sim team, Patrick Den, that they work through there, the German, the 714 currently running, so they managed to get that clearance, but a car that is trying to obfuscate what is obviously there in terms of its aerodynamic output.
To me, it almost looks like a bit of a design based on a CPU chip more than anything else, because when you think about it, look right here on the side, you see the square built up and the pattern is almost made in a way where, yeah, it's trying to blend that in, but also kind of also tries to merge them into squares almost amongst that camel design a little bit. Try and make that square look blended for each of those respective sections on the door.
Yep, so they are looking at each and every single element of this race and saying, right, how can we be as distracting as possible? And one of the things I'd look at in races like these is how bright can I make my livery to really distract people in the mirrors, anything that you can do. I know someone who decided for a 24-hour race, Justin, that they would decide, you know what, I'm going to map my flashing light button to my brake pedal and scare everybody every time I hit the brakes. There are some very heinous things you can do within a sim race.
I know exactly who you're talking about. The name's slipping me in terms of who it was and still is. But I mean, it is a diabolical way to make sure you keep yourself distracted and put yourself in full attack mode. And that's kind of something that in some cases does work with competitors where they're so focused on what's in front of them and they then look at the bumper and they get distracted by the bumper per se. And then it causes them to run into said bumper or make a mistake because they lose that lapse of focus in the wrong moment. So it is something that I've seen pop up a few times actually, as some of the drivers just zone out and then something distracts them, like, oh look, there's a bird, it's in the sky. Oh boy, I'm in the grass now.
It's as easy as that as they go. We have had a couple penalties come in over the course of our stint. The 531 Vulcan Motorsports car has been given a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for causing a collision and failing to hold their brakes after an incident, and that was with the Simcast Racing Team UK car out there. So that put a lot in. Vulcan Motorsports have just put in a protest against the number 22 car out there, which is Iron Apex Esports and Kyle Roy behind the wheel. That was all the way back in lap 48, involving a spin there. So basically for Kyle Roy, they'll be having a little look at that and seeing whether that is going to amount to anything of much as far as this race is going to go. Project 91, despite not changing their driver, they've got Matthew Jones in at Glass Tech Racing. He's in the 201s at the moment. Matt Caruana in the 158s, just broken into. So a massive difference now at the front of this field. And I think it's to such an extent right now here, Justin, that Glass Tech are actually at threat of losing this second place to the number 36 team, as we will look a little bit further along then to Luffield Corner and the end of the lap with Tom Algar. Then for Luna Rose Sim Racing, powered by Algar Racing, they find themselves in the middle, but currently Glass Tech don't have their quickest driver in the car, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, right now 15 seconds back. Remember, that difference was a fair bit closer, believe, around the 9 seconds just moments ago with the pit stop cycle. And that's seen 3-second a lap differences right now with Glass Tech. But that's the thing, you have your gold star drivers, you have your silver, you have your bronze, so to speak, in terms of what you may classify. It depends system to system. You have to put in those drivers at some point, and not every driver is going to run the same identical lap times out there. It's very difficult to do in the first place. So this is where, in the back end, once you make a change, you hope that your team members can then close things up, per se. When you make that swap back, it's something we'll have to watch for in a few hours or so when they make another change on who they put into that race car. Look at this traffic mess, though, that is being picked up here by the 25. Elgar's got a lot of competitors. He's going to have to make sure he doesn't crush that front nose in anymore.
Yeah, he has got in front of him the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car of Connor Gibb, who is trying to stay out of the way. Dan Cross there as part of the Armed Forces Sim Racing GT4 team, and then DKS Motorsport and Mark Haynes. Only then can you get to Joel Lask, who is the car in front in 21st position, to go and run through and then make that progress. So Algar will get the clearance here along the Wellington Straight and will make that run over to the left-hand bend through Brooklands Corner. Used to be a lot tighter before they made the changes back in 2010 to this track. You had to run from Abbey under the bridge and then over through Priory Corner. Was one of the most fearsome corners, Priory, out here on this Silverstone circuit, which has gone through a number of changes over the years. But quite simply put, as we watch Marceau Williams here in 6th position in category right now, trying to work onto Connor Gibb and gain the place. You would say that Silverstone is one of the beating hearts of all of motorsport. I would put it up there with the likes of Indianapolis, the likes of Le Mans, the Nürburgring. Silverstone is one of those beating hearts where motorsport has a lot to thank for this place of very, very significant racetrack.
Absolutely, especially since, when you think about it, it's been basically home to racing all the way since 1948, Silverstone first of all. Had everything to the first Formula One races in its history, to today being a pinnacle of so many different road series that come on here and have the opportunity to race at the biggest showcase and the home for British motor racing. Quite simply here, this is a track that is so ingrained in the history just because of how much has happened over the course of its history. But it's also unique in the way of it's done so with so many different layout changes too, Jake, and each of those layouts have become iconic in their own ways, you could say, from the initial layout towards the outer portions to now this more modern portion of the track where you had that run through Abbey, Farm, Village, the Loop, Entry, the Wellington Straight, etc. They're all ingrained with some of the updates. So it's one of those tracks that has brought so much uniqueness amongst its history, to say the very least. And overall, there's so much you can say when it comes to Silverstone.
There is a lot that has gone on here in every different category, down from the very beginnings and basics of racing all the way up to the highest echelons of motorsport. This is a place that does it well. Ethan Critchley here in 9th position. This is the WSR Esports Britcar machine, trying to get by Kieran Harding and Team Bennett Sim Racing. These are two teams that you'd look at on paper and say, I'd expect them to challenge for the win today in the Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. They're a little bit back in the pack with where things have been going, so they've got a bit of work to do to move themselves up, with Critchley doing a nice job at the moment, just about getting the clearance around Ian Hartwell and the Pineapple Racing Club GT4 machine. Critchley then will have to sit down in an Aston Martin, find a way to get by the raw bulk of Bennett Sim Racing, or just chuck it up the inside and hope it sticks. It doesn't there, but Ethan Critchley not happy to sit back and take things for granted. That Bennett Sim Racing team really going from strength to strength, Justin, when you consider that Henry Moore is the determined favourite for later on tonight and the FIA F4 Esports Global Championship, with him being tied on points with arguably the best statistical sim racer in the world in Aaron Vasquez.
Absolutely, that's a great point to mention with Vasquez, especially with the fact he's been so stellar in terms of the racing side. It's interesting to mention the Team Bennett side, because that's normally on the karting circuit in the Americas per se these days, that built up a strong presence, one of the top karting organizations, and now of course adding themselves with the sim ranks. Here's the pass.
Yeah, just got a little loose there through Cop's corner, and then by Maggots, it's done. So there is Ethan Critchley comfortably dispatching there of Kieran Harding, who will have to settle down and realise, yeah, I got. He looked quick, and he got me pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty simple, to say the very least, on that. But I was about to say, on the counterpoint, in terms of compared to Team Bennett, you have WSR Esports. Their standards are pretty high with the talent levels we've seen, as you're alluding to, with the organization as a whole, because normally in the touring cars, in particular, say with the TCRs, you're usually seeing them lead by 25, 30, 40 seconds by this point of a race. They have a stellar lineup, WSR Esports in general, as a group, and run in so many different leagues towards the front. You would have to think they're going to be trying to figure out a way to make up all the lost ground, try and get a solid finish here for later in the day, into tomorrow, to be able to try and show they have the speed. The tough part is making up all the lost ground. They, after all, are still -3 from the initial qualifying spot.
Yeah, it's not gone ideally here, that they've dropped a little bit of time out there, and they want to try and find their way back. So that's probably where they're going to be looking at this next race and going, where can I go and make it happen? We also do need to note the pass has just conducted itself for 2nd overall in GT3. So Chicken Kebab, ex-Fast Track Setups, they have got the pass done on Glass Tech Racing and Matthew Jones, the 45th Matthew Jones actually there in iRacing. Matthew Jones 45, that's what happens when you have similar names out there. You don't just all become Matthew Jones, you have Matthew Jones 2, Matthew Jones 3, Matthew Jones 4. I am actually quite curious to know what the highest number of most common name is out there in iRacing. I'd love for someone to try and find that out and put it in a wonderful YouTube chat that we've got out there at the moment. Thank you so much for the support, and of course Viger Vanderburg there with the Fry Guys Law out there. They're named because of Friday. The original guys would be streaming games on the Friday, and they've always raced in the iconic zebra livery that we have seen. So make sure you have a nice chat with us over in YouTube chat for all of what is going on. But the change needed, and always interesting to note how many of a certain driver there are. And down the inside, that's Simcast getting the move, and up to the podium, Adam Watson with an elementary move.
Pretty quickly able to make that swap around there with Watson up to the 3rd spot with that run so far, up 7 for that group. Quite simply, They've been able to pick up spots here, spot after spot right now. Their average pace is quicker than Chicken Bob as well. The top thing's going to be closing up the 1 second difference. It's going to be important to make sure they get the traffic. But they want to be able to keep up and have a chance to move up to second. Keep in mind, Matthew Jones has plummeted already 7 seconds since the last time we spoke about him. The thing is, we spoke about 5-10 minutes ago. That's quite simply astoundingly big time pace difference for Matthew Jones right now to keep on plummeting. He is right now in the class one of the slowest cars on track. You have to go back to 21st before you have a driver that set a time of the 2-minute 2s like he did last time by.
Yeah, and so you will see this, that certain drivers are quick and certain drivers are not. You've got to remember that Glass Tech team qualified the car in 4th position, so they've had pace, they've had the ability to go out there and say, look, we are pretty decent in terms of what we're going out there to do and what sort of we've been able to find through the opening stint. I'm just looking, Andrew Dawson has been doing all of the hard work to start with, and Matthew Jones unable to follow in the same pace with the 4.22. You look at who they've got, it's a big team actually for them. They've got Dale Williams, they've got Owen Seward in there as well as Jan Östberg, who can jump into the car potentially at a different point in this race. So this is a 5-driver team, and remember, you can have the maximum of 6 as they battle in front for 2nd position now overall. So it looks like Adam Watson here is really looking for a run out of Aintree Corner, immortalised after the racecourse circuit that held Formula One racing in the late 1950s. Here's the look to the inside. It's Mustang playing Aston Martin. Aston Martin, more nimble, more dynamic, more eager through Brooklands Corner to go and take 2nd away.
Continuously showing why they're one of the fastest cars at the racetrack right now. Zipcast machine finding a lot of tempo here. Just a third of the way through the run. What happened here on the replay, though? Oh, that's not a pretty bit of contact.
Nor's that, because it's going to go into the barriers there. It's a long way over there. Just ask Zhou Guanyu how far it is to that barrier. He ended up flipping over the top of it a couple of years ago. So they're scrabbling through the gravel into the barriers, and a little bit of hurt there for that car working on forward. Not quite sure who that was. It might have even been the 150 that could have been caught up then in that. But it is creating drama. And what this Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone has is a lot of ability to extend and make the finish compared to other sim racing events. You consider, say, a Daytona 24 Hour, which will be coming up next month. You'll be considering the likes of your Nürburgrings, your Spas, your 24 Hours of Le Mans, let's say, for example, if there is one. You look around it, iRacing official races at 24 hours, there are no fast repairs. Here in the Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone, you get a fast repair every 6 hours. You get 4 to use from on average. So you're looking around at it saying, well, okay, it's not the end of my race if I get involved, but I really don't want to get involved. So we watch Benjamin Massey here in 24th position, trying to move the Purple Sector racing car past Tom Algar. And Purple Sector, absolutely wonderful cause of community that has worked through. It's all around epilepsy and motorsport, and I believe was created by Chris McCarthy, a very, very good and brilliant commentator out here in the UK scene.
Yeah, Purple Sector Racing, remember, already having a big crash about an hour or so ago. The team's just trying to recover back some positions here from their fast repair sequence in the first place. That was up front near the front of the field, so they have speed here today. They have the ability to charge forward. The problem's going to be making up all that lost ground and have to hope for some luck. Here they go on the pole, trying to find a way around Luna Rose Sim Racing on the outside. It's worked a couple times for some. Won't work this time. The answer is no through Stowe, but will they get a chance once again by the time they get to Brooklands?
Well, here through the Vale into Club Corner, it's not going to be quite there, and Matt Caruana will put them a lap down again. And now they find themselves 2 off the pace then in this race. So Massey losing out that one then to Caruana and critically to Tom Algart, who has now moved through and can start chasing Coupe de Motorsport out there, and Jacob Jenner. There's Brian Saunders in 14th position, the GT4 scrap that we got out there at the moment here, looking to try and get by DKS Motorsport and Mark Haynes, who is in behind the wheel currently. So Saunders looking for a way to jump on up, and these are important places to now start trying to find it. Saunders working comfortably through the middle of the corner of Stowe, now over through the Vale and in towards the club section at the end. There's a launch down the inside of Ewan Stitchbury, so Dexterous Motorsport just going to uncork this battle for the moment. You see it as accordions, sometimes gaps open up, sometimes they close together, depending on how traffic wants to play ball.
Yeah, sometimes when it comes to that, sometimes you're the person who hits the home run, sometimes the person who goes into an infield ground ball. You end up just losing so much ground if you reach the traffic in the wrong spots here. See it right now with the 13 machine, just picking up the spots, make sure they get the cut. Now they made the pass involvement with DKS here with the side-by-side as a result of all of this here. Back and forth continuously though with Mark Haynes to try and get this spot, as there's the run we talked about. Opportunities up to Brooklands to be able to try and find a run before you get to left field and Woodcote as they try and make their way through. No send yet from the Ford.
DKS doing pretty much everything right here to hold themselves steady. They've got a bit of a gap up to the Lion GP Esports Academy and Michael Teichmann, who is there just up the road. So Haynes and Saunders have to pretty much figure out where do they want to be, how do they want this to go, and what level do they want to be striking at, as they're going to be very close with Ethan Critchley there, and they're all going to start running through then. So you got the likes of Vulcan Fasteners who have lost the place, Bennett now on the back of it too. So it seems that you got Team Lucent Spurwing as well. They've dropped a couple places. So Matt Hoyland through, William Hope not really finding the pace at the moment, but Ethan Critchley absolutely carving up the order. They've now got themselves up to 6th place.
That's kind of what I was expecting on speed when it comes to them, to say the least. And the 159s just flying their way through the pack with Ethan Critchley, as you say. But for a lot of the air drivers now, especially when it comes to the GT4 side, on some of the separation, take a look up the road with some of the air battling going on though. See where this whole train is going to start causing a little bit of more bottlenecks, like Team Luce and Spurwing with their car. They try and find a way to get around the Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing Machine. Just 2/10 up the road, and a lot of brake lights with the GT4s hugging the curb.
Yeah, not going to get much help from Marceau Williams, who's just running his own line, as his right to do so as a GT4. So the GT3s have to work their way through, but obviously the GT4s have to be able to help facilitate overtakes around them out there, as is the I don't have to move rule out there for advisory blue flags. There is still an element of the GT4 has to help in various elements and guises. Not quite the chance to get through. So you got the big power of the Mustang and that massive supercharged engine, but then you've also got Team Lucek Spurwing, who are there with the McLaren, which, as you can see, definitely not as big of an engine, but a car with a fantastic body profile that makes it very streamlined and slippery.
Yeah, and then we see the aerodynamics play a big factor when it comes to tracks like this as a result here. You need to be able to have a car that's nimble when it comes to the corners, in particular with Silverstone in general, to the very least, but also one that can find that balance for some of the straight line speed that we see up the Hainer Straight, for example, to make sure you get some lunges down. You just need to find that car balance when it comes to a track like this, and we've seen
profile and just punch an absolutely massive hole, or you could be nimble and try and be like a dart through the air, for example, at the World Championships. You're very much in a case of trying to find something that works for many out there, and you know, it works for different cars in different respects, and you know, that's one of the reasons why we love GT Star Racing, a GT3 of GT4, and why balance and performance is so important, because it I think I wonder if you agree with me on this one in terms of motorsport. The more that you put constraints, the more that you try and box something in, the more creative people are.
That is a good point, because you end up trying to find those little gray spots in the rule book, so to speak. You find ways you can exercise that little bit of equipment you have, or those little boxes, to find the speed. For example, can I try and find something with the setup balance? Can I find something that'll work with the tire pressures, for example, some of the basic stuff? But even going to the finicky stuff in terms of some of the parts, in terms of the way things go in real life, just to manufacture the cars, to be able to build the car. Can you find that little bit of speed difference with the gearing ratios, that little bit of teeth? There's so much in terms of that can come into play, absolutely. And I think when the harder those restrictions are, the more harder it is for you to find those differences. But the teams that find those little bits of differences in the rule book that they can take advantage of will be the ones that we see up towards the front. And it's why we see so many of the big organizations do what they do. Let's still pass though. No limits.
There you go. There's no limits. Getting the pass done there.
Yep, was about to say. Got a streak on by there as a result. Pretty quick on the pass as well. A lot of time lost by the 340 machine down the straightaway. They're starting to struggle back a little bit. It looks like compared to the overall pace right now. Last time through, they were 2/10 off the tempo. Remember, they made a driver change when they had the pit stop a little while ago.
Yeah, so with that pit stop, they are maybe a little bit off sequence compared to the others. Getting by on Thomas Enger Sim Racing out there, the first Czech driver to make a Formula One start. Did so in 2001 for Prost with a 12th, a 14th, and a retirement in the last 3 races of Prost's Formula One career as a car out there. Ran a lot in ALMS, ELMS, some Rolex Sports Car Series runs, and of course some runs over in Le Mans, which had a win in a Ferrari 550 GTS in 2003 in the GTS class. So certainly had a great ability to go out there and race, and had a great ability to go out there and see what is next coming up. Because, of course, having a sim racing team out there and putting your name to it, you're obviously looking for good pace. Matej Prochazka is the driver currently behind the wheel of the 340, and so with them in 5th place, I think they'll be very comfortable with the way that they have started this run. There's some good teams back there that I look at who are in everything. Lion GP are often out there in races. Satellite Racing are very, very strong when it comes to racing action. They have done very well to give themselves the platform that they want to say, we are at least contending out there with Ariti and WSR and Scorpio.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with how things have gone. You want to have an opportunity to be able to have something to build off to and be able to keep your program moving forward, build momentum. You don't want to say, our program finished dead last today for the 7th straight time. Let's look up next time. No, quite simply, you want to keep the momentum going, build up good finishes, have something to stand for, and be able to have some good data points to learn, and especially put into your Cosworth software to tell what you need for the telemetry to keep on finding those extra little bits of pace.
Yeah, if you keep finding the pace, you are in a great place to then string it together, get the positions up there, find the results, and it's a year-on-year development that we see time and again. Sim racing teams will effectively find themselves in, sim racing teams will find themselves out. It depends on driver profile out there, as this is 7th in GT3 right now. Vulcan Fasteners by Glassdecker broken away. It's William Hope who's the one under a bit more pressure from Kieran Harding here, and the team Benick Sim Racing number 48, which is out there. So they are certainly looking around and trying to make things go. Oh, through Cops Corner, there's a car that's gone off. actually at Cops and is limping back home. It is Dayton Motorsports and Maurizio Sciglio who has just taken the tow in the number 47, which was running in 24th position, all on its own. The Ferrari snapped through Cops.
And that's something you can have easily happen, in particular, especially whether it's the runoff coming off the corner, because of the way the curbings are. In many of the cases here today, see, so the drivers hit the inside curbing, lose the balance of the car. We'd have to see fully that exact sequence of which of the which it was there, but we have to be so careful in some of these areas today. Noticing a lot of people today, in particular, Jake, that have hit those red sausage curves in some of these corners that have caused a lot of chaos, and in turn, where we see that sprint race comparison that Paul and Daryl were using earlier today. It's gotten much more tamer, though.
I will put on record. Oh, that's a late move down the inside by Kieran Harding to get that one done, and the pass done on William Hope. So a nice bit of drive to go and get that progress sorted. Harding then is going to sit back and realise that he's got that move, but he left it very late going into the village to try and run through. That was more of a case there, Justin, of I would say it's rush hour and I'm late to pick up the kids from school level of late to try and get that move done.
Yes, in all the trouble.
Straight around, contact with Hayden Phoenix Miller, then going through the corner, was trying to get the pinch round the corner, and the profile of Luffield always means that it's understeer out, and it was natural the line from the GT4 531, but the contact there. We'll take a look here. It's not as simple this corner as hold your line. Yes, the Vulcan car comes out, but you can't expect on a profile of that nature to stick to the inside curve.
Not whatsoever, and that is going to be very costly for them, obviously, for some of the aggressive moves. Disaster in their circumstance. As we take a look at the Project Green 91 Racing Team Green machine at this point. They're amongst a sea of drivers trying to close on them now to the 50 machine quite quickly, with the 92 digging as hard as possible to close up that gap.
Khalid Ramadan then in the number 92, looking to charge on forward and say, look, we can gain a bit more out there at this stage. So that 92 is looking at the Thomas Enger sim racing car of the 50 in front. That is Wojtek Dvorak, who is currently there and making that progress. But 2:01 last time by, played a 2:02. So not much difference on the last attempt going through, but the second of the Project 91 cars trying to make work. There's the Fury Simsport Green effort of Marceau Williams, then finding the rear of Matej Prozadka, and so the clearance there of two Thomas Enger cars in two battles, and it will be the GT4 one that is holding for the moment by measure of the metric. That is Iron Apex Esports then behind by a lap, who have lost the place now to Lion GP Esports Academy and Michael Teichmann.
So far, it's been a tricky challenge to be able to make sure you don't lead the time here. We've seen earlier, should say, with Fury Simsport, remember, with some of the penalty sequences they had the last time down pit road that put them back, what was an extra 40 seconds or so. But since then, pace has been solid. Running comparable to the race leader by a few tenths or so. Make up this lost time here. And I think at this point, they're in a good spot here in terms of recovery at least, to at least maintain what's going to be the lead lap for the class. The downside is the best they can hope for, unless they get some big trouble here for now, if it is around 4th or so. It's very early to tell that for now, but right now, the Frenchman doing a good job just stabilizing to the traffic. No major sense yet by anyone else in this traffic jam. 3 wide, though, going to be a little bit of trouble, and some of these drivers getting a little impatient.
Oh, Prozadka does not get dry off of Luffield corner. It's comfortable from Thomas Critchell there. The DWRX Sim Coach Setups 80 to drive on by. Issues fixed from earlier on in the race. Ashley Toft watching on as well, as you got 2 battles in. Magnus Danielsson will now try and work through on the inside, and the driving Miss Daisy number 10, which is last out there. Still a tiny bit of spray through some of the various lumps and bumps out there, and on the rear of all of this is Ayrton Williams, the Aussie, for Satellite Racing GT4. So suddenly here in a GT4 scrap, in the words of good old JR, business just picked up.
Quite simply, you have to make sure you keep your head on a swivel a little bit, because Satellite Racing digging, as you said, was one of their star drivers we've seen. Right now, you can see how some of these drivers are forcing it to make some of these moves as the GT4s are all getting backed up here in the midst of this traffic jam. Fury getting a little impatient to the point where they're starting to force it a little too aggressively with some of these sausage curb hits.
Yeah, and those sausage curbs are there to protect the circuit on a day-to-day basis, to stop drivers jumping through. Teichmann here losing ground and realising here comes the launch down the inside then by Ayrton Williams. It's the pass that's done, and Prajatska now drops a couple places then as quickly as that. Ashley Toft now for Iron Apex is trying to get involved in the mix. So you can see 2 places gone as quickly as that. The throw back up the inside then from the Porsche, which will be better, that Clubman, through the slower speed corners out there, but on pure pace. Expect that Satellite Racing car to absolutely fly. DCW Racing Blue and Mike Pierce will move on by in the Mustang, but Fury now have the clearance of nearly a second.
How big that traffic has been holding these back better yet. That's how much the 340 is starting to struggle here. In the midst of it, just they don't seem to have the fire off on the straightaways right now. That's why we're seeing so much of a hold up by the time they get to the braking marks, because take a look at Satellite, for example, in this run. They close out of a fair bit up to the straight a little bit, but by the time to the corner, it's not close enough to actually realistically make a pass quite yet, for example. So it's one of those situations where they need to find the spot to be able to get alongside like this, get it done through Beckett and Chapel, get it done before you lose even more ground in the corners, run away.
Easy as that, and now they got a car behind you is effectively a lap behind, trying to work a way forward through, and you'll see that more and more as the racing goes on here, Justin, as we get a couple of cars coming in from GT4, so likes of James Armstrong and Ryan York down in on the lane, so a little bit of off-kilter. We are nearing pit stop strategies here, but you will see cars that are laps down who put a quick driver in, find a way now to try and gain that time back, and they have every right to unlap themselves if they believe they are the faster car.
You're right on that, and while infuriating that can be here, in terms of that difference, the thing is, if you want to have a chance to contend, you have to at least get yourself the lead lap. Quite simple as that. You have to put yourself in a spot where you can then be able to contend for more positions, and putting yourself in the position where you stay a lap down, for example, well, quite simply, takes away opportunities for growth to advance for positions unless some of our competitors then get lapped themselves. So you have to be able to quite simply find a way to make the passes without making enemies, mind you, to show that you still have speed in the car, and then be able to take advantage. Quite simple as that. It takes a lot of time, obviously, when you do get pinned, to then find that momentum back to have a chance to unlap yourself. It's hard, but it is something you have to do if you want a chance to fully contend.
You absolutely do, and you've got to be careful of penalties. There is no further action declared between the number 48 car out there and as well as that Vulcan Motorsports, and Iron Apex and 150 have put in requests against Data Motorsport and then the number 50 car respectively out there in this race, which is Thomas Enger Sim Racing GT3. So there are elements of that to be looked at and watched in this go. Taking a little look over at chat, most common name might be James Smith number 135. So 135, any advances on 135 I think is the way through. The charge and the rise and rides of WSR Esports here continuing. They're a minute off the lead, but they have found their way over to Glass Tech at the moment and TRSC. Now, what a moment this is in terms of this race. 1 hour in the car for Matthew Jones, and they've lost a full minute to the leaders.
That's just about in lapping distance right now. Pretty soon, this is a tough spot for them with some of the traffic. And right now, for this moment, for these drivers, have to find a way to at least make up whatever positions you can here. We mentioned Critchley has been flying here at the pace similar to the leaders right now. Critchley is still on the move, showing why he is one of the better drivers you can put in the car. There he goes for the move.
Comfortable at Abbey, gets it done, moves up then into the top 5 for WSR Esports on their walk forward. They all started that with getting a little bit caught up behind the number 3 car out there of UE Motorsports. I wonder whether it does stand for the University of the West of England or not, because that's my neck of the woods out there in the world. Penalty has come in for the 50. That is Thomas Enger Sim Racing GT3. A drive-through penalty for causing a collision, Justin.
And I can see that coming from what we heard with the 150 machine, to say the very least. But now, this is going to put them well down the order. The 50 machine had been around the middle of the pack before this black flag. So down the order, this will put them behind Coupe de Motorsports, potentially behind WDR, and SimCoach Setups is 80 machine also. Well, check that, the 80 just came down for their scheduled service. So this is an awkward time a little bit possibly for the penalty here, right at about the window for the stops as we take a look at your GT4 leader.
Yeah, doing a very good job of things at the moment is Jeffrey Roos, who is holding this steady at the moment, is the Dutchman. Clear right now by 7.2 seconds over Ashley Finch, and both running around the 2:11 highs at the moment, both doing 2:11.9s on that last go around. WSR Esports can go to Konstantin Stolzenberg, and we've already seen earlier on in this race Tom Katsadonis, who took the start for the WSR GT4 effort. The Ariti Esports Britcar 24-hour effort has some very good drivers in it here in the white, purple and orange out there. Of course, they've started with Jeffrey Ross, but they can go over to Ben Langford, who started the car out there, but they're still waiting on drivers like Alex Jenkin and Aidan Matthias to go to. So very strong outfit, very good team out there who can prove that at the higher levels of sim racing, they are starting to make a little bit of noise.
Seen this team pop up a fair bit this year, coming to memory. Quite simply, Arte, I think, can definitely perform. I've seen them in a few different series this season, be amongst the top 3 cars, amongst the teams battling for podium positions. Quite simply, this has been an impressive drive for them so far. To have that advantage still hold up against, so the best you can put in that type of racing. By the way, Satellite Racing, they're still in 6th in class, still hounding teams like Fury right now. Fury is car in front, but look at this traffic log for Williams. No place to go.
Ayrton wants to find a way through and knows how critical it is to go and gain these places. Fury Simsport Green is the car that's wanted through on Michael Teichmann. Then at Lion GP Esports Academy, representing Mexico. Out there at the moment, through will go through Ewan Stitchbury, who, gets no help. There, the lights flash there against Marceau Williams, who wasn't as nice to let that through. It brings the group together once more, but Marceau, they're not necessarily having things the way he wants to with GT3 traffic behind. If you have any sort of disagreement like that out on circuit, That's how quickly it can go into troubles. Lights flashing there from one of the GT4s behind. That is Ashley Toft saying, look, I'm quicker than you, let me through. And he's going to have to make the pass behind there on track as it's side by side through Stowe. Williams can't quite make it work on the inside.
And I think Williams knows he's a little bit quicker right now, just with the fact that before this, 2 seconds quicker again with the traffic. Williams can absolutely dig. We've seen him in the league scene over the past couple years in particular. The problem's going to be actually picking up the spot as we've seen throughout this race so far, Jake. Quite simply, it takes the right moments. It takes the right spots to reach the speed he's reaching them in bottleneck areas at this point. And for a lot of teams here, look at that, for example. He's got better center speed in some of these corners, but has no place to go unless he, goes straight through them, and that is not what you can do. That's all cost him a lot of ground for the Wellington straight, just with those checkups by the time he got to the loop previously.
Yeah, it all breaks up because they've got Team Lusek Spurwing who are in their battle with Team Benick Sim Racing. They're all going to be together. Marzo Williams does not move and does not yield for anyone, and the car in front of them is the United Sim team of Patrick Den, who is out there at the moment, knowing that you've got Teichmann trying to get through and Ashley Toft. So that's a 3-car battle in GT4. Jordan Heppel into the pits then in the number 40 car out there at the moment. So some GT4s and GT3s then finding a little bit of time to come in and make those stops. There is Marzo Williams, who now sees in front that he has got himself a bit of a gap and in fact clears the United Sim team car and puts a lap down on the Mercedes in front. Haven't seen many BMWs out there. Very nice to see.
Right now, it's been for them at least an opportunity to clear up line, but we'll say the BMWs in this class today have been pretty sporty, so to speak, in terms of what we've seen from them. That wasn't sporty. That was a little bit of a tight moment with the GT3s forcing Fury out of the groove. All the ground they just picked up, just about lost. As a result of that near contact, they say, you know what? It's our pit window. Let's come in. We're right at the top of the hour.
Absolutely perfect time to do so with 21 hours and 17 seconds remaining here in your Cosworth Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. Project 91 racing team 23 seconds clear of Simcast Racing Team UK and the 131 Chicken Kebab. Ex Fast Track Setups currently in third. Ariti in control of the GT4 field with WSR Esports second and Scorpio Esports your top three, but you are in the middle of a cycle here, so expect drivers to come in, get service, maybe change to a different driver out there and work through as they have now completed 1/8 of this race, and they'll be looking at this saying, well, 8 lots of 3 hours does make 24. In comes Ashley Finch from second overall in GT4.
Window in full swing as we've seen, and that's quite simple for a lot of these teams right now to buy some of their stints. 27 laps, noticing for a lot of the GT4s, a little bit shorter lap distances in terms of the stints compared to the GT3s. Just was the times we've seen them get lapped with that speed difference today of about 10-11 seconds a lap right now. But the mileage is pretty close on the dot for both the classes here today with the way the BOP has been set up here, to say the very least. Looking at Benick, by the way, on screen, still looking, trying to find a way. Well, William Hope's machine, of course, their team, that's representation with the F4 Championship on the Esports side, picking up a team title on that side, looking for the charge in, straight to the pit lane. Why don't they go? It's still, interesting enough, that water still has not evaporated. Don't think that's going to evaporate for a while. As look at this Hornet's Nest.
Yeah, 4 wide, heading into this next section of road. Very tough to get it sorted. DCW in the middle of this with Mike Pierce, as they've got Ignas Vincazevskis for Vulcan Platinum, then just behind them, who are ahead of them by a full lap. They're trying to get past Project 91 racing team, or rather the other way around just happened. Penalty in for the 47. Data Motorsports get black flag after their incident that came about with Iron Apex Esports. So they have got a 60-second stop and go for dangerous driving.
Another drive as a result here. Obviously, you don't want to put yourself in that position here with the penalties. And that's the thing. Data, remember, was amongst the teams that had that significant contact earlier on with the black flag we've seen with some of the replay views earlier. GT4 leaders, plus those who appealed on down, by the way. So they have now come on down for their services. We continue to see GCW try and find a way to cut.
Yeah, they're looking for any which way to get themselves back in. Leaders in GT4, so Ariti hit the box, and so Jeffrey Ross is going to have to look around and say, where is the next change for us in terms of this? It should now promote the 38 of Scorpio Esports now into a position with Charlie Devlin. They're going to be the next ones chasing up and moving back into the lead, if only for a short while out there, but they are a lot more out there going forward. And one thing you have to note with that pit exit or entry as well, and the water that is still out there on circuit, Justin, it did rain before the start of the race. It's been practically dry for the entire running through, but the thing that you're going to remember, normally when cars run through the puddle, they disperse it and it gets kicked up into the air, the water, and so you can evaporate the water that way. Hardly anyone is running on that section of the circuit because they're only pitting once an hour, so you're looking around at it and going, yeah, you are going to struggle to get rid of a lot of this standing water out there at the moment. It's just a tiny puddle to the outside that has found the crevices out there. There is no scheduled rain for the next hour and a half. The nearest I can see is a bit of overcast cloud cover coming in with these 23, 24 km/h winds, which are blustering in at the moment from the west-southwest at the moment. So it's giving a tailwind across this front stretch. It's creating a cross-headwind down the Hangar Straight and a crosswind along the Wellington Straight. We're getting 4:45, a bit of overcast conditions. That is about as much as there is on an 86% humidity. So if you imagine a sponge, we got a very full sponge full of water.
Yes, quite simply. In real life, too, in a normal street, think about it this way, that evaporates slowly but surely over time as the sun lays on that rain, on that water puddle, so to speak, and eventually it does evaporate. So quite simply, for the most part, it's not been a factor into the racing conditions, just more so to the pit lane notice throughout this run, as we were talking about earlier. Scorpio still continuing on with the run, by the way, yet to pit, but look at the 50 machine right now. Again, Czech Republic-based drivers getting into some battles here after their sequence of pit stops, 4-lap cycle difference. Fry Guys, which, by the way, we got reference to from one of their fans watching along, that the team is because of the day Friday, not the chain of 5 guys. The original guys, they said, would be streaming games on that day. They've always ran this paint scheme, and that paint scheme quickly makes the move.
Yeah, a lovely pass. I believe now it's gone away from being called the Czech Republic. It's now called Czechia out there. So at least right now, there are difference makers that are being found in every single aspect, but they lose the place. But Dvorak gets a great run here along the Hangar Straight. This might be a pull over to the outside, get it done, past Teichmann and Toff, and now trying to go the long way around. They're going to need a little bit of room. They're going to have to open the steering up. They fight on the exit. Brilliant stuff between Dvorak and as well Matt High. And Matt High ends up high and dry. Then in terms of that pass, it's come back. Leaders in, Project 91 in. We've seen Chicken Kebab also come in and make their stop. So Matt Caruana then in for the stop 7 minutes after the hour.
So that is expected, as we see, and expected here for a lot of these teams. The thing's going to be for some of them also, though, is starting to do that math. The more time they extend here, you get a couple minutes extended to each of these pit windows here. Right now, it's looking like maybe you would think about a stop by the end of the race, around 30 minutes to go, if not cut around with 30 minutes to go maybe. That seems to be the clip we're running right now. Even though it's early, that seems to be the breaking point for how this margin of fuel is going. By the way, battle's still not done between the 50 and the 7, but the 50 back in front for now. Fry Guys seems pretty quick again in terms of their overall speed, but the problem is going to be actually holding on to this pass yet again, especially with the 50 continuing to dig.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that as they sort it out. Number of cars in the pits, including Simcast Racing Team UK. They've come in and made their stop. Now, Project 91 out and away, about 2 seconds. Oh, backwards, one backwards at Copse Corner. So someone's found themselves pointing the wrong way, and it is Next Gen Motorsport and Richard Wishone. They've just come out of the pit, so I would expect then for them, cold tyres, Copse Corner, and the Porsche, which is actually very heavily damaged on the front, then finding out how tough Copse Corner can be, even in the dry.
It's going to be a huge challenge for them by the time they get through. Let's take a look. Yeah, lost grip with the cold tires in the right-hander, slid off, and was able to avoid the wall and the gravel at the very least. In terms of that slide with the Porsche, again, a lot of drivers snapping to that part of the racetrack. That's where some of the little puddles are at the very edge of the curbing right now there. But also, you just pick the wrong spot for the flick of the wrist with the steering wheel or hit the curb just that wrong angle, you'll go sliding.
Bjorn Claessen's then into the pits for the 531 Vulcan Motorsports GT4. So they come through with a 49-second stop. They are out and away again. A change at Project 91. Charles Rainford gets in behind the wheel, taking over from Matt Caruana. Ethan Critchley currently in your lead, and into the pits comes the WSR Esports GT4 that has now, oh, and that's a GT3 car then turned around. It's one of the BMWs that ends up pointing in the wrong direction, and it looks like it's a 4 number that starts it there. So that will be not Aztec Racing, but as easy as you go. The replay, how easy to drop it through Brooklands.
Quite simply, just lost it around yet again, trying to make a dig. I think just carried a little bit too much speed yet again in that part of the racetrack. It caused it to whip around, and that's where you have to be so in line with the braking marks here. Because you make that mistake, lose a lot of ground, and it ends up putting you completely into a slide just like that, as you see some of the battling still on screen. The Ford in front, able to get the power down, 35 right now, 36 should say. Right now with Chicken Kebab holding on for the spot for the time being.
Yeah, so as far as that goes, you would be looking around at it and you would say, for Split Strat Esports, that was not the plan. That was not the way they wanted it to go, and they find themselves in a very awkward position in that race to go, yeah, I wanted a bit more of it, and it didn't quite play out the way I wanted to. Bit of damage there on the front left of Menderes's Mustang, out there at the moment. They're currently in the Chicken Kebab X Fast Track Setups car in 5th place. We look a bit further back through the corner. This is Quatermass and Ian Chambers. This is against Alex Pilbeam here and the DWR X Sim Coach Setups car at the moment, which is trying to work from 3 laps down here at this point. So they find themselves together on circuit, having just had a pit stop in 150 in with a speeding penalty by the looks of it at their pit stop. So they're going to hurt. That's why through Copse Corner, Pilbeam's going to pick up the run every single day of the year and twice on a Saturday when we're racing to get that done. Into the pits then from second, car 99 makes a stop. TSRC and Tumas Karna then is down in the pits looking to get service.
Quietly doing very well, I've noticed. Hold on to second, third spot much of the time, but that's with them further on the strategy, able to push the window much further than everybody else here. Look, let's back up though yet again with Fry Guys. They're catching up and trying to overlap with some of the top GT4 cars here. Look at this opportunity to build up the slipstream here. Already the 50 just stayed hard to the right, taking advantage of this, not allowing an opportunity. The less Fry guys has a force up the outside. That's not easy to do here, though, as we've already seen, because that inside's that shorter distance around.
Oh, and picking up a bit of spray. There is still some down there on the run through the Vale, and Matt High has been stuck behind Wojtek Dvorak now for a number of laps and finding it very difficult to go and get through. We know that the Aston Martin is very light, it's very nimble, it's a very well balanced car, but that AMG Mercedes GT3, its strength, I think, is in the high gears, in 5th gear, in 4th gear. It's got a wonderful cadence up in those elements to get the top speed out of it.
Absolutely, and we've seen that really be taken advantage of here today, especially with the ability to be able to stick the speed by the corner exit that has been so beneficial in battles like this one. Look at this traffic management, though, once again. This is where you have to be careful with some of the squeezes there, a little bit of a shuffle, get on by. But this is going to cause a little bit of a buffer that we expect here with the ebbs and flows. The tough thing about all this here, too, is just being able to keep yourself in a rhythm. Keep yourself in check here with this traffic, quite simply. It's so easy for your rhythm to get broken up because you end up reaching it and it ends up causing you to check up, causes you to get out of your preferred groove maybe, causes you to have to play the line so differently. Adaptability is so critical as a result if you want to be able to truly succeed in a race like this, just because of those flows. Look, for example, here. Side by side in front, could have forced near 4 wide with about 3 wide with traffic.
Yeah, and that's with your GT4 leader of Scorpio Esports there. Charlie Devlin leaving just the room. James Le Pavot in Project Not Last. They're not last out there in this race. They're doing a great job right now with the Guernsey driver out there at the moment, proving that there is a lot of pace still to be had as they chase down Purple Sector Racing. Simon Mason, they go through the sim dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels car out there, but the chase still on between High and Dvorak here. Thomas Enger Sim Racing versus the Fry Guys Motorsport team. So that's where it's setting itself up at the moment as far as this race is going. They know that the move's going to have to be lined up at the 90-degree right of turn 3 over at Village, and then they get to switch back at the loop here to go and get that run. But again, it's parked on the middle of the apex and movement there. We did note as well, diving into the pits was Project 91 Racing Team Green, so it's the 92 team. They have just put Emma Royu into the car, so she's got that to go and work with over this next stint. So they're having a pretty good run of things at the moment, but it is rush hour leaving Toaster here in Northamptonshire, England, because everybody is just trying to find a way through, and they're now starting to split either side of the traffic, and this is where it gets dangerous.
This is where incidents can get sparked up here. Here's the side-by-side force yet again. Nothing doing. And how about 3 wide in front of them? Now scattered 4 wide for a split second. That's dangerous. And this is a very treacherous spot
there
here.
It is.
And there it is.
It was always looking that way. Dan Cross in the Armed Forces Sim Racing GT4 is the one who ends up getting sandwiched in the middle between everyone, through Maggots into Beckett, and then it's a case of where do you avoid the various incidents out there. You can see the side-by-side, just nowhere to go, and there's the hit on the side for Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who get pushed out wide. A look here, there's almost a turn across the nose here through the middle. Look at this gap closing by Teichmann. Oh, that could have been disaster immediately, and then as they pinch the 3 wide, it's just a case of a car that's slower in GT4, left with absolutely nowhere to go.
Just can see that happening a mile away with how much traffic clog there was there. That was just not a smart place to have this side by side. You can see the urgency really pick up. And now we'll see where things now go for them with so much time lost as a result of all of that craziness there. But still seeing some of the air battles going on. You see with the United Sim team doing a good job being able to hold back DKS for the time being, but for how long? They are having a hard time holding on here to the bottom.
Yeah, and then looking at that run on the inside, you would start to wonder here where they are looking to try and get, because Patrick Day is looking around at Mark Haynes, who wants that move in the number 49. Just behind them is the Sim Dynamics car, Simon Mason, about 5 or 6 seconds away. They work now through the flat Luffield corner, and name a better iconic duo out there compared to British motorsport tracks and old used World War II airfields. If I had a dime for every time I'd find an old used airfield that's been turned into a racing track, I'd have 3 dimes, because I would have Silverstone, I'd have Snetterton, and I'd have Croft.
Now, for a lot of these drivers at this point, it's about finding your opportunities in the midst of all this too here. Just trying to keep your cool. Talk about some of the various different tracks there with Snetterton, for example, coming up to mind, though. Quite simply, it's one of those types of racetracks here with Silverstone where we've seen the overlap really come into play. And quite simply, some of the other tracks a lot more tighter, to say the very least, across the British racing scene. It could be much tighter. It could be much more treacherous. But right now, these drivers are definitely making it interesting.
It can be. A lot of the national circuits like Brands Hatch, like Alton Park, like Cadwell Park out there on iRacing, very narrow circuits where there is no room to breathe or manoeuvre around there. It is a lot more difficult out there compared to some of the other circuits that you see. Finally, leaders in. They've got almost 20 minutes longer than anyone else. Charlie Devlin, Scorpio Esports, they're going to make their stop now in the number 38 and finally hand back the keys to Ariti to lead the GT4 category. But it's been busy out there on this track, and even though that this is a circuit where you do have room, you do have 3 wide, you have 4 wide, drivers have had to go out there and use it here in this 24-hour race. They've had to sit down and say, right, we do need all that space. We do need to go all the way to the inside. We do need as much as we possibly can out of this place, because if they don't, you know, either A, they're having to check up, or B, they're having incidents, and they're still finding them at areas of this circuit. This has been a tough circuit to have a 24-hour race on, and it always will be.
Absolutely, and it's just such a staple of a racetrack, General Silverstone is, to be able to have an opportunity like here with an endurance race like this, here at the home for British Motor Racing, that we've seen come into play here in the history books. Quite simply, it's a reason there's so much attraction to this as this FIA Grade 1 circuit gets really put through its paces here today. By the way, we've seen a couple of our drivers just come down pit road. That includes the Vulcan Motorsports Platinum machine. They peeled on down. They've stretched the furthest out of anybody with the offset noticed. Right now, able to get it already under 20 minutes. They're in the best spot possible to try and position themselves for later on the fuel window for trying to save a pit stop, as we see where things now go with the rest of the stint.
At the rate they're going, it's not one pit stop here, Justin, they're trying to save. If they can keep this up for the entire run, I reckon they could save 2.
Good possibility, absolutely. Still going to put themselves into, I don't think, the winning spot, Jake, based on the fact that they were only around 3rd, 4th or so. But it does put them in a really decent spot to outplace themselves compared to a lot of the other cars, so long as they keep themselves out of trouble, especially some of the drivers with their pit stint being a good minute behind them on strategy.
Well, they're just going to come out behind this battle here, Vulcan Motorsports Platinum, as United Sim Team find themselves sending down the inside of Matej Prajajka. That is Thomas Enger Sim Racing GT4 out there, and it's a battle of those a lap down in front of them of Prajajka there. They've got going through now is the clearance, and they'll look behind. Luna Road Sim Racing powered by Algar Racing. Daniel Kennard currently in behind the wheel. Aztec Racing 390 are there in the mix, and they're all trying to find their respective races and work their way through. And I do like seeing all the various teams out there, where they come from, what their stories are. Team Heat together right now, the 338 team. I love the story of them because I know a couple of the guys who are out there. It's a South African-based team out there at the moment. Liam Swinburne behind the wheel, but they've got Janneman Preuss, they've got Jaco Grobler then in there, as well as a guy that I've commentated with a fair bit over the last year or so, Stephen Koenig, also in the car with them. So Swinburne taking this stint for the moment, but you'll see that GT Star Racing, it brings all communities together. This might be a Motorsport UK race, it might be the Cosworth Britcar 24 Hour of Silverstone, but this is very much an international field.
It is. We see the various different countries already. There's representation, and that just showcases how much spread there is from some of the teams in terms of their outreach, in terms of their bases, and how much this race means to many of these teams to be able to come to a track like this and perform. It brings out some of the best talent in the first place, because it's Silverstone, it's 24 hours, it's one of the more unique races you can have on the iRacing service, at least, because in comparison to, say, a Circuit Zolder with the 23 hours there with Jimmy Broadbent, for example, or for example in terms of some of the other special events you may see for the league scene, you end up wanting to win because you know it's a prestigious event that's put on throughout the year, and it's a good opportunity to have some fun, whether for a good cause, in the case of the Broadbent side of things, or in the case of this event, an opportunity to be able to race amongst some of your fellow peers in the racing community, while also getting a chance to pick up some various prizes courtesy of Cosworth or various other partners.
Yeah, there's a lot out there to race for here, as James Armstrong and Quad Dash is trying to make the progress here with the Sim Dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels car. There has been a change of position between Glass Tech and Team Benick Sim Racing, so that one then has just changed for 7th overall in GT3. Armstrong to the inside in the BMW M2, looking to get it done on the Mustang GT4, and does manage that pass. So a nice, comfortable overtake then sorts itself out. I do also want to bring a bit of attention to the front of your field, because Charles Rainford can't hold the same pace of Adam Watson, who has been pretty lightning fast in the WSAT Esports scene, as we go back to the Bennett car, because Glass Tech are not done with this battle. Matthew Jones losing out the place to Kieran Harding, who fends it off now through the Vale and into Club Corner, the final corner out on circuit. But that gap was up at 18 seconds at the start of the stint. We're now 20 minutes into the stint here, Justin. The gap's now under 12 seconds. By the end of the stint, I reckon Project 91 are going to be in a scrap for the race lead.
Especially since their average pace is just that much quicker. Remember, that's partially because a few moments ago, Rainford jumped in that car, and that's what we were talking about for the contrapoint on strategy, is eventually you have to make that change for a driver who might not be as quick, not be able to hit the same marks, and you have to be able to know where things go. You have that star driver that's going to help and be able to stretch the gap later on, but you might have your star driver to then put in for the second stint or the third stint, based on availability, or a fourth stint or the fifth stint, or any of those various different marks. And it really is where that different speed dynamic can come into play, absolutely. And where a lot of those team scheduling conflicts in terms of their rotation is so important in terms of thinking about for especially the later stages here in this one.
There's just been a change for 5th position. TSRC Esports have lost out to Vulcan Fasteners by Glass Tech Racing, so Matt Hoyland's got the move done. It was done at the outer loop, and it wasn't without contact for TSRC. They were trying to lap the Quartermass Motorsport car of Ian Chambers. They got into the side of that Mustang behind twice, and the move made then as Matt Hoyland sees behind the Thomas Enger car of Wojtek Dvorak. Getting very close. Tumas Karna is going to lose that place, and now that sees the top 5 in a different light out there.
Yeah, TSRC Esports was amongst the teams that went long compared to some of the rare drivers. Keep in mind, on the racetrack, the split difference compared to some of the rare fellow drivers in the battle is about 4 or 5 laps. And one of the major things, quite simply, is you have to find a way to get around the traffic with some of the overlay. If they end up breaking the braking zone or staying in the racing line, trying to say that it's your job to pass me, it can cost you so much ground here. That's where some of those interesting dynamics come into play here. Looking towards the back of the field, by the way, this involving DWR and SimCoach setups. Team heaped together, trying to keep things together amongst the 3-lap down markers as we build up an hour side by side for a moment. How about some contact for it?
Not yet, just enough room being given. Elbows out now, heading to Chapel Turn, and then getting the run down onto the Hanger Straight. So Liam Swinburne then, not afraid in that Aston Martin to get the elbows out. Alex Pilbeam is not going to have everything his own way to go on through. But I do have to give a little bit of credit here, speaking over at Chapel Corner, for there was a time around this circuit where you had 3 very religious corners out here on this circuit. Credit, of course, going to David Haynes over at RaceSpotTV. The fact that you have an abbey, a priory, and a chapel here around this circuit gives you an indication that this is a very religious circuit.
It definitely is in terms of that, and you have to pick the right spots to be able to have that worship like Alex Pilbeam just had, coming down the front straightaway through the Hamilton Straight. But in terms of that, absolutely, you have in particular that complex of Beckett's, Megans and Beckett's that comes into mind the first things first, in terms of the naming sequences, in terms of the quarter complexes. Second, you have Brooklyn's Longfield Woodcote that comes to mind. I've seen a lot of action with side-by-sides go in over the years, especially with the old layout where it went much shorter into that complex towards the left compared to the right it does now. But also, originally, that run through comps comes into mind as well, just with how much speed you carry up the old pit straight and how much you have to make sure you just get yourself built up for a run by the time you get to that first complex for some moves. You look at Fury Simsport getting a little bit dicey with the traffic again as they try and find a way to battle with Satellite again.
Well, Satellite have gone through on this lap, so Ayrton Williams has gone and made the pass. Marceau Williams then finds out that he is second best Williams, and they can race it all the way to Banbury and back if they want to find out who the best Williams truly is.
Quite simply, it's going to be important for them to try and bounce back here quickly. See if they elect to just try and follow a little bit, save a little bit of gas, let the Satellite driver let them sip the fuel. My thought is, though, not really, because they're taking aggressive lines here. A bit more shallower lines to try and show the nose. So at the very least, the Battle of the Williams still has the Fury Simsport Williams. Just wanting to prove that he can get back in front and then run his own pace here. Has the chance to maybe let the draft allow him to sip a little bit of fuel behind for now. You can see him approach the corners a little bit differently compared to Satellite that's able to carry a little more speed before the apex mark. A little bit more roll by the 312.
Yeah, so you're seeing the difference makers then having to be found as Marceau Williams sits through. For those who are keeping an eye out, and I've taken a very good eye over at Marco Maintenon, who said, I forgot Sebring out there in terms of circuits that used to be World War II airfields. Yes, Sebring definitely was one. I was more referring to the UK aspect of it in terms of what the history and legacy of the United Kingdom is. But Sebring, yes, definitely another one of those former airfield circuits that has built itself up as a legacy of another track that is so brilliant in terms of what it offers as a layout. Marceau Williams now unable to hold the pace as Jacob Jenner will move on the right-hand side for Coup de Motorsport there on that right-hand side. Not a case of a finishing move, a coup d'etat at this moment, or a coup de grace at this point, but for the time being, it is going to be them working around the outside, and just in front of them now, they've got Bjorn Claessens here of Vulcan Motorsports, who are a lap behind the battle in front. So GT4 very spread out at the moment. 5.6 though, the gap at the front between Ariti and WSR. 10 seconds for Project 91 against Simcast Racing Team UK with 20.5 hours to go, just under.
Loving the views we're seeing here, by the way, from Fury. You can just see with this track how much the line spot picked up. A lot of marbles getting kicked up with some of the lines so next to the curbing with how close they're getting to the grass. Look at this cut to the inside though to get around the traffic and take a shower. Be able to make the move quick. The tough part is the chance to clear on by. You can see not clear. That's why they took the more harder inside line and how much time could be lost. Meanwhile, what happened here? Well, quite simply, with this side-by-side you see here, watch the angle from the slide up. This is the same type of move we just seen. They try to get the arc back, and the elbows out opens the door for the pass. So that was the elbows definitely coming out there in that sequence, Jake, you were about to say.
Yeah, absolutely there. I've not learned how to unmute my microphone, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a professional streamer here. But at least at this moment in time, that was where the move was made. It was a critical move and a freebie out there for Matt Hoyland. And when he's pulled out to 3 seconds now over TSRC, you can definitely say that's a job well done. We needed that, and we needed that good. In comes Wojciech Dvorak. This will be a stop scheduled then, off cycle compared to everybody else. So there's going to be a lot there trying to go through. This is Magnus Danielsson and Driving Miss Daisy looking to try and get to the 150 Motorsport. They are out there at the moment in GT3 category right now, Justin, battling the wooden spoon honours.
Yeah, quite simply, my thought is, do you really want to win the wooden spoon? Quite simply, do you want to be that driver that ends up finishing dead last? Like your entire class? The answer is obviously no. But hey, at this point, if you drop Miss Daisy, sometimes Miss Daisy likes you to take their time so you can see all the scenery.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to insult the team.
No, of course not. Driving Miss Daisy is a team right now. They're looking around and saying, okay, we're in the number 10 car, but they've got a number of drivers to go through over the course of this one today. So Magnus Danielsson currently behind the wheel. They've had Linda Noble in. They've had Chris Liddell, but they've also got Sean Handy and Patrick Nadarzinski to go to over the course of this race. So they have themselves the 5-car team effort, and driving Miss Daisy. Miss Daisy will do what Miss Daisy needs to do out there in order to get this sorted. Just the one retirement as well, worth noting, from this race. That's the 6th of Daredevil Motorsport. So from 52 runners, we got 51 out there as Ashley Finch leaves the room out there in that WSR Esports Mustang GT4 for Matt High to go by, as now the Fry Guys Motorsport team, next up on their list is the 21 of Armed Forces Sim Racing GT3 and John Finch for position. And I love actually what happens with the Armed Forces Sim Racing team, because this is what part of the inaugural teams, I would say, of Motorsport UK are all about. These are drivers who have been part of the armed forces, who have got themselves together after service or during service and deciding, right, this is how we're going to form camaraderie and our bonds. We're going to join in, have a sim racing team and keep ourselves active and busy in the community and work through. And I absolutely love that for John Finch, for Chris Boland and for Jack Goring here in this GT3 team.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned with the armed forces in particular, the opportunity to go sim racing. It's been something that a lot of different groups across the globe at this point have branched out to, because it's an opportunity for them to build an interest and build connections in motorsport.
Oh, there's a big hit
hold
from
on
the right. And that's going to catch the likes of Purple Sector Racing, Benjamin Massey, and Lewis Mason of the Aztec Racing 490. So this has happened coming out of Chapel Corner onto the hangar straight, just between the two. And I think it's miscommunication coming off the corner.
Yeah, it's been a trouble spot as technical issues coming through the corners here. Deal with for Fry Guys. Gonna have to be careful here for third spot. But right now, look at this. Fry Guys full on send up the Hamilton straight, forcing it on through to try and pass by the armed forces.
And they get that through at Abbey. They muscle their way in through Farm and into the village at turn 3. They can now set their scope on what is next for them, which is Mike Pierce and the DCW Racing Blue number 20 that's there. Benjamin Massey having to take service then after the contact incident coming out onto the hangar straight. So some big issues then starting to befall drivers, and I would say at this stage of the race, if you've done 3.5 hours of running, you now start to get that sense of you find the grind, you find the rhythm. First 6 hours of any endurance race, you're handing out the business card. You're saying, hi, here I am, this is my name, this is my team, this is our pace.
Exactly, and this is what I can dictate on the racetrack in terms of what I'm able to do here as a whole. And this is where see a lot of cases teams gravitate towards each other in terms of average pace. But also, it's so hard to be able to pull yourself up the bootstraps and be able to find the next pack to be able to see where your pace can take you next. For example, Fry Guys, it's 2 seconds plus to get to GCW for reference on the racetrack. As we take a look at one of the other battles going on, this involving, I believe, some of the GT4s. This is Jacob Jenner, actually, in the Coupe de Motorsports machine that's on the charge right now, to try and find some more ground, or right now running about 20th. This is actually a GT3, correct me myself there, that's right now trying to close up the 8/10 as they pass by some of the GT4 leaders.
You can see the difference there between AMG Mercedes GT3 and GT4. Much skinnier rear wings, so there is not much downforce that can be put in, a much smaller profile for the smaller engine that is in there. So, for example, if you looked at McLaren's, by comparison, McLaren's, you can have 720 brake horsepower they could generate from the engine of the GT3 with the 720S, but they only get 570 from the GT4. So you're talking about the difference actually in the lengths of the cars that are out there. You're talking a difference of 150 on average brake horsepower's difference. Now, if you let 150 brake horsepower bolt the stable right now, that's the equivalent of a 25% horsepower reduction, which is why you see the difference on the straights of about 10 seconds over the course of the lap. It's very much a case of having a thoroughbred stallion going through and then a Shetland pony by comparison.
I don't know what a Shetland pony is, but I can definitely tell you pace differences can be huge, right? In terms of some of the classes per se that we see. It's quite simply on that mark, having the opportunity to pick your right choice, so to speak, in terms of your choice of car, but also how you handle those speed differences that we've seen be so much of a case here today. By the way, some of the windows open. I believe I just received a picture of a Shetland pony. It looks like a pony. I don't know what else to tell you.
It says exactly what it says on the tin. It is a very, very small horse out there, and so if you have one running up against, say, one of the fastest thoroughbred race horses out there at the moment, you're going to be in a world of trouble, as there is Ayrton Williams, and that will be 4th place, because Tanner Prater, we haven't talked anything about No Limit Sim Racing Academy out there today. They've done a very good job of just keeping quiet. They will lose the 4th place then with the move done, and Satellite are making progress out there. No Limit Sim Racing, they've had Connor Gibb in the car, they've also got Caleb Koski as another driver they can go to, but for Tanner Prater, it's now his turn to go out there and put focus on to what's their first stint in the car, actually, by comparison to the likes of Connor Gibb, who at the moment has officially made fair share.
Already have that early on, and remember, it's going to be important to keep a track of that fair share throughout this one. We'll say Fry Guys done a fair good job on their dig here. Almost dug straight into the back bumper of some of the GT4s here to make this move. Up to 12th they go. DCW put on the back foot because of that positioning with the traffic. Matt High burning all the blinky lights there. A little bit of frustration building because of the choice to pass at the same time as GT4 traffic.
Yeah, so if you're going to run into traffic, you can use it as a pick, and Matt High's not going to take no for an answer. Gets through on DCW. Next up for them, Pineapple Racing Club and David Brown, number 23, who will be about 2/3 of a lap ahead of them at the moment. So there's going to be a long chase for Matt High now, just to get the hard yards in, as in comes Ashley Toft then from GT4, and again, we're seeing a couple of the GT4s looking to hit their marks and make their pit stops known. So that's going to be the next, I would say, big bastion of pits that we're going to be seeing out there, as we watch Dana Prater there in the background, really weaving to hold the slipstream of the BMW in front in that Mercedes GT4. Then for No Limit Sim Racing Academy, they've definitely got pace and a great run coming out then of Stowe and backs off of it into the Vale. So can't quite get the move done. Marceau Williams can only watch as Thomas Carna goes through for TSRC Esports. So now running through the final corner and out onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. There's one bit of clearance, and there's not going to be enough time to launch for the second part.
Yeah, but now it's going to be the trouble spot right now from this point. You can see how the battle is going on, by the way. You have No Limits that's joined this fight too, as mentioned, but I will say this. It's right now for No Limits, good job for them to be able to claw their way into the conversation here after what's been a quiet day for them so far. Tanner Prater trying to power his way through as he tries to keep up with the karting champion. Up in front of him, a lot of experience for Williams, as mentioned, the karting scene.
So, there is differences out there to be found, and so you will be seeing that the karting scene definitely does have an ability out there to give a great baseline setup of what you need from racing prowess, but sometimes you see it out there more and more actually with sim racing. It's a chance to talk, because there was a wonderful post actually that the iRacing Instagram channel managed to put together from the Prodigy Racing League, of the Prodigy Racing League I would say owner, saying, look, this is the difference between karters and sim racers on how quick they can get themselves up to speed. And I would look around and say that, and I don't know how you feel about it, Justin, in the next 10 years, the legitimacy that Max Verstappen has given to the sim racing community, do you believe that sim racing is going to be the next place where all the great drivers are going to be coming from when you're looking around at this level? You look at Ivan Machado and what he's done out there in the Skip Barber series. You look at drivers like Igor Fraga, who got an F2 seat. You look at Max Esterson, who was lightning quick about 3 or 4 years ago in the sim, who's been in GT3 circles. Do you think that's where we're going to see the next drivers coming from? It's from this sort of platform?
I think the answer is we're already seeing it, quite simply. I give you some of the names, for example, back years ago, for example, as you may know, we have some background when it comes to the oval side. A lot of it when it comes to one of the series I called was the eNASCAR Ignite series. Roger Karuf, now setting up for a full-time NASCAR Xfinity Series campaign. Parker Retzlaff, he was one of the top contenders in that series back around 2018-19. Guess what? He's been one of the top drivers in the Xfinity Series, has been showing good talent. He's also made a couple NASCAR Cup Series starts. You also mentioned some of the others that come to mind, like Carson Hocevar, longtime driver on the sim racing side. That comes to mind, for example. That's just on the oval side, and just a couple of the many examples I can bring up, for example, Jake, where quite simply, a lot of the young drivers these days build some of their connections in the virtual world while also moving up the ladder. So I think it's one of those that, quite simply, if you have the talent and also supplement that virtual experience with those connections you make with other drivers in your age bracket or then some in the racing circles, and complement that with some real-world driving experience, it can absolutely parlay into a huge career for you and an opportunity to build a career in motorsports. Cam Evans a good example. Elvis Rankin's a good example. On the roadside, for example, so those I've seen that have been able to do that in recent years with some of the drivers to Skip Barber programs or through the MX5 racing scene. There's absolutely opportunities, I think, for drivers to move up. So I think the answer is yes, so long as you also get some real-world experience to supplement that and be able to build your skills in both of those circumstances. Use the sim to learn tracks you may not have been to yet, while also build those connections in the industry.
I believe it was about 7 or 8 years ago on a Friday prime time, where we were running F3 here on RaceSpotTV, that there was a lesser-known Lando Norris in one of the races that was just making his way up through Ginetta Juniors into into Formula 3 and the likes moving forward, and now he just so happens to be fighting for a title this weekend. So that, you could say, is the sim to reality experience that you are starting to find out there at the moment, as No Limits refusing to yield off the back of the number 64. I do want to pay some attention though to the front of this field. Charles Rainford has had a couple of slow 2:02 laps. Adam Watson's had traffic on the last lap, only managed to 59.6, but the gap is down here with 12 minutes to go before there's 20 hours remaining. It's suddenly a 3.3 second margin at the front of your GT3 field, as we start seeing here a little bit of movement going along here in through Brookland into Luffield, as Sean McCardle for Project Not Last breaks up a little bit of what is going on in this group. Marceau Williams getting the brunt of everyone going by.
So getting the elbows up for good measure as they try and pass by quite quickly in that manner. And right now, I will say, they're just biding their own time, letting the race go where they are. No Limit Sim Racing Academy is not trying to push too many hard buttons here. Don't want to get involved in any contact. They've already been punted out of the way once or twice by some of these major packs here. So for them, I think they're thinking more so just trying to keep up with Satellite for the long-term strategy play. Say, sip the gas a little bit, go from there, because right now we're already a few laps away from the next window, about 10 laps or so from those next stops. So there isn't a sense of urgency yet, I think, until after maybe the pit stops, to be able to try and go for the spot quite yet, unless the opportunity presents itself early. And right now the thing is, with the traffic, it's stretching more than anything else. It's equalizing, if not a little bit of close up once they're in clean space.
They're running around doing about 2:12s at the moment, crossing the line at 2:12.1 from Ayrton Williams. So you put that in comparison with the leader right now of Jeffrey Rose, 0.4 of a second, the difference between them. Now 0.4 doesn't sound like much, but you add up 0.4 over the course of 24 hours, and there's a lot of 0.4 of a second you can add up through that. That can be the difference of a lap, being 0.4 of a second slower per lap around a circuit like this. So you're sort of adding it up and saying, oh, you're a lap away. But the outright pace there, as you can see, a lovely slide there by Ayrton Williams. The overall outright pace can be not very much to build that very big gap.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on 1 second, though. That's a little bit of contact there. A little bit of argy-bargy popping up for No Limits. But was about to say...
That's Adam Watson.
Yeah. Just trying to move by quickly. Remember Watson, he's under 3 seconds, by the way, so your prediction is nearly right on point. He has not let up on that pace.
Well, here's the awkward thing. Adam Watson to get into the car, and Christopher Starsmore. So the way this has worked out and the way they've got this team sorted, they might be in a little bit of trouble, because Adam Watson's got 2 entries into the car, so it looks like he's going to have to do 2 lots of fair share, switch an account and keep on going to get himself in. So that's going to be a little bit of a concern then in terms of stint length that they've got working between now and the end of this race. Charles Rainford then being reeled in at this moment at 2.5 seconds. We have kept for the last few laps on what has been going on here with these 3 in GT4, proving that they are having an absolutely wonderful time. And this is also where I say WSR Esports, not a million miles away from the podium. They're only 8 seconds adrift now of Chicken Kebab ex Fast Track setups.
Interesting too with that right now. Chicken Bob was faster last time. Blind give them that shout. So there is those massive swings that have popped up absolutely there. Remember, Chicken Kebab, amongst the teams that we've seen extend pretty well in their windows on the fuel. By the way, extended pit stop service, that's quad dash 54, or 94 I should say. That's been down there for a fair bit of time. And hasn't had a chance to budge. They've been down there for more than 2 minutes now.
Yeah, that's long for the number 94 out there. So quad dash, they got still James Armstrong in the car. I wonder whether they pulled it in of their own accord or they've got themselves involved in something then in that 94, because it's not normal to have a long stop like that. And I'm just going back. Yeah, they did pull it in of their own accord, and I haven't quite seen anything that indicates untoward. So their lap 101 would be a very interesting look back to see if anything's happened to them. 1.6 now, gap at the front, and that proving to be a very important line marker for where they're going about business at the moment. Tanner Prater through Maggots and Beckett's, just trying to lead the Quartermaster car through, which is trying to get the run around the outside of Beckett. Now into Chapel Corner, gets it, well actually Chapel's the one on the exit, through the right, now through Chapel on the exit, and onto the hangar straight. But critically, Tanner Prater realises, oh, but you can pick up slipstream off the GT3.
Definitely helps you pull a little bit more speed for a little bit before they run away from you. As there's a look at some of the traffic slipping on by for good measure as well. That battle for the race lead is about to get wild because the gap is down to under 0.8 of a second. Project 91 Racing Team, the average, the past 2 seconds nearly slower over the past 5, and look at the traffic, it's not plain helpful. It just cost them an R10.
Yeah, they wanted to go down the inside of Sean McCardle down at the village corner and wasn't quite, finding a little bit of happy families out there. So will it be a lunge for Adam Watson by comparison? Very shallow into the corner, gets the clearance, and now they find themselves there with about 5 minutes left in the stint. Charles Rainford has done okay holding that Lamborghini in tow, but the Lamborghini can be a little bit finicky as a car to go and work with. It's got an Audi engine underneath it, but that Huracan is one of those cars with the profile of it that you just think, I think it's niche. I think it suits a certain style of driver.
Yeah, I think right now, quite simply, that style of driver is right now not Charles Rainford with the way the pace has gone so far. He hasn't had the same feel for the car compared to his teammate, and that's been really showing right now. Watson all lined up with his ducks in a row here. He's picking up about a half a tenth to a tenth per straightaway when, for example, the corners. Rory's been really able to eat. They have some interclass traffic to have to navigate here with only a few minutes before the top of the hour as well for their stop coming up.
Yep, so it's 150 Motorsports, who at the moment are 4 laps down, and then almost about to go 1 lap down is Vulcan Motorsports Platinum with Ignace Vintzezevskis behind the wheel as Jake Pitt and Matthew Swatton both come in and look for service out there. For Charles Rainford, he's got a gap of 0.6 of a second. He's looking to burn the candle now, but look how tough it is. He'll get the clearance here through this section. Watson would love to follow on through, being beat out the way, and gets what he wants. Now it's a case of hold on to the rear of the likes of Charles Rainford like it's your childhood cuddly toy.
Well, it's about trying to find a way to take advantage with the teddy bear, so to speak. Trying to find a way to squeeze for all its might to be able to get all the love you need. I don't know where I was going with that, other than the fact that the aggression's going to be high to make this pouncing move as quick as possible here. Traffic going to force a 3-wide moment, though. 3 wide split up the middle for the traffic. No place to poke, though, for Watson. Couldn't keep the overlap for the corner exit as they try and set something up. And now the tough thing's going to be actually making the pass. They have the pace. The problem's going to be actually getting side by side, especially in a hornet's nest.
Yeah, that was Scorpio Esports. They had to get by, and they were worked by Pineapple Racing Club GT4. In front of them is still that Vulcan Motorsports Platinum car, which is the only saving grace right now for Charles Rainford, moving on to the main hangar straight, and now looking around and finding what you need. GT4 pit stops firmly in cycle. We've seen Fury Simsport in. Matthew Luke jumping in now, then from 7th position out there in the category here. So we got pit stops everywhere at this moment, looking to prove themselves to be important. And there was a thing down to the inside, had to back out of it, but Adam Watson now sits comfortably on the rear, and I think he'll be looking at this going, I can go and make this pass any time that I want, but I want to see you lose that place on your own accord, Mr. 91 and Charles Rainford.
Yeah, the TCC driver trying to find a way to keep this going right now. Does have the virtual experience, one of the drivers that got some chance in Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain this past season. But it's been a challenge, as we were alluding to, for him with this car, with this combination here today, for him right now. Here's the thing, though, I'm noticing. Watson hasn't been really able to find a way to pounce. I almost wonder if he's now trying to save his stuff and then plotting and planning for after the pit stop cycle, or is just waiting for a mistake to build up here. This is another chance to maybe, after all that push attempt to close on up, to be able to try and let things cool off, simmer down a little bit before you have to make that dive to the pit lane eventually and have the chance to have that cycle separation.
This is where you're going to have to be switched on as a driver. 20 hours, a minute and 21 seconds remaining in this race. Justin, what's this big takeaway from the hours 3 and 4, now moving into what is the settle down period, which is seemingly heating up?
Absolutely, just about at the top of the hour 2. This had been a massive lead at one point for those wondering again. This lead compared to what we see with one of the last tech entries out before their driver swap was 12 seconds. That's how big the swing has gone, to where Simcast had been well down the order, down at about 4th, 5th, 6th position at one point in the early portions of a run through in the booth. That's how quickly things can change if you have a fast driver that's able to blazer in like we've seen with Watson here as he tries to find a way to get around as quick as possible and reaches more traffic. The lights already turning on.
Yeah, it's getting dark here. In sim time is about 4:15 in the afternoon, so we're starting to see the light fading out there at this moment and settling in for a very long night stint out there. First looking close in GT3, as is third out there at the moment, but hand on over to the next stage because you've got Darragh Thacker back in the booth with Paul Smith.
Thank you very much, and yeah, we are back after having a quick break, and what a race we have come back to. This fight for first place in GT3 is absolutely sensational. This pace that Adam Watson has shown throughout the second half of this stint, although he gets a boot into the gravel there, so just losing a little bit of time does Watson. Just a 10th or 2 on the exit of Luffield, but this has been absolutely sensational to watch. We've seen the Chicken Kebab team, who started on pole position, just fall back from this group. They're involved in their own fight with WSR Esports, who've done a tremendous job to come back and fight back towards the top 4 places. Well, Darragh, there's been a lot happening since we stepped away.
Yeah, there has, but it almost feels like not much has happened, doesn't it? In some aspects, still a close battle for the lead in GT3, still the 180 leads in GT4, so yeah, lots has happened, but in a way, we're almost kind of at a similar stage in the race for all of these guys, and I think there are some battles on the circuit where there's going to be some cooperative working going on at the moment. You mentioned that 1, 2, 3, really interesting to see them work their way back up to P4. Yes, they're 37 seconds behind, but that's kind of where they were at a couple of hours ago in terms of the time gap. They've just managed to get through some cars in their own class and maybe we now can start to, if they can get through on the 36, that is, work their way up towards these top two, particularly if we see more of this fighting, which we are almost seeing through Farm Curve in towards finish, because Adam Watson is right on the tail of Charles Rainford right now.
Now, if somebody can defend, it's a British Touring Car Championship driver, Charles Rainford, of course, raced for West Surrey Racing this year in the BMW 3 Series. He's also, as Justin pointed out before he popped off, he's got experience in the sim as well. He's been a competitor in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain, which is actually going through the open qualifying process at the moment. So if you've ever wanted your chance to race in that series, check on out the Porsche GB Motorsport pages and find out how you can enter that championship. You might even get to speak to yours truly here if you do, hopefully, if I'm hired. You can never guarantee that you're going to end up in these roles. But this league battle, I mean, Watson is showing restraint, which, from my history of commentating on him and racing against him, is not a word that I would normally use for Adam Watson. But in these 24-hour races, he can show incredible pace, consistency about that pace, but not do anything stupid, as we've actually got a penalty has been applied to one of our competitors. That's the Next Gen Motorsports. They have got a black flag, and I believe that's going to be a 30-second stop and go for Next Gen Motorsports.
Huge penalty. That was after causing a collision with that number 33 GT4 car, the Pineapple Racing Club. So that's an absolutely enormous penalty for them. That's going to be nearly a minute of race time lost for them. So a huge penalty that they're going to have to serve very quickly indeed. But I mean, you're right about Adam Watson. You know, he's often a driver that we see in any race, being quite aggressive on the front foot, ready to make a move when an opportunity presents itself. But here he is showing some really good management skills, and I wonder if what he's doing now is a case of trying to save the car for an extra lap, maybe allowing that 91 to come into the pit lane earlier, getting the overcut, knowing that if the 91's going to change its tyres, it's going to have to go through that warm-up phase. And so is he putting himself into a position where he doesn't have to risk the car to get this move done for the lead? That could be the consideration he's making, because we are very much fast approaching that pit stop phase. We are past the hour mark now, so in only just a couple of minutes' time we're going to start to see drivers dive into the pit lane. So let's see what Watson does, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's been saving for the last few laps.
Well, both of these drivers are on lap 29 of their stint right now. The Chicken Kebab team in third place is on lap 30 of their stint. So there's a big mixture of stint lengths for teams out there. So you mentioned about that 30-second stop and hold. Next Gen have now come out after that 30-second stop and hold, and it was about a minute and 2 seconds cone to cone. Now, you don't necessarily lose a minute and 2 because of the nature of the pit lane here. So even if you say you're saving yourself a 5-second drop-off, so talk about 55, 56-second loss, when you look at the stop and hold that WSR had, which was only a stop and hold, they're on pace to be right there with the leaders.
I'm not sure the difference in terms of the penalties and how much the stewards' decisions are going to affect the drivers and how they're able to carry themselves through particularly this first part of the race. I mean, we're still, of course, in the first quarter. We've been going for 4 hours. We've got some decent enough gaps, but of course we're still in the very, very early stages of this race. And you know, these penalties, a minute is going to feel a lot longer. Obviously it is than 35 seconds. That's a good line to the inside for Adam Watson trying to make the move. Can he get this one done? They're going to be side by side towards Brookings and Luffield this time by.
Oh, they're almost rubbing door mirrors going into Brooklands then. Onto the brakes, and Watson to the lead. Can he hold on to it? Hold your line there. Beautifully done. So that's Simcast Racing Team UK. Adam Watson in the Aston Martin takes the lead of this race then, but Charles Rainford, he'll be sat on his boot lid right now, and he'll be there saying, right, okay, you've had your time putting the pressure on me. It's now time for me to pay return to that.
Yep, indeed, and I wonder if this is the time that Adam Watson decided just to turn it up a little bit, knowing that the pit stop window is coming up very shortly indeed. He's not really gapped out much though, has he? I would have thought he'd get an extra couple of tenths in hand. He'll be far enough away to feel safe down in towards Stowe, but it's only about half a second in change, and so he won't necessarily be able to feel totally free from that number 91 car. But let's see if either come into the pit lane this time by. That could be quite interesting to see if that has prompted a pit stop, maybe particularly from that number 91 car, or whether they are going to continue to go on pace. Any pit stops? No, they continue onwards. They are going to stay out there a little bit longer. That gap is now starting to eke out a bit. 3/4 of a second. You'd like to think it'd be about a second by the time they get out of the loop at Aintree.
Trouble for the number 20, DCW Racing Blue, Paddy Faulkner. He's got a mechanical warning flag, the meatball flag. So he's going to have to come down to pit road and get that repairs done. And what's happened to Paddy then? So he's turned it. Oh, that's surely the suspension was broken before then, because that just suddenly just went.
You could see actually when the car stopped, the car almost sat back on its rear right there, didn't it?
Here we go.
In contact beforehand. Here it is, in towards turn 1. At Abbey, is there the contact to be made here? There it is. Big old hit. Rear left to rear right. That's a huge old hit. Yeah, no wonder the suspension's damaged.
Yeah, you could see it sit down there in the gravel trap. Yeah, so and again, one of the worst places to pick up a damage like that, because you've got to do the entire lap at whatever slow speed you're having to drag that car sparking along the ground at. So yeah, it's not going to be a fun time for Paddy. Oh, we've got tyre smoke off at Copse Corner. Now that's not Paddy. I think that might have been the Quartermass Motorsport car.
Yes, Andy Chell, I think that is. He's already been in pit in the last few minutes. Oh, and that is the Quartermass car. Getting a bit of a helping hand into the tyre barrier, and that rear end is gone. He does continue on though. He doesn't come back into the pit lane just yet. Almost certainly will pit though, but he won't use a tow. But if they've got fast repairs left, I'd like to think that they'll use one of those.
DCW Racing have made it back to pit road, so Paddy Faulkner's on there. Team Heap Together are onto pit road. A few others as well. Satellite Racing on to pit road as your leaders head onto pit road as well. So Adam Watson, Charles Rainford, both heading to pit lane. Now are we finally going to be seeing Adam Watson jumping out of the car and his teammate jumping in? Because, as pointed out by Jake Sperry earlier on, they've only got Christopher Starsmore as the other driver, so they're going to have to do 12 hours each.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, is it? It's going to be some long stints, and I just thought a couple of hours up here was long enough, Paul. But yeah, it's incredible how long they're going at the start of this race. But I guess if they're feeling good and the pace is still high, then why not, right?
I mean, there comes a point where though that the fatigue sets in, and and your times just drop off. And the problem is when fatigue sets in, your times just absolutely just hemorrhage away. You really do lose a lot of time with that. In the meantime, Ethan Critchley in the WSR Esports Britcar entry is up there in the overall race lead, yet to come into the pit road though, so he's going to owe us a pit stop. But I just think if things can stay as they are in terms of speed and in terms of attrition as well, that WSR Esports car could be a threat come the last 3 or 4 hours of this race.
Yeah, and of course they have come back from quite a big deficit, right? Of course, getting that stop and hold penalty early on, also getting spun around towards the start of the race as well, all in the first 15-20 minutes. To be able to recover to this point, even if they are in a net P3, P4 and some, in effect, 35 seconds off the pace, that's still a fantastic recovery from where they were. I mean, if you take into account the time that they lost from that stop and hold penalty, you know, they're basically on leader's pace since the start of the race. It has been really competitive, and again, 4 hours have gone. There's 19 and a half hours more than that to go. There's so much time. 35 seconds in that kind of time frame is nothing really. You know, we're going to be looking at what our time page suggests another, in effect, 600 laps of the race. So you only need to be gaining a couple of hundredths a lap across every single lap for the rest of the race to aggregate yourself back towards the front of the field. They'll come in this time by, but Ethan Critchley quietly doing a very good job, and I think definitely someone to watch out for as we get towards the nighttime hours.
Ethan Critchley, of course, his family no stranger to competition. His father, Jason Critchley, was a former Great Britain and Wales international in rugby league. I, in fact, attended a match that he played in, did Jason. It was the 2000 Rugby League World Cup semi-final against Australia, and it was one of Wales's greatest losses was that day, because they led Australia against all odds for pretty much more than half of the match. It was a great evening, was that, and I'm sure Jason appreciates me bringing up some good times like that. But yes, Adam State's going to jump into the car now. So Ethan Critchley's had his stint, he's jumping out. Adam State, another quick driver that WSR Esports has jumped in right now.
He has, and I can tell you, that's the British flagpole, back off what we were doing earlier. I can recognise that one. But yeah, he's jumping in the car. And it's good, if you're WSR Esports, it's one of the many teams in this event that have deep rosters, and they have a few good drivers that they can turn to over the course of this race, and that is such a strength, isn't it, to have some really big names, particularly in GT3 cars, to be able to turn to. Even if you've got a really fast driver jumping out, you've got someone to jump in immediately afterwards, and it's fantastic to see, as some of the telemetry we've been talking about today, isn't it?
Oh no! Right, when we look at the telemetry, well, we see the telemetry of a spin there. So there you go. You get some live. I'm sorry, we couldn't have timed that any worse for WSR Esports. Apologies to them. Cold tyres, and this is the thing. This is something that can go against you when you've not been in the car, and it's 6 hours or 4 hours, should I say? Sorry, down the line. You don't know the exact makeup of the track in terms of the grip that's available, and you've not had the practice of cold tyres coming out of pit road. It is pretty tricky, is that, because you're coming through a high-speed corner on the exit of pit lane into a low-speed right-hander, and yeah, the back end just swapped on him.
Not the first time we've seen that happen as well, isn't it? With a couple of cars struggling immediately out of pit lane. There we had that crash, didn't we, earlier on with, I think it was the 43, if memory serves. I could be completely wrong, but we had a couple of cars that came a cropper to that very early on in the race, in the opening stint. So no surprise that it's a gremlin grouping back in, but it's not the way you really want to start your stint, is it? But I guess in a way, when you've got such a long stint upcoming, you're always going to feel like you're going to make a mistake at some point. If you get it out of the way in the first corner, I think you feel like you've got a bit of a free card for the rest of the stint, right?
It's an extreme way to try and get some temperature in your tyres as well, isn't it? Just not ideal. Just a bit of village notices here, by the way. Pineapple Racing Club, the number 16, Ben Cooper, has actually had a black flag stop and go for 30 seconds, which they've just served for causing a collision. Dangerous driving, that came under. So they got the bottom end of the pay scale for that collision. But yeah, definitely a big penalty for them. But this is the data that you can see. So we are getting access to all this data that Adam State has kindly shared with us here, and this is from the Cosworth PI toolbox that is available to folks right now. There is a free tier of that, so you don't have to pay for the full fat version if you don't want to. You can start off with just a basic version, see what you can get out of it, and then add on to your plan as you see fit. But this is live telemetry, and this can be seen by your engineer, who could be literally either sat next to you or could be halfway around the world, Dara. It's a great tool, and being able to get that live broadcast out there to an engineer, or in our case to show it off here on stream, it's fascinating to look at the data. You can get a little bit too much into the data, can't you, at times? But I think as a tool, it's a really good grounding place.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to see, isn't it? All of the different elements that you can turn to when it comes to data. You can never have too much data until, like you're right in saying, you get a little bit too much, and then you get a little bit distracted with the data, and you think a bit too much about it. But it's so much information. It's really helpful as well for any driver. As good as me, Adam State. That was a late dive to the inside at Stowe. It's going to work out. And I think he's going to go green through that part of the sector if you look at the track map in the top middle of that data set. But yeah, going along nicely, and yeah, it's great that we get an insight into this, because it is fantastic to have this new tech, really, to be able to improve drivers' times, and to be able to use to really move forward, not just as individuals but for teams as well, and to get an insight into it. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I'm absolutely loving this, and thank you very much to Cosworth for supporting this event this year, the 4th running of the Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone here on RaceSpotTV. Paul Smith and Dara Thacker bringing you these next 2 hours of broadcast. Before I step away, Dara's going to be sticking around for a little bit, aren't you, Dara? You're going to be around in the commentary booth for a little while, and you're going to have Ron joining us after my stint.
Yes, and then after Ron, I think Lorenzo's jumping in as well. I'm here for 4 hours. I'm doing a long stint. It's not as long.
You're
as
doing an Adam Watson, is what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a bit easy to be sat up here, you know, with a drink and with a blanket, rather than having to sit down there and operate the car.
Oh, yeah. There's a car off. There's a car off. It's that DCW racing car. It's kept going. Paddy Faulkner, so he's had repairs done to that car. I have a funny feeling that they were pushed rather than jumped.
Yeah, you're going to get another look at that. Coming through turn 1 and turn 2. We see a little bit of movement up in front. Let's see it again. Is there contact as they make their way in towards farm? Ooh, yes. There is. Yeah, when there is, it almost looks like there's barely any contact at all, but enough to push him wide and off the road. Luckily, though, just a bit of a rear slide and got it back under control. Lost about a second or two, but we've seen worse incidents today, haven't we?
Well, the problem through there, though, is it only takes the smallest of contacts to be able to turn the car, because the car is so loaded up. Going through that left-hander, you're loading up the right-hand side of the car, and it just takes the slightest of contact, and it unsettles the car, and off you go, and that's exactly what we saw there with Paddy. Tom Katsadonis on screen right now that we're on board with is currently in 3rd place in GT4, but has got 2nd place Scorpio Esports directly in front of him, and is pushing on, trying to gain that 2nd place back.
He is, and he's not a long way back either, is he, from that 38 car, if he can make his way through soon. Careful of that Project 91 racing car. I'm not sure if that is the 91, but either way, in fact it is the 92, not the 91, but either way, the 223 and the 38 will be fighting very shortly indeed. I mean, they've kind of been able to keep Esports kind of on a chain, but they've not been able to pull that in at all, have they? Because the 180 has been sitting out in front for such a long time in this race. However, it doesn't feel like that, because the gap is only about 9.5 seconds. They've been in complete control for so long. We've barely got to mention the GT4 League battle, but yet there is still that slight question mark. And if the 223 with Katsadonis can kind of get a bit of pace going, then we could see maybe Ben Langford in that red car being roped in a little bit in the next stint or so, because the top 3 we haven't talked about much, but yet they're somewhat close, aren't they?
Katsadonis, I can tell you on the average lap time. So I've actually got sight of a different timing screen to those that's available to those at home on the YouTube feed. In the chat, there is a link at the top of the chat that's pinned post to a link to the RaceSpot timing feed. I've got a little bit of a different timing screen that gives me some average lap time, so a 5-lap average. Over a 5-lap average, your leader, Ben Langford, in that Arete Esports Britcar entry, is a 2 minutes 11.3. Scorpio Esports is a 2 minutes 12.7. And then WSR Esports says there's a look to the inside, down the inside for Katsadonis. Not quite alongside enough, but still going to carry on the fight out of Stour Corner, looking into Vale. Big braking zone here. We've seen how cars have struggled to go side by side through here. Try and get the cutback now is Katsadonis in that BMW. Not going to get past the Mercedes for now, but that WSR Esports car is a 2:11.6 5-lap average, so matching the race leader, give or take a tenth or two, but absolutely hounding, as you can see, the Scorpio Esports entry, which now, down the inside, makes a decisive move. But that Mercedes, if it can hold it round the outside, gets the inside for the loop, hard onto the brakes. This is where the BMW needs to cut back now, get onto the inside. They've got the GT3 traffic right behind them, which is the 421, the Vulcan fasteners by them they go. And finally, WSR Esports GT4 entry is through.
Yeah, up into P2. Big move then for Tom Katsadonis. Can he push on? Can he push towards that 180 towards the front of the field? 11 seconds is that gap now after that side-by-side battling, but he has the advantage. Yeah, those two cars coming through. Marius Hibner in the Vulcan fastest by Glasstech, and the Team Benek sim racing car with Remy Gilbert behind the wheel. Of course, Team Benek were right at the front of the field at the start of the race, but got pegged back by a penalty. Vulcan Fasteners, exactly the same situation. They're fighting over P6, kind of in a race on their own at the moment. 20 seconds behind P5, 28 ahead of P8. But that's an interesting battle I think we should keep our eye on, because Team Benek and Remy Gilbert in the 159s last time by, and was faster than the three cars in front of it. But Tom Katsadonis making that move in the GT4. Can they push on? It looks like he can, because Charlie Devlin, getting myself in all sorts of chaos, is 6/10 back, and it looks like he's falling back a little bit further. This could be the gap that Tom needs to pull away.
I will say, good effort by Scorpio Esports, pointed out in the YouTube chat earlier on, whilst I was off on my break, along with you. Doing great for their first ever GT event. So, I mean, for this to be your first ever event, oh dearie me, GT3 and GT4's not mixing. Remy Gilbert forced onto the grass. He's not happy with that Team Benek sim racing outfit. The GT4 behind, that was almost a big accident then.
Yeah, huge accident, nearly. Thankfully mitigated, won't be seeing those two go around inside line. Now there is the chance Remy Gilbert will try and push his way through on Marius Hibner to the outside line, but I don't think he'll be able to hold it around the outside through here, will he? Well, he's going to be side by side as they make their way onto the Wellington Straight. The difficulty for Hibner is that he has Remy on the inside line going in towards Brooklands and Luffield. There's GT4 traffic just in front as well. They both try and avoid. Inside line for Remy. He will get the position because Marius has to get back into the queue, but he's now up into P6, and that Team Benek car's back on a charge again.
It certainly is, and Marius Hibner, he tried to get out from the back of that GT4 traffic, and well, Remy Gilbert knew what he was trying to do, and he was trying to box him in behind that GT4 traffic. It's worked out nicely for him, and that means up into 6th place now for Team Benek Sim Racing. So, as you pointed out, another one of those teams on a bit of a comeback drive here, as well as the WSR Esports team in the 1-2-3. Remember, both of those teams had penalties in the first half an hour of the race.
Yeah, and recovering well from them to be in this position, to be fighting for a top 6 spot. Of course, the Vulcan Motorsports 34 Platinum car, not too far in front of them, and of course they had their own issues as well in the opening stages of the race when Sam Derbyshire was behind the wheel, and they found themselves facing, well, a bit too close to facing, the wall on the outside of Cobb's Corner, so they have also had their issues. They are some 20 seconds in front, but can Hibner almost just attach himself to the back of Remy here, because he's had the pace in that Team Benek car, but for Marius behind, if he can just make sure that he stays in the slipstream and to try and follow him through on some of the traffic, then he could be pulled ever so closer to that top 5 and give themselves more of a chance at finishing in that top 5. Of course, still early stages, but you want to be there or thereabouts with some of the drivers coming through on you.
I do think that Team Benek do need to tread a fine line though, because that was aggressive racing there. they are sat on a warning as well for causing a collision. So they've had a stop and go for causing a collision, and they've also had a warning. They're the only team that has had more than one intervention by race control. So yeah, I think that they're on a fine line of pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable and what isn't, and sometimes you just got to say, right, turn it down from 11 back to 10. That'll do.
Yeah, you don't need to be doing too much at this stage to make some of these moves work out for you, but either way, through and pulling a little bit of a gap on Hibmet, and that gap to Vulcan as well, already under 20 seconds. So looking good at the moment for Remy Gilbert. I did have a message through a little while ago, actually, from our good friend Zach Sweeney about Remy, because he says that Remy was on for pole but didn't fuel the car enough, which is an incredible fact if true, because he was right at the front of the field, maybe just ran out of fuel in the last couple of corners, but he's been showing pace all day long, so there's no surprise that he has been right near the front. And yeah, we'll have clean track, even more clean track, because the 34 that was in front of him is hand a bit late.
Yeah, Vulcan Motorsports, as you say, down onto pit road, 33 lap stint for them. We've been seeing one or two cars doing the longer stints, worked out for some more than others. Worth pointing out, so far we've had 2 retirements from this race, both in GT4. Daredevil Motorsport were the first ones to retire, and then in the last 40 minutes we've had Quadash Racing. They are done for today after their race ended earlier on. So we've had a good number of teams out there, but yeah, still we have got, what's that, 50 cars still rotating right now.
We do indeed, and it is great to see so many drivers out on the circuit. And yeah, I think it is exactly 50, isn't it? We started with 52, and to go through the opening 4.5 hours and only lose 2 entries is fantastic, really. It means that we've got more drivers, more teams still in the hunt. And we talked about this earlier, but this race, you know, with every passing year, this being the 4th occasion that we've run it, getting more prestigious every year with more and more teams and more drivers getting involved, means that every position is going to be fought for hard. And to see 30 GT3s still running and 20 GT4s means that there is going to be battles for every position right the way to the checkered flag in some 19.5 hours time, which is exactly what we want to see. There's nothing worse than getting into an endurance race and, you know, 10-20% of the grid are gone by the first quarter.
Yeah, I've commentated on quite a few of those as well in the past.
Exactly.
Especially like the Nürburgring 24 hours, for example. That's one where you basically get the old books out and start talking about old stories of years gone by in these types of broadcasts. But not here today. We've got plenty going on. Race lead has now extended to 5.5 seconds, so Adam Watson, in fact it's 6 seconds now pretty much. Adam Watson has been pulling away from Charles Rainford at a fair rate of knots. And if I'm Charles Rainford, I'm looking back and seeing, chicken kebab, they've picked up their pace. As we mentioned as well, Remy Gilbert, he's got his pace under control right now. WSR Esports, Adam State isn't quite going as fast as Ethan Critchler was, but it's not a horrendous difference. You're always going to have a little bit of difference between drivers. It's just the nature of endurance racing, but WSR have just are not progressing through at the rate that they were doing.
No, they're not, and they'd like to be going a little bit faster, because to have that momentum that you've built up over the course of a couple of hours, you'd feel should carry you through for another couple to keep that pace up, to keep that speed up. But sometimes when we're seeing it here, it just doesn't necessarily work out that way. You have to refine a little bit of pace. Once again, that could come with a driver change, that could come with a pit stop, but sometimes you have to find that mid-stint, and it can be difficult, especially, you know, when you're doing long stints, especially if it's a long stint like we're seeing right at the front of the field from Adam Watson, right? But sometimes have to be pragmatic and have to be adaptable in races like this, because that's the challenge of them. It's not a 1 or 2 hour race, it's a 24-hour race. You have to be able to make changes all the way through the day, and you're going to be able to come out victorious.
Fury Sim Sport Green trying to hold on to 4th place in GT4, but No Limit Sim Racing Academy are going to go and try and get the place. And look at the queue of cars. It's like a back of a queue of traffic with a caravan at the front of it. Just a queue of cars wanting to try and work their way past these two who are fighting away. And it's all GT3 traffic as well, including the WSR Esports 123 that's in 4th place. So Adam Stake's trying to work his way through. Well, and we've got others. It's just, yeah, it's Piccadilly Circus right now.
It is. I mean, even though we have gone 4.5 hours, it's part of the circuit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 9 cars on the screen right now, out of the 50 on the circuit. Incredible. Whoa, no! Big contact. They tried to go 3 wide. There was a miscommunication. Prater into the wall. There was one of the Vulcan cars that's gone off into the wall as well. I'm not entirely sure who that was. Could be the number 34. I think yes, it is indeed the 34.
Yeah.
Just come into the pit lane. Ignaz Vincentrevski's got out of the car. Macaulay Watkins getting in. And already, are they going to have to come down pit lane? Yes, they are. Look at how badly that car's crabbing. Disaster for them on just their 2nd lap out of the
Oh, no! And I think the 34 has had more issues. We'll have a look at that in a second. But that's the replay. And, yeah, the problem is that the straight, it does turn towards the end. GlassTech Racing have stopped as well out on track, so I think there's more issues. And yeah, it's just coming across the GT4. That's on the GT3 there, in my opinion. I think Vulcan have got some big talk from the stewards coming their way.
Yeah, Macaulay's 2nd lap in the race, isn't it, as well? Not used to getting through the traffic just yet. What happened in the 2nd part? You're right, something else did happen. Where was it? Just trying to get it back. Oh, it's just another miniature spin with the crabbing. Oh, and then coming back across. Goodness me. Can it get much worse in your opening couple of laps in this race for Macaulay Watkins? That's a huge hit. And again, we'll have to see what the stewards say about that as well.
That was GlassTech Racing, so they were up there, up in the top 6. Come round the corner, all of a sudden, bang! That's a huge hit there.
Yeah, have to come down pit lane with that kind of damage, aren't they? Have they missed the pit lane? Are they towing? Oh, I think they towed, didn't they? By the way, they're into the pit lane now with Vulcan. They're going to drop down the order. Of course, they were our race leaders at one point, weren't they?
Yes, they were. Indeed there. So massive problems. Cut across pit entry, so that'll be an unsafe pit entry probably. So they'll probably have to then have a black flag served. Vulcan, meanwhile, have got their fast repair, one of their fast repairs used. We know of 2 fast repairs that they've used now, because remember that Vulcan car was off in the very early stages of this race at Copse Corner, and they had to use one of their fast repairs there. GlassTech, they're still on pit road getting a service done, and they're finally coming out now after 1 minute and 2. So yeah, that'll be a stop and hold for unsafe pit entry. I can tell you that the No Limit Sim Racing Academy GT4 car, that had its fast repair used. That's back out, but it's lost 1 place to Thomas Enger Sim Racing.
It has, and as we see another replay, another snap through Brooks into Luffield. There's just been a big old 5 to 10 minutes, hasn't there, just across the entirety of the field, with moments with pit stops, mid-stint pit stops, if you will, and other battles going on. It's been a really hectic part of the race. It just feels like we're still watching a sprint race, despite the fact it's 4.5 hours in, though. Right, Paul? I mean, we've still got this battle for it's P15, and yet there's 3 cars with less than 3 seconds between them. It's crazy.
And it's the fact that they're fighting at this on-the-edge speed as well. Did I just hear a car go bang? I'm sure I did. Well, anyway, as we carry on around onto the Wellington Straight. So yeah, we've got Cuda Motorsports, we've got Armed Forces Sim Racing, and we've got Aztec Racing as well, fighting out for that 15th place. We mentioned about the Armed Forces team earlier in the race. Of course, a team made up of service personnel from the Army, from the RAF, and from the Navy as well. So coming together, usually they're all busy in in sort of competitions, in sporting competitions, they're usually all against each other, but not here today.
No, it's nice to see that unity, really, and to have that car in the race, and to have members of all three strands of the armed forces to be able to compete in a race like this on a stage as big as this as well. And it is fantastic that we have them involved in this race and chasing down the Cuda Motorsports car at the moment. Only about a second and a half in it. You can just about see them in the background on that number 9, trying to close in for the time being, doing their best. There's going to be their time down that straight, but may have just been a slight mistake out of Chapel. These gaps ebb and flow all the time, but we have a few of them that are sub 2 second, but we don't really have any that are sub 1 second at the moment, do we, Paul?
No, not particularly, no. So we'll keep an eye on this for the time being. I always think, when it comes to armed forces being involved in motorsport, I always think back to when I used to be a rally marshal, and this is going back to the mid-2000s, early to mid-2000s, that I was a rally marshal, and we cover British Rally Championship on quite a few of the events, and you'd be stood there, all the British Rally Championship cars had gone through, and then you'd just hear this engine coming through from the forest somewhere in deepest, darkest North Yorkshire or Cumbria or wherever, and you'd, what on earth is this coming towards us? And then all of a sudden comes this Land Rover Defender, and it's, yes, it's the Land Rover Challenge, and it was all the forces that were taking part in it. There's a good 6 or 7 of these Land Rover Challenge vehicles coming through, and they would rag those vehicles through the rally stages. You wouldn't think that a Land Rover could do what those drivers got them to do, but it was absolutely fantastic, and most of them ran with V8s as well.
Yeah, and there's loads of people in the armed forces who are down for a good race, particularly, aren't they? So many of them would love to be involved in these kinds of events, and it's great that we have the opportunity for them to compete. Not always the easiest, of course, given their schedules a lot of the time, as Sarkar not happy at all with I think a GT3 coming through, but they are, doing all right at the moment and keeping the car under control. But yes, it's fantastic that they have this ability to compete, and that we have the ability to highlight them as well in a race like this. And yeah, it's fantastic to see. With them doing well as well, only a couple of laps down, still in the real mid-pack in the order. It's fantastic that we have the chance to allow them to race, and for so many of these teams to race that would often sometimes not get together.
Yeah, certainly it's great, and sim racing gives people that opportunity as well to come together in that way that maybe some other sports and some other forms of motorsport doesn't allow that opportunity to do. You think you can do this from the comfort of your own home, whereas for other motorsport events, for example, you would have to say you would have to travel to the event, you have to get all the team together, prepare the vehicle. You've not got that hassle. You've just got to be able to get some practice in with your teammates, work on a setup that works for all of you, because at the end of the day, the setup in a car like this with an endurance event is a compromise, and that's what you see here. A little bit of tyre smoke. Somebody's had some issues down at Brooklands, but oh yeah, there's a car off in the runoff there. I believe it's Andy Shell. Again, not having a good day for Quatermass Motorsport. In fact, there he is, carrying too much speed. Oh, it's a classic Brooklands spin, is that?
Yeah, we've seen that a lot of the times before, haven't we? Many, many times before. Just a bit too much speed. The rear end says, no, I'm not going to be able to turn in as hard as you want me to. And it spins around. It's as simple as that, really. And Andy Chell, another little mistake for him. But he has been in the rules today, hasn't he? So he'll be looking to maybe just keep it under control for the rest of the stint, but halfway through the stint at the moment. We'll wait and see. In the GT4, just wanted to mention that we did have the pit stop from Scorpio, who were running right with WSR Esports, of course, but now we are seeing them drop all the way back because they're only at the start of their stint, but they are some minute off, so we'll have to wait and see where WSR come out in comparison. These guys thought they'd sort themselves out before they got towards the Belgian chicane. Seems like they haven't.
No, still going to be staying side by side. I just want to point something out, because there's nothing on the race control sheet that we can see about penalties. Student Learn Racing have got a black flag. Do not tell me that they have hit 120 incident points in the first 5 hours of this race.
Let's hope not, right? Yeah, it's a high limit for the incidents, but if they've managed to hit that already, that is not good news for them, because it's after every further 25, once you get to that 120 mark, that you'll pick up a drive-through penalty. So, I mean, at that rate, if they picked up 120, let's just say it's 125 in the first 5 hours, that'll be a drive-through every hour that they have to. So if that's an extra, 30 seconds every hour they have to put onto their time, so that's not good news for them at all. They're going to have to try and keep an eye on those racing lines, because I presume a lot of them will have been off tracks.
It's going to be a hell of an interest on them, is that Student Learn team. You can pay me later for that one. Right, so as they go through, oh come on, did nobody get really? Fair enough. So we have had it confirmed, by the way, it was an instant point limit infraction. That is incredible. I thought I was bad for accumulating instant points, but yeah, it's that's a lot to pick up in under 5 hours.
It absolutely is. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at, doing some really basic maths here. You're looking at around one every couple of minutes. I know they obviously don't come in ones and twos all the time, but yeah, every couple of laps to pick up an incident point to get to this stage is not good news at all. And they're going to be in a world of pain throughout the rest of this race if they can't tighten themselves up on that at the moment. Thomas Enger's Sim Racing is who we're looking at now. We've got Kwasniewski in that Thomas Enger, big leap over the inside of that first part of the Bell chicane. But they're chasing after the Cuda Motorsports car, who've just been overtaken by that Cuda Motorsports car, and they're a little bit off the pace. Last 3 laps from Thomas Enger Sim Racing have been 4:03. The last 2 for Cuda Motorsports have just been 4-minute flat, so they're losing quite a bit of time here, and yeah, it doesn't look too comfortable in that moment in that car.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the pace. The pace at the front, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars at the front in the top 5 are all averaging under 2 minutes per lap. It's only WSR Esports Adam State who isn't out of the top 5, so yeah, that's the pace is relentless at the front. It really is. Aztec Racing, the Porsche 911 GT3R. Let's give it its full title, the 992. To even give it even more of its full title. We haven't got the 992.2 yet. That's coming in the new build for the Cup car. So that's going to be coming next week, isn't it? The new iRacing build will be next week, so we're getting the new Cup car in a week's time.
It's time for Christmas as well, isn't it? Good timing, isn't it? Alfaro on screen, but that's the Costa Rican flag. I'm loving this now. You've opened a can of worms. He's going through PAT, but no, you're right. It's great to get the new update and the new build from iRacing, particularly at this point in the year, because I feel like just generally in the world of sim racing, you get a lot of things that slow down towards Christmas and then start back up again in the New Year. So it just gives a couple of weeks for people to adjust for a lot of events and series will get going once again once we get to the new year, and yeah, hopefully we get some good responses from it. We get some more great racing, as I'm sure we always will, in the coming new year.
I mean, it's traditionally it's the build before Christmas that's one of the bigger builds from iRacing. The March build is usually a little bit of a quieter one because you think they've had Thanksgiving and they've also had Christmas and New Year as well, so a bit of time off from them. It usually means that the March one is a little bit quieter as a build, but this one just before Christmas is usually one of the bigger builds to look forward to. I mean, we've got Miami coming, haven't we? We've got that coming. We've got Adelaide as well. There's a big squeeze there from the Mustang, and that's going to be a suboptimal line. That's also going to be a bad connection as well. but DKS Motorsport carrying on there, Mark Haynes with his Union flag on the broadcast there. But yeah, it's interesting how we're getting a couple of quote-unquote street tracks, although I don't necessarily consider Miami as a street track myself. Adelaide, it's a shame we can't get the full Grand Prix version from back in the 80s and 90s, but unfortunately we can't turn back time, and there's been changes in the area, which means that they can't use that full length. I am seeing yellow flags out there at the exit of Luffield for car 47, which is Datum, so something's happened to them out on track. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Adelaide. It's a bit of a different style of street track again. You think when you went back, we had Detroit, Belle Isle to start off with for street tracks, then we finally got Long Beach, which I'm sure everybody loves, the hairpin. Oh, everybody's favourite corner is the hairpin. And now we're getting Adelaide. It's another different style of street track.
Yeah, great work's been done behind the scenes to get more of these tracks involved on the platform, and it is fantastic. We'll just see a quick little moment. That is a spin
DKS.
from, yeah, exactly, number 49 car going around, and then another moment down at Brookston Luffield.
This is
in
Datum.
GT3s, it is Datum, and this is what we did see. Tap, spin, and they've not had a good day. But yeah, and there's the hit. Goodness me. It's just not been a good day for Datum at all, has it? They've been in the walls from the word go.
That was Pineapple Racing Club that collected them on the exit there. Team Loose Spurwing, 3 into 1 does not go. And they end up on the outside there. So yeah, Pineapple Racing Club in GT4 onto pit road, having to take a tour because of that contact with Datum, who are also on pit road to get repairs done. If you are just joining us, don't worry. The reason why we've not had that many retirements is because you do get 4 fast repairs, so 4 free repairs of your car in this race. So it encourages teams to have that spirit of endurance to keep going in a race like this.
Yeah, it really does, and it means that we have still got so many people, so many cars out on the circuit. Simon Mason now side by side with Harry Shaw right around the outside. Goes Harry Shaw, we might get it done, and there's some dynamics with the Sunoco. Simon Mason car is up into the top 10. There's 2 GT3s coming through. Iron Apex are going to go back to the inside line there. Harry Shaw taking advantage. Well, sorry, that is Simon Mason taking advantage. Simon Page was slow to update there, but he is now back in front. And that number 13 car is just about going to stay in front. It's crazy when you get these battles where you have 2 GT3s and 2 GT4s almost converging on each other, because no one really knows how to cope, do they?
No, they don't. As Harry Shaw just running a little bit wide onto the dirt there, and that just allows the car in front to just pull away just that little bit and get away down the Wellington Straight. And yeah, we're looking back, Neil Kenya as well in that next gen motorsports car, of course, has been in the wars. Yeah, there's been some big issues for a few cars out there, but fortunately able to carry on due to those fast repairs, as the UK Sim Racing car, Neil Kenyon in GT4, they're going to be down there in 17th in class, and they are currently just over half a second behind the Armed Forces Sim Racing GT4 entry. That's James King behind the wheel of that car, and of course that Armed Forces car earlier on in the race got involved in some shenanigans and had to get repairs done.
Yeah, indeed they did, and even so, even with the damage, even with the repairs, even having to drop down the order, they've still got a battle to have to be able to deal with. P16, P17, as we've said, almost every position has been fought over the course of this race, and Neil Kenyon looking to improve on his position. The Armed Forces car going along relatively nicely as well. I mean, James King's only a couple of tenths off the fastest lap in that number 23 car all race long, so he's been at really good pace over the last couple of laps, and it looks like he is going to be able to pull a little bit, maybe start to rope in very slowly Mark Haynes in that DKS Motorsport car, who is some 26 seconds up the road. Last time by 12.7 for James King, 13.5 for Neil Kenyon, and again, he's only about half a second off the fastest time in 23 we've seen today. So good pace at the moment in the number 23. We'll see if he can pull away with that right now.
The sun is slowly going down here at Silverstone, and you worked it out earlier, didn't you, as to what the sunset time would be? As the 22 has spun around now. That was in GT4, that's Iron Apex Esports, so they've had issues. And car 21 is now spun just out of the loop as well. So that's the Armed Forces Sim Racing GT3 car.
Yeah, a little bit of chaos in the last 30 seconds. Let's see it again. This is the incident around the outside. Just getting a helping hand from that GT4. Getting a help. Well, actually, no, that 22 almost pushing itself into the GT3 and spinning itself around. This is the other incident for the GT3 Armed Forces car, getting on the power too early, spinning that rear end up, and goodbye. Yeah, on the sunset, I worked it out. If presuming that the simulator will give us the right sunset time, by rights it should set at 6:50 in sim, which will be on our time in the real world 6:37. So in about an hour and a half's time or so, the sun will set. But it does feel like it may set slightly early. It may just be the light, it may just be the shadows that are deceiving me. But we should have about 90 minutes of sunlight left.
Yeah, it's when the cloud cover comes over, it really does appear dark, and it's partly because our cameras don't actually. So like in real world motorsport, if you get cloud cover coming over, the camera people adjust the iris of the camera to let more light in, so it appears the same lighting conditions. Whereas in sim, our cameras aren't making that adjustment in sim, so it's not opening up the aperture, it's not giving us more light coming in, so that's why it can seem really dark when we get some cloud cover overhead in sim. So that's why it just tricks us with how dark it can appear. That was a little bit of a rub there for the Project 91 Racing Team Green car. Emma Rue is going down the hangar straight right now. 20th place for them, behind Paddy Faulkner in that DCW Racing blue car.
Yeah, and they are going to be a little bit up the road, but just within sight for Emma, the Italian, coming in towards the final few corners of the lap. But again, big gap behind, so there's no real concern for Emma here to maybe try and force the issue, because there's not track position to lose immediately. But of course, you don't want to push yourself into some kind of spin. Just got to be careful. I'm sure it's going to be the principle that will be taken if Emma can get back to the rear of Patrick Falconer as he looks to try and get away. But these two again, kind of in a race of their own, because the car MP18 in front of them and the car MP21 behind them have about a minute and a half between them at the moment. So these two kind of running their own little race for the time being for P19.
Remember me saying about when Ethan Critchler came in about how his dad, he'd enjoy me mentioning about the great Rugby League World Cup semi-final that he played in. I've just looked at my phone just quickly. 41 minutes ago, so that must have been when Ethan was coming into the pits, I've got a message from Jason Critchley, Ethan's dad, saying, thanks for the mention, we're on holiday watching in Egypt. So, this British event being shown in Egypt, and yes, they were awesome times. Absolutely, Jason, I couldn't agree anymore. It was a fantastic night, was that. So there you go. I told you you'd enjoy hearing that. Hearing me say about that again.
It's going to be nicer in Egypt than it is probably here. I mean, I'm looking at.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't look particularly nice, so I'm very much jealous. But yeah, it's great to be able to know and to see in real time that this kind of race is available worldwide. People tune in from all over the world. And in actual fact, if you're watching on the RaceSpot YouTube channel, let us know where are you watching from. It's always good to see the range of places that are tuning into a race like this. And even though this is the Britcar 24 Hours Silverstone, it's far more international. Of course, we've seen the drivers competing in this, far more varied than just for the British Isles. So it's great to see so much international attention on this event.
I will have to pull you up on something, and I would get told off by one of our former commentators if I didn't bring this up. Will Vincent used to say, you can't tune in to the internet.
That's a good
So I'm just pulling you up on that one.
That is a good point.
We're getting to see more of Adam State's data here, so it's going to be, we give it maybe Stir or Club Corner before he spins, because that's our history with showing Adam's data on stream. But again, getting a bit more of a view. So we saw the data when it was fresh out the pits, literally cold tyres and brakes, and whereas now we're getting to see it with the car. How many laps is that? 22 laps into the stint right now, and you can see the telemetry that you've got to hand, the braking, the throttle position, all of the charts as well, giving the different I mean, my screen, my view isn't the clearest, so you'll see it a lot better on the actual stream than what I get to see on this production feed, but a lot of in-depth information that you're getting to see here from that live data that is powered by Cosworth.
Yeah, it's great to see all of it, isn't it? And where do you start, right? There's so much to look at, there's so much to take in, and it's a great platform that we're able to use. It's great to get an insight from Adam State, and thankfully we didn't jinx him this time, and he's stayed in a straight line to give us a good view on that. Matthew Luke in the pit lane in the 312 car there, coming in once again.
What country is that?
You're gonna jump me up.
I've stumped you there, haven't I?
It's not Canada. Oh, I can't say that's too much. Okay, it's America. Before I get in trouble, it's the United States.
Are you trying to cause an international incident, Darren?
Oh no, I spoke before I thought about it. It's America. I can't believe I thought anything else.
See, we need somebody to have the Burkina Faso flag and places like that, and Burundi and Democratic Republic of Congo. We need a mixture of flags out there, not just the usual. I mean, it is a British event, so of course you're going to see a lot of British flags out there. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, right. I mean, it's probably where we're going to see the majority lie. I do know drivers, they love changing a flag, don't they? I saw someone from Antarctica recently. Impressive if true. I think I saw a Micronesia flag earlier, and I know for a fact they live in the UK. So people love to have a bit of fun, don't they? And it's good to have that kind of little bit of variation. You could change it; it doesn't really mean too much, does it? But it was also quite helpful. Pronunciation sometimes, isn't it? Because if you look at a name and then you look at the flag, you can kind of work out what it's meant to sound like.
I started off my commentary career as a rugby league commentator back in 2010, and some of the South Sea Islander names that I had to pronounce.
Yes, yeah.
You think Finnish names are hard? Yeah, some of the South Sea Island nations, like people from Fiji, Samoa, from Tonga, from Cook Islands, all Papua New Guinea, all of that area of the world. Some of the names that I had to try and pronounce of players on the rugby pitch, and you're doing that whilst the match is going on. It's fun. It's fun and games.
Yeah, it is. Until you then get it wrong, and then you feel awful about it, because then they have a go at you, don't they?
I never had that happen, thankfully.
Did you not? Oh, well, that's because you're a professional. Better than me, who has butchered a couple of names and suffered the consequences of it in the past.
You've obviously never heard one of my broadcasts before,
but yeah, it is great. It's great to also just show, as we said before, how international this event really is, and to have teams as well that have drivers that very well may have never met in real life, that just know each other in the sim racing world. It's a great way to bring people together, across communities and across continents. Really, it's fantastic that we have this opportunity to go racing with so much variation like we did today.
I'll tell you, great great story of mine was from when we worked on the 2019 Sim Racing Expo in Germany at the Nürburgring. When the Sim Racing Expo was at the Nürburgring, as Purple Sector actually have picked up a black flag, number 43 in 23rd. They've got themselves a black flag. Tom Katsadonis comes onto pit road, change of driver, and Ashley Finch jumps into that WSR Esports GT4 car. So change of driver for them. But yeah, Sim Racing Expo 2019 at the Nürburgring. It was the first time that I had been to that event, and just being able to actually put faces to names, having people coming up to you going, "Oh my God, Paul, nice to meet you," and you stood there. This is, of course, before we started getting all the webcams of drivers. You stood there thinking,
Yeah.
"Okay, who are you? I only ever see your name as a timing on the timing screen." So, but getting to meet all those people, I love those events like that, and I do need to get myself out to another Sim Racing Expo, possibly this year. I think we should try and do that. As now Ashley Finch is the latest one to give us some telemetry. So 3, 2, 1, end of pit road, cold tyres. Please don't bin it, Ashley. Do better than your teammate.
Is Lightning going to strike twice? Here we go. Then up to this is the biggest corner of the race so far, I think. Up towards Village. Is he going to keep it under control? Oh, he does. Of course he does. Nicely done by Ashley Finch, keeping it nice and safe. Doesn't want the same fate to befall him as it did his WSR teammate. But after that pit stop, they've got a good gap to Scorpio. Of course, they overtook Scorpio when we were in the booth. Just about an hour ago. Already have, after that pit stop, yes, they're off strategy somewhat. 25-second gap, that's really quite large for WSR Esports, and Ashley Finch doing a great job. Let's see if he can push on and kind of put Scorpio a pit stop also behind.
You can see on that throttle just the throttle trace on the application, the throttle through the corners, how easy he's taking it on this opening lap just to try and get the car around and going on the out lap here. So really good to see that data. So thank you very much to the WSR Esports team for organising that for us to see that. We have got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision for car 43. That is car 43 is, of course, is that the Datum car, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So that'll be that incident with the Pineapple Racing Club GT4 then that we saw. That was at Luffield.
No, the 43 is the Purple Sector racing car. That's my bad.
Oh yeah, sorry. 43 is Purple Sector. Yeah, so that was that incident that we saw at Luffield.
Yes, it was. One of the many we've seen at Luffield. Even in the last hour, we've seen a couple of little moments through here. But so clearly, Stewart was unhappy with. Beintinger, or I believe it was Beintinger. Oh no, it wasn't Beintinger because he just got in the car. Either way, the 43 were not happy with the driving, and they have suffered the consequences. About 23rd at the moment, and kind of in a race on their own, 90 seconds ahead of Project Not Last, who are not last by the way, but also a minute behind Phoenix Sim Racing. So kind of running a race on their own. They'll have to work towards getting up towards that top 20 now.
Just seeing mentioned in the YouTube chat, James Whitehead saying that he is. Had the look of being shown around the Aston Martin GT3 cars by ProDrive. I could tell you that I, back in 2014, was fortunate enough to get a tour around the ProDrive facility in their old facility before they moved into their new building, and getting to see the process from literal body shells provided by Aston Martin to the finished products. Contact in the background of shot there. That's the number 2 getting punted around. 2 into 1 does not go at Club Corner, and that's a big moment.
Yeah, bang. Huge moment. Oh, that number 2 then getting spun around, and just it doesn't take long, does it? Just takes a moment. For a bit of an incident. Joel Lask, who was involved early on in an incident or two right at the start of the race, not with no fault of his own, of course. Struggling with that as well down there. My time page froze, that's why I was getting a bit confused. But yeah, he's down there towards the rear of the field. And there's a couple of guys that at the moment are trying to push on, but there's just those little moments. We've seen it at Luffield, we've seen it at Stone now, where a little bit of contact, a little bit of miscommunication between GT3 and GT4 can and is creeping in and damaging some races at the moment.
So we keep an eye on the next gen motorsports Porsche in 13th in class. Esports Britcar, Ben Langford has been onto pit road for their latest pit stop. We are at the point where pit stops can happen here, so starting to see the stints coming to an end for them. Thomas Enger Sim Racing as well. Finlay Jones on pit road in GT4 from 5th place. Still in the box, actually. It's a longer pit stop for GT4 than GT3. 50 seconds for them in the box, and away they go. We've also got from 3rd place Philip Ansell for the Chicken Kebab team, and they are going through the pit stop cycle as well. So yeah, it's definitely time for pit stops to start here, and we can just sit back and see, right, who's doing what, where, when and how. As Chicken Kebab, it was actually 30 laps on their stint.
It was, and slightly shorter than we've seen, isn't it? We've seen 31, 32 lap stints from a couple of drivers, but 30, maybe they're just trying to think ahead and how they're going to get to the end of the race now. We're past the end of hour 5, we're into hour 6 now, so maybe just trying to work out some calculations early on now. They won't be in the pit lane much longer. There they go. They'll lose that to the Vulcan Fastness by Glasstec car with Marius Hibmer behind the wheel. However, they have now done 30 laps on their stint and will almost certainly be in the pit lane in the next lap or two. So even though they're 4 seconds in front, they won't have to worry too much. They'll recycle themselves back to the top 5 soon.
Certainly will do that. So, yeah, as your race leader comes across the line for another lap, Adam Watson. Surely Adam Watson is going to have to pit and change driver, because surely he can't go for a 6 stints run to start the race. If nothing else, surely he needs to go pay a visit to the bathroom at some point. Or maybe that's the benefit of youth. I don't know. I mean, I am in my 40s now. So.
Well, I mean, that is true. That he may have to. I mean, sorry, I meant about him, not you. not you from what sounded to me. I mean, nature's always going to cool, right? It depends, I guess. He may have dehydrated himself before the race. You never know. And tried to make sure that he wouldn't be able to, or wouldn't need to leave the sim set up at all. But yeah, either way, you just start to think about how long can they really go. And there are teammates on hand. It's not like they've got no one to help them out, you think. So he will be able to come down and get out of the car at some point, but he's probably going to go for another hour, right?
Well, you say he's got teammates. It's playing funny with us in sim, because it does show 2 Adam Watsons in sim, which doesn't appear right to me. But he has got Christopher Starsmore, who is in the sim and logged onto the session, so he's there, if nothing else. As now Vulcan Fasteners are onto pit road now, so they are taking their service here in the race and getting onto pit road. So Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstec Racing into pit road, and to get a service, will they change driver or will they keep with Hibmer? I think they'll keep with Marius for the time being.
Yes, it does look like that's going to be the case. I think you're right in saying that Watson's certainly going to jump out of the car this time through, though. He's done 30 laps, so will almost certainly come in this or next lap. Hibner will stay in the car in the end. That'll cycle Ansell back up to the top 4. But yes, I think they're going to lose out to the Team Bennett car, but of course Remy Gilbert came in just a few laps ago. But that was the battle we were looking at some 20-30 minutes ago. So interesting really to see how that has developed, but Marius not really able to keep tabs with Remy at the moment. He really has been on pace. He's gone through just now, and the gap will be probably about 10 seconds by the time Marius is up to speed. as is the gap for the lead of the race at the moment, but almost certainly Rainford and Watson are going to be coming to the pit lane either this or next time by.
Now, does Project 91 Racing Team get Charles Rainford out the car? That's the big question, because he's just not quite been at the same pace as Adam Watson. They've got Christian Zaruta and Matt Caruana, who of course started the race for them. Christian Zaruta is very well adept at racing. Of course, he used to race in the Caterhams, or as bed frames, as some people call them. And so he's got experience in the full metal racing. And yeah, Charles Rainford, British Touring Car Championship driver for West Surrey Racing, and had the pleasure of commentating on him earlier this year in the Esports side of things, as well in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain. So down the hanging straight, Charles Rainford into the right-hander, and Adam Watson onto pit road. So your race leader onto pit road, and Charles Rainford darts off to driver's right, brings the car to a stop. Be careful on pit entry, because there are still some puddles at the very side of the track there.
And how long's it been? What, 5.5 hours of this race, nearly? We still have those puddles just lingering. They're just the British weather just tempting you to come to the outside of the circuit, and are going to bite if you're not too careful. Adam Watson, does he get out of the car? Does he let someone else in the car? Christopher Starsmore's on hand, we've been told, but he is not seemingly getting out of the car. And Adam Watson, who's been in the race since the start, is going to be in the race until the end of the opening quarter of a 24-hour event.
I mean, it's a heck of a stint, is this, for Adam. And it's the relentless pace that he's kept up there. That's the impressive thing for me. You would expect by now, end of 5 hours stint, well, 5.25 hours stint, going into a 6th hour, you would expect there to be some drop-off of pace, but it's not. It's just been absolutely relentless as that pace. 42-second pit stop for Adam, well, 41.9 seconds if we're being a pedant, and then out of pit road. Still in the race lead for the Simcast Racing Team UK.
Yeah, I think we're looking at them almost trying to start to pull that gap. I mean, Adam State is now in P2 officially, but he's also coming in the pit lane in a minute, as everyone just kind of sort themselves out. Once we see Adam State in the pit lane, we will have seen everybody in the top, everyone on the lead lap, in fact, in the pit lane for their stops, and so we will be able to clearly see the aggregate between them. But even in that pit stop, Adam Watson's just gained another second or two away from Charles Rainford. That gap was about 10 seconds when they came in, now 11.7, 11.8. So good stop for Adam Watson, good pit entry, pit exit. It's just those little details that can be so crucial over the course of a 24-hour race that you've got to focus on. And he will have to try and cope with some of this pressure from cars trying to unlock themselves. Once he gets up to speed, he should be all right. Just in a hefty bit of traffic at the moment, which is not exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, he's come out into a thick bit of traffic here, actually, and he's trying to, you can see him still trying to get warmth into those tyres, trying to get the grip there, and that just shows the difference. You've got a car ahead of him that's a lap down right now. You know, a car that's not in his race, the Dexterous Motorsports car, in 11th place, and Adam's not able to keep up to the pace with them through the corners. We have got the WSR Esports book kicker, WSR Esports, I'm so used to saying that as a commentator, WSR Esports car, Adam State, onto pit road. They were right up behind Adam Watson, but now State onto pit road. And we get to see the data onto pit entry. So we saw it on pit exit, now we saw it on pit entry as well.
Yeah, and you could see the steering inputs move as he turned right into the pit lane. Always nice to see. But yeah, he'll get stopped in pit lane. Will likely come out P4 behind the Project 91 racing car and the Chicken Kebab and Fast Track Setups car. That's kind of where we'd expect him to be. Let's just hope that he's exited the pit lane this time by a little bit easier than it was about an hour ago. He stops on the marks, gets the service done. We'll go up on the jacks, I believe, and then go down again and get a full service on the car, come out P4 and be on his merry way. But been a quiet stint really, apart from that opening corner where he had that moment. It's been a very quiet day for him so far, but quiet in a way is not necessarily bad, because it means he's going under the radar and not losing too much time.
Solid. It's what you'd say, solid,
exactly.
isn't it? It's just a solid stint. Not spectacular, but not terrible either. Yeah, it wasn't able to match the pace of Watson and Rainford and the others around him. At this moment in time, that's not their fight right now. The 338 has had an incident out there because they came flashed up as a yellow flag. That's team heaped together, so they've had issues. They're way down in the field. They've had multiple issues, have team heaped together in GT3. And through Village they go into the loop. And this time doesn't loop it. Gets stuck behind a GT4 momentarily. And you've got to be so careful putting the power down on cold tyres, even with traction control. So that's the thing, these GT3 cars, ABS, traction control, but on cold tyres, it's like driving on ice sometimes.
Yeah, it is, and it's so tricky to judge exactly when those tyres are going to start to deliver the kind of grip and pace that you'd expect from them. So you've got to be very, very careful, don't you, when trying to get out of the pit lane on new tyres and give yourself a chance at moving forward in the race and making sure that you can feel comfortable. But yeah, these tyres, it's become a little more difficult, of course, over the last year or so, but that doesn't change the fact that going wide's not going to help you out too much. And also that it's a factor that all drivers know about. It's a factor that you put into your strategy considerations as well. That warm-up lap can be slower than a driver, even if on warm tyres. So, it's tricky to judge exactly the best way to warm up the tyres. But again, these guys practice that quite a lot, and will often do a lot of in-laps and out-laps practice in stints, just to make sure they get these phases of the race down to a T. Because as we saw, if you make a mistake and you make it spin, you could find yourself losing far more time than otherwise you would.
You certainly can. I know all about that. Thank you very much. One thing that the drivers haven't had to worry about in this race, though, is inclemental weather. We've got a partly cloudy sky. It's dry out on track, apart from there's one or two puddles right at the very edge of the track that's lingering, but nothing serious to worry about. Track temperature is 20.6 degrees Celsius, so that has come down from when we started, when it was about the mid-25s at the start of the race. Air temperature 19.2, so that stayed pretty stable throughout this race. But as we get later into the evening, we've just hit 36 minutes past 5 in the evening here, Dara, so your calculation of sunset is pretty much spot on, I would say, looking at those shadows.
I think I calculated it to be in an hour, to throw myself under the bus if it's that wrong.
I was saying, just looking at the shadows, it does seem to be sort of on course for that, doesn't it?
If I get it right, I'll give myself a big tick, and I hope I get it right, otherwise I'll look a little bit silly, won't I? But done the best. It does look at about an hour's out from sunset here at Silverstone, and you don't get much night racing here generally, do you? In the real world, I mean. So it's nice that we're getting these shadows overcoming the circuit, and it will get in towards the twilight and the darkness phase, and it's great to see, and particularly with the the iRacing system, it's fantastic that we get to see this kind of deepening of the light, and then of course the rise of the darkness. So yeah, looking forward to seeing over the next couple of hours how the drivers adjust to the dark phase, and whether we're going to see a lot of driver changes when we get towards that point of sunset. Do we see drivers jump in for the start of the night phase? I hazard a guess, I think we'll see quite a few do that.
You're saying about not having many 24-hour races at Silverstone. Of course, this year was once again the running of the BRSCC 24 hours, which, for anyone who doesn't know, first of all, why don't you? It's absolutely fantastic. It has support racing from the Britcar Endurance Championship, from British F4 Championship, and the Dutch Supercar Challenge. If you've ever seen clips of that on YouTube, you know it's good. We've got smoke there and a slow-moving car on the exit of Chapel. Now, is that the 150 motorsport car? I believe it is. And that's Deer Pineapple Racing that got caught up behind, spin around. Thankfully, not collecting anybody else. But to finish off the point there, so support racers, like I say, support racers, Britcar Endurance Championship, British Formula 4 Championship, and the Dutch Supercar Challenge, because the main race was the Silver Lake Automotive Recycling C1 Racing Club Endurance Series. That's right, it's the Citroen C1 endurance race.
That's always a fun, isn't it? When that gets on our television screens, it is fantastic. You are right. I meant more in terms of the aspect that it's always fun to see one, right? And it's great that we see another one. We get, how many do we get at Spa, right? We get countless shots of Spa at night, don't we? And it's great to see more of it at Silverstone night. And you're right, that is such a fantastic event to be able to partake.
Don't forget the 25 hours of Spa as well.
Yes.
With the Fun Cup.
We love 25 hours, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. There is, of course, one race that I absolutely love the history of. I would need to search for the name of it again because it's just it eluded me right now. But it was an endurance race around the Nürburgring that was 84 hours long. Oh, that's it, the Marathon de la Route. 84 hours long.
Yeah, that's too much for me. I think we'd end up doing more than a couple of hours stints on commentary pool if it was 84 hours. That's a hefty. I mean, how can you even keep going for 84 hours? I know obviously you'll have teams and groups of people, but I mean, you see people after a 24-hour race, the entire team's shattered. How can you do an 84-hour race? That's crazy.
It started off as road rallies. And then eventually ended up at the Nürburgring because safety reasons. But it was a test of endurance for cars. It literally was, to test the cars, to break it. And it had some silly rules, things like they took into account your first lap time or first 5 lap times, and you could not do a lap time slower than those, and you could not have a pit stop last longer than 4 minutes, and things like that. It was fantastic set of rules, absolutely bonkers, I must say. If anybody ever gets the chance, have a look up the rule set for the Marathon de la Route. It is just absolutely bonkers, but fantastic.
Yeah, it sounds absolutely, brilliant. And yeah, I mean, it goes to show there's so many niche events in the history of motorsport that have just happened that are fantastic little nuggets of information, aren't they? Really, with the development and the almost streamlined nature of racing that we have now. All under the brackets that exist in terms of the governing bodies of the sport. But yeah, it's great that you have those kind of historical facts and the historical races to look back on and see what they did well, see what they could have done better, and maybe, who knows, maybe have a go at it again at some stage in the future. It does feel like a long way away though, doesn't it, to do an 84-hour race. I think get the TV rights for it. It'd be a nightmare, right?
You couldn't pay a TV company to show that race.
Exactly.
Good grief. So there we go, there's a chat. You see, you can't do that on iRacing because you can't have a race longer than 24 hours on iRacing, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, that's true. It's not like I was thinking. I mean, you can't really stagger a start, could you? That'd be silly. That'd be the only way to do it, wouldn't it? Really, but yeah, maybe if we can lobby them enough, they can come with an update. Maybe a 36-hour race, maybe a 48-hour race. I don't think there'd be much need for it, or there'd be too much demand for it. But hey, why not? Get it in the game.
Any of your complaints that you wish to make must be directed towards Dara Thacker, who's wanting to make you all insomniacs. So, I mean, 24 hours, it's a day. It sounds nice. You're racing for a day and a night. It's just perfect. I think 24 hours, absolutely fantastic. And But yeah, some of those outlier competitions are just absolutely bonkers, and I'm all for it as well.
Absolutely. But it's great as well that we have races that we can have in the sim racing world that we don't necessarily have in the real life world, and can keep them alive. And it is great that we have so many opportunities. It feels like nearly every weekend now in sim racing we have a big race, either whether it be endurance or a special event race where everyone can get involved, everyone can get themselves onto a grid. And this is another example of another big event. You know, we're into December now. You'd never get this in the UK in December. Far too cold, far too wet. And this just gives us an opportunity to have more events, to have more opportunities to go racing like this. And yeah, it's a blessing of the sim, really, isn't it?
I mean, you look at it, you can have, you can host a 24-hour endurance race around Brands Hatch, for example. You can't do that in real life because of the noise constraints, because of the curfew that they have. Same as like Alton Park as well, where on a Sunday you can't actually have any racing start until Sunday Mass is finished at the local church. You've not got to think of those considerations when you're coming together in sim racing for a race format. This is the beauty of sim racing, is that you're not beholden to all the limitations of full metal racing. You can do what you want. You know, have loads of heat races, you know, and have a big final main race, things like that. Why not do a little mix-up of competitions rather than just doing the exact same format that it happens in full metal racing, for example?
Yeah, we don't have to, you know, sweep the circuit after a session. You don't have to get the cars in pit lane and then get the other cars out of the paddock area or get them on the circuit. You can just load straight back in, and it just does save time. It means we can go racing more. It means we can have some more slightly more crazy formats, and that's what's so much fun. You go up to a new series, you find a new series, whether you're a driver or even us as commentators, you find a new series with a new format, and it's great because you get to find all these little nuances, all these new little ways of racing, whether it be a reverse race or a staggered race. You know, you can have all of these, you know, configurations in the sim that you would never be able to get in real life. And it is great that we're able to put some of these combinations together, put on a 24-hour race at Silverstone in December with, you know, people from all over the world tuning in from home. You know, you could get up, you know, we had someone from Costa Rica get up, you know, go get some food, come back in. When everyone else is asleep, you can then race because you're on a different time zone. It's just the nuances, it's fantastic, and it's why we love it so much, isn't it?
I remember a few years ago that I commentated on a TCR series, and I'm probably going to give our producer Hugo Luis a bit of a cold shudder through his body when I mention it. I commentated on a touring car series, and they did it as, because of the size of the grid, they had 2 heat races to start off with. So the grid, you had qualifying, and then you had the grid. You had the 2 heat races with separate grids, and then a main race like you would in rallycross. But they did it for touring cars, and it was just a fantastic concept. And I'm sat there thinking, why don't we get more like this? 2 short, sharp heat races for you to be able to absolutely bomb it, to be able to push and see who can get the best positions that they can for the grid for the main race, which was where you got all your main points. It was just fantastic, and it was a shame that it didn't last more than 1 season, because I absolutely enjoyed commentating on that series.
Yeah, and they come and they go, don't they? Series like that, and yeah, it's great. We have also so many people behind the scenes as well, not least just for this event as well. You know, you've got race directors, you've got your organisers, you've got your stewards, you've got you know, administrators who are making sure that everyone has got themselves ready for races like this. They're all put in great amounts of effort for us to be able to talk about, for these drivers to be able to race in events such as this. And you know, there's so many fantastic people out there who do so much work behind the scenes that kind of go as unsung heroes. Really, there's a flickering car, by the way. That's not going to help them out through Aintree in the Loop. but they go unsung, but they do so much work and they develop these formats. And they are the ones that give us the templates to go racing in. And it is fantastic that we have so many different people with ideas that are so varied that give us events such as this and racing such as this. I mean, four cars into Brooklands in a 24-hour race. Oh dear!
Oh no!
Contact. I was going to say how well that was going, but in the end, that's Neil Kenyon around.
Yeah, UK Sim Racing entry around into the gravel at Luffield. Not exactly fell off the track, more assisted off the track there. Here we go, turns in right. Oh, there's a bit. I mean, to be fair to the car on the inside, that DKS car, it was there. They hadn't fully got over the overlap then when you turned it in there. So I think that was more self-inflicted than anything, to be honest.
Yeah, it did look that way, didn't it? But unfortunately, because that was a good little four-car battle, wasn't it? And we are seeing them on the circuit at the moment. A couple of little groups of cars coming together. We've got a couple of cars maybe starting to think about a battle in the GT3 class, and it is this battle for P8, the Vulcan Motorsports Platinum car, with Macaulay Watkins. Of course, he had that incident a little bit earlier on his only second lap in this race. He's kind of got it back under control, but not enough control to keep Andrew Pike at arm's length. Pike came into the pit lane just a few laps ago, so he is gaining the time back a bit. It was a little bit quicker last time by, but see if they start battling. They've got the Glassdeck racing car, which was involved in that incident with Macaulay Watkins in the 34, only about 6 seconds behind, so maybe 3 cars converging soon.
I can tell you from experience, Andrew Pike is a quick driver. Really quick driver.
Yeah.
TSRC have got a good lineup here. Good solid lineup, and Andrew is a quick driver. I know that from competing against him in the past. So yeah, he is somebody who's very competent. Talking about race formats and things like that happened in the past, I miss, and this will probably be before you were born, I miss the old Turco shootouts which happened in the early 90s. And they were always held at Donington Park on the national circuit, and it was an elimination race. And the last car in the queue after so many laps would get a black flag, and they would be eliminated. And then you'd end up eventually with 6 cars, have a safety car period, bunch them all up together, and have 6 cars going for the win, something like that. And it was fantastic. And of course, it was the Turco shootout, where Nigel Mansell famously had his huge accident in the Ford Mondeo down at the old hairpin, as there goes TSRC through on Vulcan Motorsports Platinum up into 8th place in GT3.
Yep, and in the end, he's got that move done, and it'll now be Jan Osberg in that Glassdeck car looking to try and close in on Macaulay Watkins and maybe just try and get that move back, which he will feel like he should have after hitting Macaulay Watkins, who was having some issues with a very heavily crabbing car. But there's about 6 seconds between them. That's the closest battle outside of, well, 8th, 9th and 10th is the closest battle in the top 14 or top 13 in the GT3, because for P14 we have got a close battle between the DXT car and the Cuda Motorsports car with Danny Phillips. Sorry, Danny Phillips in the DXT car and Jacob Jenner in the Cuda Motorsports car. Here they are then, coming down into the final couple of corners. This is Jacob Jenner, the DXT car, going to the inside, just up in front, and yeah, this is for P14, and it's somewhat mid-stint, so this battle will last for quite some time if they can't get it settled soon.
As we go across the line, so that is going to be another lap in the books. Worth pointing out then, just to go a quick run through where people are in this race, with just under 25 minutes to the hour. The first quarter of the race will be done. So it's Simcast Racing Team UK who are in the current lead of this race. They have got a 13-second lead, best part of 13-second lead over Project 91 Racing Team. Chicken Kebab and the Fast Track Setups team are in 3rd place after starting on pole position. Worth pointing out, Simcast Racing Team did start in 10th, so they've gained 9 places in this race. WSR Esports, the 1-2-3, Adam State behind the wheel. They have been slowly making a comeback after having issues. They got collected early on by the Team Bennett sim racing car early on in the race and got spun, and then caused somebody to spin themselves, which means that the WSR Esports car did end up causing contact and getting a penalty themselves. Team Bennett Sim Racing are in 5th place then, ahead of the Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstech Racing Team in 6th place. Team Loose Spurwing in 7th, ahead of the TSRC Esports car that we saw making the move into 8th place, who are just ahead of Vulcan Motorsports Platinum in 9th place. Glasstech Racing rounding out your top 10, although actually it's Fry Guys Motorsport, because Glasstech have just been onto pit road for a service. In your GT4 field, it's Erect Esports Britcar who lead that one. They currently, right now, have a lead of approximately 18.5 seconds over Ashley Finch, WSR Esports car in 2nd place. 3rd place for Scorpio Esports, who are on pit road right now getting a service done, ahead of Thomas Eng Sim Racing in 4th. Fury Sim Sport Green are in 5th place, and then No Limits Sim Racing 6th. Satellite Racing in 7th, ahead of Iron Apex Esports in 8th. 9th for Lion GP Esports Academy. And Sim Dynamics with Sunoco Race Fuels rounding out the top 10 in GT4. So that's how things stand right here, right now. And of course, Sunoco Race Fuels, one of the supporters of this event at Motorsport UK. So again, one of the event sponsors getting involved with one of the teams and in the top 10 in GT4.
Yep, and there is a lot of cars that I think will be trying to get to that stage as we work our way through the night. Top 10 in GT4 has been an interesting conundrum because we haven't seen too much fluidity in it generally throughout this race. The gaps are relatively large, however, we are seeing newer challengers come towards the rear end of that field. That Vulcan Motorsports car, as you mentioned, with the United Sim team, just kind of hovering there, and there are a couple of others that may feel like they can work their way up over the course of the night. Anything can happen in the dark as well. Of course, there are no floodlights around this circuit to help illuminate the track. It'll all be done on headlights by the cars, so we could easily see a couple of teams and drivers coming a cropper to the darkness and to the nighttime phase, so you can never count yourself out. And if you're able to keep yourself in and around that top 10, even if you're not necessarily in a battle, you're just going to be able to be there to pick up the pieces. And even if that's a position overtaking a car who's having to tow to the pit lane or having to stop in the pit lane for damage, you're picking up positions as we go through. And how many times have we seen teams have a really quiet 18 hours at the start of a race, and then all of a sudden they're P5 and they're fighting for maybe getting towards the podium? That's going to be a really important factor.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's great to see as diving down the inside and contact, and that's your GT4 race leader making contact with Vulcan Motorsport GT4 car. That is a risk that they did not need to take at this stage of the race, and I'm sure they're going to end up with a stop and hold penalty.
Let's see it again. Oh yeah, it's just too late. It's too late on the brakes. There's contact, and there's no one that's going to be blamed for that apart from a car diving too late on the brakes, is there? So I'm sure the stewards will look at that, and if we've got anything to go on, which we have over the course of the race so far, it's not going to be looking too rosy for them, I don't think.
Yeah, and crucial, like I say, that's your GT4 race leaders that did that. So if they end up with a stop and hold penalty, even if it is just a stop and hold, that's effectively a 30-second penalty, isn't it? Well, I would say about 25 seconds with the cut of the final part of the circuit going onto pit road. But still, that's a penalty that they cannot afford to have at this stage. They've got a comfortable lead. Why on earth did they make such a rash move? That's what I'm thinking right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've been in complete control, haven't they, realistically? That 180 car, they have been in the lead of the race since the word go. We keep a little a highlight spreadsheet going, don't we? On the for all of us commentators involved in the series involved in the race over the 24 hours, all of the notes on the GT4 leads are effectively nothing's happened. Stagnant, 180 out front. And it's just been like that all race long. I don't know, maybe it's a case of feeling like they have to do a little bit extra, feeling like WSR Esports could be a threat in that 2-2-3, even if they're losing a little bit of time. Regardless, just to creep in a mistake like that is not what you need at all, particularly if you're getting towards this twilight period.
Yeah, it certainly does. So big drama, and I'm sure Vulcan Motorsports will be on the blower to Race Control to say, come on chaps, that isn't on, give them a penalty. And so we'll have to wait and see if that does end up being a penalty. Of course, we're just sat here looking at it from commentators with one look on a replay. The stewards, they'll have a proper in-depth look at that. They'll see what has happened, if there's any mitigation in there as well, before coming to a decision. I've been in Race Control in other series in the past. Back in the Neo Endurance series, I was in Race Control. Of course, what we now know as the 24-hour Esports series, Preventic 24-hour Esports series that we show here on RaceSpotTV. So I've been in that position of being in Race Control. You see something happen on the broadcast, and you're already rewinding the sim saying, right, let's have a look at that one before the protesters even come in, because you just know that somebody's going to fire that protest in.
Yeah, it's almost inevitable sometimes. I mean, when you see it as clear as that, you're just waiting for it to come through so it can be reviewed, right? And that's almost certainly going to be the case. But yeah, silly mistake at this point in the race. I mean, in terms of where we are in the stint as well for these guys, we're mid-stint. We're not at the start of the stint when you're trying to get the tyres in temperature. We're not at the end of the stint when you may be using the rest of the tyre and trying to wring everything you can out of the car. This is mid-stint. This is in the middle where you'd probably be managing the most. So a bit rash in the end to make a move like that. But let's see how much it's going to cost him. Mainly cost a position if a stop-and-hold penalty is applied. But again, we don't know what is going to be applied. The stewards do what they're going to do, but we'll keep you updated either way. But yeah, weird to see that kind of moment creep in after consistency up to this point.
If I'm WSR Esports in the GT4s, Ashley Finch's teammate, if I'm sat there acting as the engineer, I'd be on the blower to Ashley going, right, just push hard, keep that gap as minimal as possible between you and the race leader in class, because he's on for a penalty here and we can get the jump over them. So yeah, I would be really pushing on for that one. So that's what happened there in GT4 here in this portion of the race. So yeah, we are watching the Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. Paul Smith and Darragh Thacker on the commentary here for you today. Darragh's just going to take a quick 5-minute break here because we are going to have a guest join us once again. It was so good hearing from Tom earlier on in the broadcast that we thought, well, let's have him back and ready to go to talk more about Cosworth and about their new product as well, the product that's been brought to iRacing, the PI Toolbox from Cosworth. And well, welcome back to the commentary box, Tom Brown.
Yeah, good to be back.
So fortunately for us, we've been blessed by getting a look at the data that has been coming from the PI Toolbox from yourselves at Cosworth. Fortunately, some of the World Sim Racing drivers have been sharing that with us, and it's been really intriguing to see that live data coming through to us on the broadcast. So just in case anybody who didn't hear from yourself earlier on in the race, if you just want to explain what it is, what's brought Cosworth's involvement into sim racing, and what's the product that you launched a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so we are now, as Cosworth, we're the official data analysis partner of iRacing with our analysis tool, PI Toolbox. So this gets used now internally within iRacing, and obviously now we offer it out to all iRacers with a free version, which we call Lite. And then there's a pay-for version, which is Plus, which starts at just £5 a month, and then that unlocks what you've been watching today with the real-time streaming.
So yeah, so it really gives up to the second feedback to the race engineers or to other teammates who, maybe you're a smaller outfit that don't have a dedicated engineer, but other drivers that are involved in the race. It's giving them that up to the second feedback, so you can see actually you're losing some time mid apex on turn 3, for example. You can give that feedback to your driver who's in the car.
Yeah, I mean, what you guys have been showing was a quick, what we would call a workbook, just to kind of demonstrate what we can do. But yeah, it's actually under a second, and that's been tested globally. So I've had someone driving in the US, and I've been sitting in the UK, and it's been ahead of the screen share with the data. So it's actually quite true to real life in that sense, and that data's often quicker than the visual. But yeah, it's not just driver input. iRacing, they do hold some information back, like we're all aware of tyre pressures and tyre temps, but there's a lot of information they give out as well. So, in the screen, the picture-in-picture you were showing, there's a lot there on Excel, so longitude and latitude Excel, and G-forces, but also all of your fueling information, pit stop information, so you can build some really powerful strategy tools all within the analysis tool. So it's not just, I guess, data for performance, it's also could be used as a strategy tool as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fortunately, our producer Hugo Luis has brought us a bit of a multi-view look at this. So we've got the GT3 WSR Esports 4th placed car Adam State on the left hand side, and then on the right hand side we've got the GT4 WSR Esports 2nd placed car of Ashley Finch, and we've got their corresponding data below them as well. So we're getting that now. We're getting it through a bit of a screen share rather than actually having the actual in-app data. So we are getting it on a very slight delay, whereas you're saying, Tom, that it's absolutely just right, lightning fast, absolutely to the under the second.
Yeah, exactly. And it's quite difficult to see on this screen share, but it's hard just to pin it back to not a lot of information. But what you've got flashing, I guess the bars on sort of the mid of this page on the right hand side, some of these are very simple, so it's throttle on, throttle off, brake, ABS, but on the far right hand side we're even pulling out what type of asphalt you're driving on, what type of paint and what type of curb. So you can see when he runs over a curb it flashes red for curb, white for paint, and iRacing has multiple different types. So if you were testing and you thought, I haven't got as much grip around this corner, we're actually pulling out the fact that maybe the asphalt, the tarmac is actually a different type, and then it rubbers up different, or when it rains the rain pool's different, and we can share that data now.
Now you see, that's the insight that I've not been able to get out of just having a look at that. I didn't realise that it would go to that to that nth degree of knowing, I'm on the painted lines, I'm on a curb, I'm on a different type of asphalt. I mean, I suppose it would. Like Japan is famous with their tracks for having a different type of asphalt to European tracks, a different type of rock that they use in that asphalt. Does that show, or is it just a case of at that track it'll just show us this type of asphalt?
No, as you drive around. So if there's, we've all different tracks where there's a different tarmac patch
and things
colour.
like that. Yeah,
exactly, and it will flash as you drive over it. So it's exactly where the car is driving. So yeah, it's pretty impressive.
And that's given a lot of information, as you say, where if you think, I didn't quite have as much grip there, it's because you're on an older piece of asphalt. I mean, going to somewhere like Sebring, I mean, that's got every type of surface that you can imagine pretty much, hasn't it, around that thing?
It flashes a lot there. That's for sure as it changes.
So even just something as simple as that, as knowing the type of surface that you're running on, can help you build your setup. So if people say, I'm not getting the same feeling as you are, you can say, well, actually, you're on a different part of the track as to where I am. That's fascinating, is that. And we see these graphs on the bottom as well of each of those screen shares that we're getting as well. So you'll have all sorts of different data with them depending on how they've set up those workbooks.
Yeah, and what we've got there is we call it a real-time chart. So, yeah, it's streaming real-time. You'll see every time a lap beacon is picked up. And you can pause that, and you can scroll back in the data, and you can choose how far you want to scroll back. So if the driver's reported something, you can actually pause the data coming through, scroll back, have a look at it, hit unpause, and it'll go back to where it is in real-time. And you can export from there. But what you can also do is use what we call our standard time distance chart, which is obviously a chart based on time or distance, and that allows you to actually put a reference lap on and then watch real-time data go against that reference lap. So if you were driver coaching, for example, or you wanted to try and check a setup and see if you had more or less grip, you can actually have what we call a datum or a reference lap and live compare that with somebody as you're driving.
So you can have that as like an overlay, so
exactly.
to speak. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's yeah. Again, just I suppose it's basically with a tool like this, it's basically as far as what you could personalise it to the point of what information you want out of it, because you can customise that view so much as well.
Yeah, we did a seminar with Motorsport UK, and it's now on YouTube. Someone very kindly recorded it and posted it, just to help people get going with it. But we've also built templates, so whether you choose to use the free version with Lite or you choose to purchase Plus, there's corresponding templates, so you don't need to be an expert to get up and going. But then it is all open. So like you say, if you wanted to choose different channels, change the units from imperial to metric, write your own maths channels and get really into the detail, it's all open. So you can go and over-engineer it as much as you want to in this case.
We all know that sim racers love over-engineering things.
Exactly.
That is for sure. I mean, from past experience of doing endurance races as a driver, some of the spreadsheets, Excel spreadsheets that would get produced, and that's just to plan a stint, let alone being able to look at potentially setup or potentially how a driver's driving or how the car's handling. The world's your oyster if you like playing with data. I've got a teammate of mine who would absolutely love this tool. Really would absolutely love this tool. Again, before we let you go, thoughts on this race, because we'll look at this race. Simcast Racing Team in the overall race lead in GT3 started 10th, come up to first place. That's quite the run there for Adam Watson, who's been there from the start. I mean, from your experience of driving in the sim, just how brutal is that? Not just physically, but also mentally as well, to keep that performance up.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. It's what I would say. Very impressive, and they are pulling away. You know, the gap's 14, 15 seconds, but it's still got 18 hours to go. It's such a long race at this point. We all get to, I guess, halfway in 24-hour races and go, okay, there's another 12 hours to go. So I think they just need to keep doing what they're doing at the minute.
And we've seen the race leaders in GT4 are at Esports have actually had a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for the contact that they made into the club and Club Chicane. That's huge, because that's a team that's just dominated from the very get-go in GT4.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it shakes that lead up a little bit. You know, I think WSR now will have to keep their head down and keep pushing to keep that 28-second advantage. But again, with 18 hours to go, yeah, anything can happen. And are we due to get some rain? Is that going to come into the mix?
Just looking in the sim, none forthcoming in the next couple of hours, so nothing in the forecast so far, but it could happen, you never know. Before I let you go, most important question of the day, Tom, what's for dinner?
I've already had mine.
Oh, yeah.
I have a 2-year-old, so that's shifted my life around a little bit. Yeah, no, it was a nice little bit of homemade pasta with a Guinness, so I can't really complain.
Ah, wonderful. Well, I'll let you yourself get off then, Tom. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast here as well, and it's been a pleasure having you in the commentary booth.
Yeah, no problem. If anyone's got any questions, I'm in the Discord, so feel free to ping me.
Wonderful. There you go. There's your invite, everybody. Good luck, Tom, to your notifications. That is Tom Brown, the head of motorsport programs from Cosworth, joining us in the commentary box. The big talk, Dara, as you've returned to us here, is of course that 30-second stop and hold. It was pretty much a guarantee, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think that penalty surprised anybody, quite frankly. It was one that we almost expected to happen. However, of course, it's also one that they're going to have to take on the chin, the 180. And I keep wanting to say Ben Langsford, because the S there, but Ben Langford is going to have to do some work to pull that back. It was his mistake that was made. He's the one that's going to have to pull a little bit of it back in 28 seconds, 26.7 now, give or take. He's a hefty old margin to try and close down. And don't forget, they were leading the entire race, but they weren't leading convincingly. That 2-2-3 kept them honest, so that could be a more difficult gap to close down than you would otherwise think for a leader of the race for nearly 6 hours.
Iron Apex Esports and GT4 have had to take a tour back to pit road, so something's happened to them. And guess what? We're in hour 6, so that means we were due the next drive-through for Student Loan Racing. They've got themselves a black flag due to instant point accrual there for them. So it's been a busy old start to this race. The first 6 hours has been intense. We had a little bit of a calm down to start with after hours 1 and 2, but then it's really picked up in this last couple of hours. It must be us two in the commentary box that's done that. Let's just quickly give you a little run through before we hit the pit stop cycles then. So it's Simcast Racing Team UK in first place. They have now got themselves a 12.5 second lead over Project 91 Racing Team. Chicken Kebab and Fast Track Setups are in third place after starting on pole position. They're only 35 seconds off of the race. In fact, less than that, 32 seconds. So don't write them out just yet, that is for sure. WSR Esports are in fourth ahead of the Team Bennett Sim Racing. Then it's Vulcan Fasteners by Glasstech Racing in sixth place ahead of Team Lou Spurwing. TSRC Esports, Fry Guys Motorsport and Pineapple Racing Club rounding out the top 10 in your GT3 class. In GT4, new race leaders then. WSR Esports, Ashley Finch leads that one, and they currently have a 24.5 second lead over the long-term race leaders are at Esports, who picked themselves up a 30-second stop and hold penalty in the last half an hour. Scorpio Esports then in third ahead of Thomas Eng Sim Racing. Then No Limit Sim Racing Academy, Satellite Racing, Fury Sim Sport Green, Lion GP Esports Academy, Vulcan Motorsports and United Sim Team rounding out the top 10 in GT4 as well. It's basically my last minute of the broadcast for myself. I won't be back for the rest of the show. In the next hour, it's going to be Dareth Acker and Ron Mounds, and after that, Ron will step aside for Lorenzo Bonda as well. So you're in great hands moving forward into the next few hours of this race. This is, of course, the fourth posting of this Cosworth Britcar 24 hours of Silverstone. It's been an absolute thrill ride from the start. The drivers are about to hit a quarter of the race distance gone, 3/4 of the race to go. It's time for me to hand over Ron Mounds and Dareth Acker.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. It's been great to be with you for 4 of the first 6 hours, and it's going to be good to be alongside Ron for the next one. Welcome in, Ron. It's been a decent race so far, hasn't it? We've had battles for the lead, we've had mistakes from the lead, pit stop battles that have gone all the way through the race up to this point. Been a good opening quarter, hasn't it?
And I feel like I came in at a very influential time for this race as well. As soon as I came into the commentary booth, I immediately see that incident involving the 180 in the GT4 class, having to come in for that penalty. Big shakeup in the GT4 category. But yeah, this is an absolutely fantastic event. I'm going to shadow what you said a little bit earlier on. I feel like Silverstone's a little bit underrepresented in terms of international endurance racing. It'd be awesome to see some more action here. But, you know, I adore Silverstone. I think this track is an absolute gem, and putting on some good racing as we just had Swaparoo in GT3.
Yes, we have indeed, and that was for P14. A couple of drivers a little bit further down the order, but we also see battles towards that top 10 unfolding. And yeah, I mean, we just have a World Endurance Championship race, of course, here at Silverstone. We haven't had that for a few years now. And, it feels like these events are even that little bit more special because we have fewer of them than we once did. But yeah, great circuit always to go racing, as we all know. But I'm looking at this stage of the race. I think as we get towards this next pit stop cycle, which is getting further and further after the hour, the longer we go into this race, with, you know, the Project 91 car currently in P2, likely to go another 8, maybe 9 laps into this stint. We are seeing the strategies almost divulge from each other. Some teams up there have been on a stint, like Team Bennett, for example, for 29 laps. The team that they're chasing right now, WSR Esports, 22 laps. There's a 7-lap difference. And in only, 6 hours, that's more than a lap extra per stint at the moment for the WSR Esports car, as Adam State's still in there. But I do think Remy Gilbert, he's been on a charge of late on. He could be one to try and push for that P4 in the next 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, I have a feeling that we are going to be seeing a lot of different battling going on in both of our classes. At GT3 class, and we just saw a big shakeup with GT4s. The GT3 is probably going to see a little bit of dicing here soon, as look at that, so close to contact as they head their way off through the turn. As we've actually had a Swaparoo up at the front in GT4 with a 2-2-3 effort coming down pit lane. That's going to give it back to Ben Langford in that 180 machine, but still got to worry about those pit stops throughout this race. Strategy is always so important. Maybe a 24-hour long race, so a lot of stuff can go on out there on the racetrack, but the pit stops can always be very, very vital.
Yep, and a 24-hour race strategy, there's nothing more important strategy, is there, in an endurance race, and we know that all too well. And for some of these drivers, they will be heavily aware of that. Mistakes will have been made, developments have had to be progressed through after previous experiences, and so I think a lot of these guys will know exactly how to approach a race like this. You don't want to approach a race like this is to be sat behind 2 battling GT4s. That's where we find ourselves, though, as we work our way through the final couple of corners here at Club. Everyone's kind of nailed it now. The first 2 hours or so, we saw a lot of drivers making a mistake through that final turn, but now it's settled down a bit more. Never easy to get through GT3 traffic in the later on in the stint, and the more you're racing with drivers in your own class, the more likely you are to maybe push a little bit too hard to make that mistake. So you've got to be careful in these positions.
And as we saw those racers deal with the traffic heading off through Farm Curve of turn number 2 right at the start of this lap, it flashed me back to many moons ago. I believe it was back in 2018 when, actually no, it was a little bit earlier on than that. In fact, it may have been 2015 or 16 when Brendan Hartley, still in LMP1 competition at the time in WEC, had a pretty monstrous collision heading off through turn number 2, tried to overtake a GT car, got clipped, and he ended up on his side. So the opening series of turns here at Silverstone, even in these cars, which are a little bit closer in terms of speed than an LMP1 and a GT3 car would be, it is still so sketchy for those GT3 drivers catching up to slower traffic all through the opening series of bends, and even for the GT4 racers seeing those GT3 cars hove into view in the rearview mirror. That's going to be a rather ominous spectacle.
Absolutely is, and particularly through some of the high-speed parts of the track, it can be tricky, and with the fading light as well. I think my estimate comes back to sunset in about 30 minutes time, so light really starting to fade. You can see the shadows getting longer, everything getting a little bit more golden around the circuit as that sun continues to dip out west in the direction of Oxford and of course the west of the UK. Black flag, by the way, for the 21 Armed Forces sim racing car. That's got Jack Goring, and I wonder if they've hit the instant limit as well. We've already had, I should say, a couple of cars that have suffered with hitting that incident limit, including that student loan team. We'll have to see if they continue, but not good news for the Armed Forces sim racing team to already pick up a black flag. Reminder, 125 incident points 120, I can say, instant points. Gets you your first drive-through, and then for every 25 points after that, you'll get another drive-through. So if you're starting to receive them now, Ron, you're going to be in a world of pain by the time you get towards the end of the race.
Yeah, 120x may seem like a lot, but in a 24-hour long race, that's pretty much just 5x allotted to you every hour. So that is, we'll say, a half spin and a bit of contact, and you're going to go over that. You'd be at 6 incident points, depending on how iRacing may judge the bit of car contact that you have. But that amount of incident points can go away very, very quickly, and kind of, it's a bit of a sidecar from the discussion that I raised one lap ago, talking about the lap traffic dilemma for all of these racers. Any bit of incidental contact, it may be light in nature, but you'll still pick up the incident points regardless. It can be a little bit tricky to keep it on the road, and this track, it is old school Silverstone, an absolute icon in the world of British motorsports, hosted the first ever Formula One Grand Prix all the way back in 1950. But this track, even though it does host Formula One still, it's not the widest racetrack in the world. It doesn't report to be the widest racetrack in the world, even though we have got some cars that aren't exactly trucks and we aren't racing on a narrow alleyway. That space could run out very quickly, so that 120 incident point limit, that can go away rather lickety-split.
Yeah, it can. And you're right, there have been developments in this circuit, of course, over the course of the last few decades, particularly with the addition of the inner loop, with the village entry and the loop, all part of that. But it hasn't necessarily been widened too much in parts for many a year, and some elements of the circuit are still a little bit old school in their nature. I think particularly down in towards Vale and Club, it's very tight through there. You can't really run too wide. And if you do start to run wide, there's sausage curbs, that's a newer development, of course, but then there's gravel as well, to bite at you if you make a mistake. Careful with the GT3 battle coming through. Alex Ellis is just behind, watching this unfold. Yeah, goodness me, they're coming from all through. We can't see the wing mirrors, we can't see behind. The rearview mirror just has his head, so we can't exactly see everything that's going on. But GT3, Aston Martin, that is, coming through. Alex Ellis just trying to make sure he stays safe and maybe get past his his fellow North American, Tanner Brater, up towards maybe turn 1 this time by. Won't get it done here. They should go show. GT3 traffic appears, and it can appear pretty quickly.
As we take a look at a replay to see a GT3 and GT4 car coming together. Oh no, it's the BMW and the Porsche. They come to blows. That is heading out of Lowfield of turn number 7. Very easy to make incidental contact in a turn where so many different lines get used. That's tough. I wonder if the stewards may have a look at that. But as we were following that action and how close quarters it was for that GT4 car having the GT3 traffic all around them, I saw that Aston Martin come up in the rear view camera right there in the center of the dash on that GT4 car. I could just see it was so scary just seeing that in the rear view mirror. There are many times where I look at the lap traffic dilemmas that these drivers get involved in, and bearing in mind I was never an endurance sports car driver, but I remember from my own experience going to some indoor kart tracks and having to deal with much slower traffic. It can be a little bit horrifying.
It can. It really can, but Alex Ellis is not going to have to deal with Tanner Prater for much longer. Through, just about in that satellite racing car. You've got the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car trying to come back through, but it looks like they will be able to pull away a touch, and Alex Ellis is on his merry way. Both of these guys ending or getting towards the end of their stint, and Ellis looks like a very quick driver in that car, on similar pace with our race leader at the moment, Tom Katsidonis, and that WSR Esports Britcar entry. GT3's coming through on these guys. It's just a consistent flow of cars. 30 GT3 started this race. We're 6 hours and 10 minutes in, 30 still on the track. Well, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so a lot of time left to go in this race, so I'm sure the field will get cut down to size as we go farther along, singing off into the night here sooner rather than later, and that's going to throw in a completely different dynamic to it. Of course, the track conditions will continue to evolve throughout the entirety of this 24-hour-long race, but the mental state of these racers can evolve as well. I always talk about this in endurance races, kind of the mental side of things, just trying to stay with it. Sometimes it can be a little bit demoralizing in the heads of these racers to see that sun go down. It feels like the joy of the race goes along with it, and now you're like, okay, I just need to settle into a groove, get the work done, and try and keep it on the road, because in the nighttime shift with lower grip and much lower visibility, that can be a whole lot easier said than done.
It absolutely can, and the visibility is only getting worse minute by minute as that sun dips further and further behind the horizon. May even be less than 20 minutes, you know, with the colour of the sky that we now do see before we get to sunset. But myself and you, Ron, of course, here for the next 50 minutes or so. We'll get into that dark period of the race. Lorenzo Bonner will jump in about 50 minutes time to replace Ron before Ron's back in the booth with Ewan O'Leary for quite some time over the course of this evening. So it's going to be a really good evening's worth of racing into the night. And then, of course, the night hours, the midnight hours, where drivers often do longer stints. You know, people don't necessarily want to be up. This is a British heavy event, so many drivers will be into the early hours of the morning. If you have a North American or even an Australian on your team, it's going to help you out no end, because they're going to be able to stay awake and stay a little bit alert for much longer into this race. And that can be the kind of dynamics that you look for coming into a race like this. You don't have to, I guess it's the luxury of sim racing, you don't have to depend on drivers that you can just pick up for your team, but you also have to look at other elements, such as who is where, who could race at certain times of the day. It's all part of the fun, isn't it, coming into a race like this, to plan.
Yeah, many times you can have just different drivers from different corners of the globe to have different levels of awareness throughout the race. I know I've seen with some esports teams that I'm not necessarily involved in. I swapped my steering wheel out for a microphone a long time ago, but kind of seeing the process that goes into picking out the drivers for whatever event it may be. You have some racers, of course, here in this event participating from many different countries in Europe, but you do have some North Americans running in this event, and certainly from my current perspective with these broadcasts, I believe I am only the second North American on this show, with my old pal Mr. JP, Mr. Justin Prince, on the call a little bit earlier on. He's actually farther west than I am, but he's north of the border up in Canada, so the first American on this show I am. But you're going to see a lot of different teams have different drivers from different corners of the globe, but with that can come some different driving styles as well. You know, I was having a conversation with a driver after the Friday broadcast and Radical races that we covered here on RaceSpot just yesterday, kind of talking to them about the different driving styles that you see even in different parts of the U.S., let alone different parts of the globe. May not seem like too much, and you may think, oh yeah, different countries and kind of like different customs. Even behind the wheel on a racetrack, you can kind of see different driving methods go on depending on where a driver is from. So that'll be interesting to keep our eyes on as we go farther along in this event.
Yeah, and we'll have to see who gets into the car as we get in towards the night phase. Often drivers like to drive in the day, and then some like to jump in at this kind of point in the race where they can then get their eye with the sun setting and get themselves going in these twilight conditions, really. Having a quick look at the number 92 car at the moment. This is, of course, the Project 91 Racing Team Green. Of course, necessarily Project 91, because the Project 91 car is in P2. The Project 92 car's down here in P3, or down here all the way in P19. They're struggling just a little bit as they jump forward towards the village part of the lap, but they are right behind the DCW Racing Blue, which is why we're looking at them in this battle. It's a nice tight battle towards the back end of the top 20. The Armed Forces Sim Racing team isn't far away either, and they've been shoved to the back of this train after serving that drive-through penalty, so we'll see if they can work their way back through. But it's all about was racing what's around you at this stage of the race, not thinking too far in front, because with 17 and 3/4 hours to go, it's very easy to get carried away thinking about what it's going to be like when the sun rises in the morning, but it can also be very easy to mess that up very quickly because you set yourself too big a goal, too big a target, right, Ron? So it's important really to make sure that you have a sustainable goal and a very manageable effort that you can keep focusing on hour after hour to get you through these night hours.
You know, I think the best way I can kind of sum it up in terms of the driver and the team mindset in terms of focusing on what's going on in the here and now and also looking a little bit farther up the road, you have to multitask a bit. It's basically like rubbing your tummy and patting your head at the exact same time as look at splitting the traffic 3 wide as they headed their way off through Beckett's and Beckett's. Right as I was going off on that comparison and the simile to try and talk about how difficult it is to stay with it throughout this race and know what to focus on. My focus being shifted as we saw 3 wide racing through there. You don't see that too often, and that's for a very good reason. I think those drivers should be counting their lucky stars. The fact they managed to go through that clean is a huge snap from the Ferrari as they headed their way off through the third to last turn. That's the number 92 with a huge sideways wiggle. That Ferrari really starting to struggle here in this second half of the lap. But no, you got to focus on so many different things. You got to focus on farther along in this race to know how many steps you should be ahead, kind of thinking what's coming up. But you can't look too far off into the sunset. You also have to stay focused on where you are in this race. Like for a driver, if you're focused about 150 feet farther up the road, you're not going to notice the stopped car right in front of you. Then there's going to be an accident, then a lot of paperwork involved, and then maybe a trip to the hospital. So you got to stay with it and stay focused on a lot of different things. It's a juggling act that these teams and drivers have to play throughout the night.
Yeah, and it's all part of the fun, isn't it? What we look forward to when we get towards the midnight hours. We're still riding on board with Jose Manuel Monteguido, and I wonder if our wonderful producer Hugo could truck up the name tag here, because I'm interested. We were talking about nationalities earlier, and it's always good to see loads of drivers getting involved from right across the world. And it's also good to see we've had our North Americans, we've had loads of Europeans, but Jose, there you go, an American driver. I was thinking. You don't get too many Hispanic, very Hispanic names here in the UK, and yeah, great to see another American on the circuit getting in towards those nighttime hours. It's going to be anywhere between 10 o'clock at 10:15 in the morning, 1:15 in the afternoon over there. And it is where you are on. So yeah, good time to be racing, and there's so much ability to race in the middle of the day when you are able to have those different driver rosters as we have talked about. Pit stops ongoing at the moment. A couple of teams in the pit lane. The number 10 car that's driving Miss Daisy is in the pit lane, but they are currently last of the runners so far. They're 7 laps down, but still continuing, and that's exactly what we want to be seeing. And we also have that number 80, Robin Vist behind the car for DWR and Simcoach setups. They may drop just into the realm of this battle with DCW Project 91 and Project 91 in the 92 trying to make the move inside line. It's going to work through there. They're going to have to make it somewhere, but they are going to find themselves in a 3-car battle now. These threes, but by what, second and a half, and with traffic around them, this is going to be a tight one towards the end of their stint.
Yeah, and going off of the discussion I had a little bit earlier on in this broadcast, talking about how easy it is for the real estate space to go away here at Silverstone, we're certainly seeing it in this battle with GT3s trying to deal with the GT4 traffic, heading off through the opening sector of this lap. Side-by-side racing nearly going to flare up with the 2 Ferraris in the camera shot right now. Just want to say, though, before this battle starts to flare up, the biggest gap that we have between 2 cars in the entirety of this field is between the Armed Forces Sim Racing GT4 entry, the number 23, and the Split Strat Esports number 40 car. That's about 10 seconds between 2 cars. That's the biggest gap for the entirety of the field. Everybody else, there's either a GT3 car close to a GT4 or drivers in the same class right on top of each other.
Yeah, and that's the frantic nature, isn't it, of a race like this. We've been going, but 6.25 hours here, but it feels more like a sprint race at times. A couple of pit stops towards the front of the field in the GT3s. Adam State for WSR Esports has come in. He is the last of the drivers towards the front of the field to come in. There's contact though. 92 is around. That's at Cobb's corner, keeping it out of the barriers. That's absolutely crucial, but there was big contact, and we see Monteguido into the onto the support road there, just to try and get back onto the circuit. No damage on the car, well, lasting damage, you'd say, maybe a little bit to the floor, and there's some body work, but no major damage, no hitting of the wall. But that was a big moment, and not what you'd want right towards the end, I'd say the end of the stint, towards the start of their stint. They've been 8 laps in.
Yeah, that is not a good way to get off to a start at all. Talking about staying with it mentally, if you get off to a bad start in a stint, either stuff going on around you like that or just other bits of drama, whatever the case may be, it is so tough for the driver to compartmentalize and say, okay, this may have happened, but there's still so long left to go. If you get kicked down enough at the start of a marathon, you're not going to want to run the rest of the distance. So we'll have to see exactly exactly how that number 92 team will be able to cope with the rest of this stint, as it has been a rocky start to it as we get farther along in this race. Still 17 hours and 40 minutes left, so it's not game, set, match, obviously, but you just got to be there at the very end. If there's any style of racing where the saying to finish first you have to finish matters the most, it is endurance racing, as that was a bit of a kamikaze dive there from the number 92 in the back, a shot into 3.
Yeah, 92 just trying to get themselves back into the kind of positions that they were in not too long ago. Only about 2 seconds behind the DWR Racing Coach Setups car that has just been in the pit lane, mind you, and they're right behind the Phoenix Sim Racing car. So even though they've just been out of a battle, they're straight back into one. And we'll see if Jose Manuel can gain another couple of spots as we work our way through. Quick little note on what's happening at the front of the field with Simcast. They have been leading for some time. Christopher Starsmore has got in that car. We're a couple of laps into their stint. We did have Adam Watson in that car from the start of the race, but Christopher Starsmore now has jumped in. And for the first time, we have got a new name in that 131. Will be interesting to see how he can dial in. Christian Charuta has got himself into that Project 91 racing car at the front. Menderes in the chicken kebab car, and Alexander Davison, who we are looking at right now in this 123 WSR Esports car. A lot of driver changes as we get into this phase of the race, as to be expected, because the track feels different, doesn't it, when you get the sun setting and the night rising?
Yeah, and as the track evolves, it can be tricky for the driver behind the wheel to cope with that change. Either they're going to have mistakes thinking, okay, there's a lot more grip than there really is, or they're just not going to push that car enough. So it is a bit fascinating to see that the driver swap seems to be going on at this exact point in time. Maybe it's me. I would want to do it either in the day and kind of go throughout the stint for the same racer, or maybe just as soon as the nighttime fully descends. But I guess it does make sense, kind of do it, just split the difference, go in the middle. I guess that can work out as well. Yeah, I'm not a strategist. I'm just a guy who talks about other people's strategies and occasionally makes fun of them. So I think that is a good decision. We'll have to see who's going to be able to play this driver swap game at the best, because we talked about the pit stops a bit earlier on, how you got to maximize the run through each and every single bit of strategy here in this event. The driver swaps, it's not just a matter of taking out a driver who's exhausted and bringing in someone with new energy. You bring in a driver with a different driving style. You bring in so many different things with the driver swap other than just a new squiggly bit behind the wheel. So we'll have to see who can master that the best, and how much effort has been put into figuring out who to put in when.
Yeah, and there's all those conversations that happen individually between the teams, aren't there? Coming into a race like this, of who wants to race when, who thinks that they can do a couple of stints here and there, and yeah, I mean, it can change over the course of a race quite fluidly, depending on how the race is unfolding, but there's always that basis to go off of, and the planning that goes into a 24-hour race is really immense. And yeah, you need a lot of practice to be able to nail down a strategy for a 24-hour race. Alexander Davison, we're looking at him now, he's 35 seconds off the back of the chicken kebab car, 12 seconds ahead of Team Benek. Kieran Harding now in that car. Now, of course, we did see before Harding got in that car a nice gain up towards the back from them. Whether they can keep that up or not will remain to be seen, but Davison new into the car as well. We'll see if he can push on. We've got a drive-through penalty, a black flag for Satellite Racing. Alex Ellis coming into the pit lane to serve that penalty. Looks like that's going to drop them down behind the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car and into P5, so that'll be another accumulation of incident points. And again, after only 6.5 hours or so, to be picking up 120 points by this stage, you're going to be hard-pressed to not be picking up a lot of further drive-throughs as we work our way through the rest of the race.
Yeah, this is going to be a rather bewildering comparison, but that's kind of my MO on these broadcasts, I'll say it anyways. Picking up these incident points and running into trouble like this so early on in the race, it's basically like graduating either high school or college or whatever the case may be, and just immediately deciding to burn and rip up your diploma. That's basically what it's like. These racers, I can't even say it's like that. It's pretty much like they're selling all of their assets and just investing in Beanie Babies. It has been a pretty rough go of things for many racers. We just saw Swaparoo with the Armed Forces sim racing efforts, the 21, that Ferrari running out there on the racetrack, just getting an overtake done on that Mustang that's now right behind them. But yeah, getting to the point so early on in this race where you're picking up those constant penalties, you got to set yourself up well at the start of one of these races. And for the teams that are already running into those difficulties, the next 17 and a half hours are going to be brutal.
Yeah, they really are, and it's not going to be overly fun, is it? In the next 17 and a half hours to really have to face this kind of pounding every single lap. The consistency, the energy that you have to use, particularly with so many cars on the circuit, the amount of lapping that you have to do. Normally, if you start with 52 cars on the circuit, you're down to more like 40 at this stage of the race with the attrition that you get off the start, but we have still got 50 circulating the track at the moment. In fact, it may be down to 49. The Pineapple Racing Club car has been in the pit lane for about 3 minutes now. Remains to be seen whether they will make their way back out again. We've had a couple of cars, the Quad Dash 94, the Daredevil 6. They are, they're a long way down in this race. They've not been here for quite some time. But we have seen so many of these cars stick in there. I think the four fast repairs help with that, don't they? Because even if you have a couple of moments in the early stages, you can repair the car quickly, you can get back out onto the circuit and not really lose too much time and stay in relative contention. The difficulty becomes if you've used those four up after 12 hours, and all of a sudden your back is in the wall, what are you going to do then? It's just going to be a lot of time lost. So maybe we'll see a bit of a lag effect on that with the fast repairs keeping more teams involved early on, but that remains to be seen, right? And we've got to enjoy it while we last, right, Ron?
Yeah, that is exactly right. I gotta say, though, in terms of the fast repairs, it goes hand in hand with the incident points. If you burn them up very early on, the end of the race is going to be brutal. If you save up towards the end and run into any sort of difficulty as the racing gets a bit more frenetic, everybody gets a bit more hoppy, for lack of a better term. Everybody wants to try and leapfrog in front of one another, get really racy, and break the elbows out as we get to the end of this race. You wound up in some sort of trouble, and you don't have the incident point buffer or a fast repair buffer to kind of help you out. That is going to be a tough road for sure. I think it's a little bit harder to burn up those fast repairs, I should say, than burn up the incident points. Teams will probably strategize and say, okay, let's maybe not take the fast repair. I mean, don't take a fast repair if your front bumper is just slightly tweaked in, anything similar to that. It reminds me of a IndyCar story many moons ago, back when Fernando Alonso tried and failed to qualify for the 2019 Indy 500. After he crashed during practice, the team wasted the entire next day trying to get a new car ready. They didn't waste that time trying to get the car fixed and tuned in and ready to qualify for the race. They spent that whole time with the chassis at the paint shop trying to get it painted to be the correct shade of orange. You don't want to use up your fast repairs on a small little bit of aerodynamic tweaking that just makes a sponsor logo a little bit funky.
Well, exactly right. And these are all things that teams will be thinking about and often do think about over the course of races like this. Daniel Kennedy, we're having a quick look at him at the moment in that number 25 car. He's just ahead of the Data Motorsport entry. That's now Marco Anastasi in the car. They've been in the wars over today, and the Scotsman knows that they have a lot of work to do from where they are, but they've just not been helped out, really. They've been hit around a couple of times. They've been involved in spins that often weren't their fault, and so they have a lot of work to be doing. Step one is to get through on this Lunar Road Sim Racing car powered by Algar Racing, but then they've got a full minute to get up to the next car, and then a full 2 minutes to get up to the car in front. That's kind of the position that they find themselves in. Big send to the inside line, late braking over the inside curb. Not going to be enough to get it done on the exit, though. Good line in the end from Daniel Kennard. He'll have to go deep into the next part of the corner, though. Can Anastasi, get it straightened up? Not quite, and he's going to have to try and find another place to make a move. Won't be close enough to make a send into Brooklands and Luffield, you would think.
Yeah, we'll see if there is a move, though, here soon. You got two very different machines in this battle. You got the Mustang and the Ferrari. One thing I adore about sports car racing, whether it be in GT3, GT4 machinery, or even in GTP for that matter, you've got these different cars with different quirks and features. The Mustang has had a total evolution on iRacing, hasn't it? I mean, it started off kind of similar to how it did in real life, not really matching the performance standards that Ford put up to it. But ever since then, the Mustang has found an extra gear both in iRacing and in real life, and it's really starting to shine. This Ferrari, meanwhile, even though they just came out with the brand new Ferrari Challenge car a couple of seasons ago, this car is a bit on the older end. I had just barely gotten started with broadcasting by the time this car came out, as I thought that was going to be a collision off through Baggett and Beckett. You know, that's 2 times now that I've seen GT3 drivers have a near coming together heading off through there. Now, Derry, you've been on this broadcast for a lot longer than I have, so you can speak to this a little bit more. Have there been bits of drama where drivers have tried to go for a move off in there and it hasn't been successful?
Have you got your answer now, Ron?
Yep.
Good time to ask the question. There you go. There's been a few times where we've seen drivers make a bit of a lunge. That's just a bit of a lag spike, I think, for Anastasi. Unless he's coming to the pit lane. Looks like he's coming into the pit lane now. So, a bit of a weird moment. Maybe missed the pit lane, decided to tow quickly. Either way, that's exactly what we've just seen. Trying to make the move, force it a little bit too much, and you force the mistake. We've seen it from the 180. Jeffrey Roche in that car now. But Arret Esports before, of course, were in the lead of the race, going too far deep, made the mistake, hit the Vulcan Motorsports car, got a penalty, and now they're in P2. It's been a bit of a theme of the race so far, where we have had to, or we have seen, not had to, but we have seen drivers make mistakes that have been worthy enough of a penalty as deemed by the stewards. But there you go, GT4. GT3, that's just not how it's going to work out. And, I said Data Motorsports been in the wars. They have. Don't know how that was kept on 4 wheels in the end. They nearly went over.
Yeah, I was about to say that was nearly. I can't say with confidence that would be the first flip. Have we had a flip thus far today? If we had, that was nearly the first. If we have, that nearly joined the club. But either way, I think Race Control is definitely going to have a look at that, and that may be a slam dunk penalty. That was just a big misjudgment heading off. I mean, at the end of the straightaway, so tricky to try and match that braking marker if you are a GT3 with the GT4 right up in front, hanging down the hanger straightaway off into Stowe. That's also a corner where I feel like the pace differential between these cars is probably the most amplified. These GT3 cars, a bit more aero than the GT4s. They rely heavily on the mechanical grip. So all through these kind of like medium to high speed bends, especially the final turn, you can really see the pace differential get put on full display. So I wonder if that was part of the reason why that coming together took place. But either way, Slice it, that will probably be a penalty for the GT3, and I think the GT4 drivers will be very happy if that was a penalty, because they were running all by them lonesome, and then all of a sudden they're nearly upside down.
Yeah, and I think the stewards will have a look at that, and they will give out a penalty they see fit. Bit of contact coming out onto the Wellington straight. Drivers just trying to get around the GT4 and tripping over themselves once again. And it's happened so many times over the course of this race so far. Luckily, though, these guys this time are keeping it out of the barriers. That's going to be the real critical factor here. Deep, though, goodness me, that was a long way off the road. I'm not entirely sure which GT4 that was. Very well could have been the Split Strat Esports car in the number 40 that had just gone deep and wide and off the road there. I believe it is. And that's just allowed Iron Apex Esports that little bit closer. Still some close battles to keep an eye out for as we work our way towards, well, I mean, in the middle of this 7th hour of the race. And one of them is very much Max Coolby at the moment, fighting away in the position that he currently finds himself in, because he is in that Split Strat Esports car that had the moment. They are behind the Armed Forces Sim Racing car now, and they're only about 3 seconds in front of the Iron Apex car, keeping out for that battle as we work our way through. That is by far the closest battle in the GT4 class. The other one to maybe keep an eye on, Hayden Miller in the 531 Vulcan Motorsports car, P9 at the moment in GT4, some 7 seconds behind the Lion GP Esports Academy car. However, last time by, Hayden Miller set a lap time that was faster than there has been a lap time from Lion GP all race long. He's really turning it up at the moment, and we could see him try and chase after Lion GP for P8 soon.
You know, getting into this stage of the race with the headlights shining bright around the circuit and the sun dipping below the horizon, we talk about the various drivers that are going to be in these cars throughout this race, and kind of talk about drivers with different specialties. I know back in my own karting days, I always preferred racing in the rain, adored running in the rain, even on iRacing. I absolutely love it. But my dad used to call me a mudder, the term that they use to describe a horse that runs best in the rain. And I guess I am very horse-like, because if I never did too well, I was probably going to get put in the back of a trailer all the way to the drive back home. However, but these racers, I wonder if there's some that prefer racing in the night, because just like there's drivers that prefer racing in the rain, there are some that prefer being the night owls out there on the racetrack. They love going out here, picking their way through the stream of headlights and just getting into good times. You also talk about the track conditions and the evolution of them. Even though it can be colder, sometimes a colder track with less grip can maybe play into a driver's specialty. They know where they can find that grip. They can keep the tire temperature going. If they're running in the hotter conditions, the tires are going to melt. If they're running in the colder conditions, however, they may be able to just keep them in that good operating window and always be there to go for a gutsy move. So keep an eye on that as we go into the night. Maybe some of these drivers are a bit of a night owl type, where they want to run well in the rain, want to run well in the night, I should say, and can do that very easily.
Yep, they certainly can. And I think the further we get into this nighttime phases, I believe sun has now set. We are past 6:50 sim time in the evening on what is, according to the simulator, the 27th of September. We know it's the 6th of December in the real world, but that's the beauty of the sim setup that we can have. Jan Osberg now finding his way through. He's currently sat in P8 for the time being. This is for Glass Tech Racing. He's fighting with the TSRC Esports car. That was David Barnsley he's just dispatched of. And important, I think, for Jan Osberg just to get clear, to get a little bit of pace down. He will be coming into the pit lane soon. But Glass Tech Racing were leading the race in the early couple of hours. They've slipped back somewhat. There are a couple of laps down now. Jan Osberg's not necessarily been able to be right on the paces we saw earlier on from this 422 car. However, they are still running inside the top 10, and with 30 entry, the top 10 finish is still very respectable. And it goes back to that idea about setting smaller goals who work our way through this race. When they come into the pit lane, they'll drop further down, probably towards the likes of the Pineapple Racing car, the Cuda Motorsports car, but they're all off strategy. It's about where you want to be at the end of every stint. And then working from there, isn't it? Jan Osberg, the Swede, doing a good job for the time being for Glass Tech.
Yeah, to elaborate on the point that you raised there, Dara, talking about setting smaller, more attainable goals in one of these races, I think the best way I can kind of compare it is, I mean, we're not too far apart age-wise. We're both a bit on the younger end, so we still have various school-related flashbacks of, I don't know, doing like a 1,000-word essay on whatever topic it may be that we're not too interested in, but have to write about anyways. We would always set our little goals for ourselves, be like, okay, let me do like first 250 words, go and grab a drink or a snack or whatever the case may be, then come back to this, then the third. Whenever you're behind the wheel, there can be little goals that you set for yourself, and certainly on the team side of things, they will have certain goals and certain expectations to reach those milestones. Say, okay, just try and get to the halfway mark in this spot, try and get to the halfway mark with this many incident points, try and manage the race. If you break up a 24-hour-long race into only one part, into just the 24-hour-long race, it's gonna feel very difficult, and it's gonna feel a heck of a lot more difficult than just breaking the race up into 4 6s. You know, nowadays with lowering attention spans all over the globe, that can work as well. So we'll have to see how these racers decide to play it. I think breaking it up and having small little milestones throughout is a very good strategy to have for teams all around the grid.
Yep, certainly is, and we are seeing lots of teams and drivers attack that idea coming into this element of the race. We are seeing a couple of battles that we should keep an eye on. I mentioned, oh, hello, well, before we get to that, there's a GT4 that's just had a bit of a moment. I believe that's the 49, I should say, going around there. That was the DKS Motorsports car. George Clarkson behind the wheel, having a couple of issues in towards Brooklands and Luffield. Back to my point I was making, though, we have an interesting battle between, that we should keep an eye on, I think, between DXT Motorsports and Next Gen Esports and Motorsports as well. P14, P15 in the GT3 class, 1.2 seconds or so between them. They are starting to get a little bit closer together as well. Samuel Clarkson, a good job, was P21, P22 in that car a couple of hours ago, but has consistently worked their way up the order. They have much fresher tyres than the cars in front, and try and attack those guys in the coming laps. They're 1.5, as I said, to next gen, about 9 behind the Cuda Motorsports car in P13, and that'll be a target that I'm sure they will be setting. But the sun really is, well, it's gone, isn't it, Ron? Quite frankly, you can see that light is fading, little bits of pink still tinging the sky, but it's becoming increasingly more difficult to see these cars when their headlights aren't shining towards the camera. Jan Osberg coming into the pit lane, thought he was going a bit deep into that corner, but it is becoming increasingly more difficult, and within the next hour it's going to be pitch black, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly will, and when we get into the night, we also have to wonder, just kind of expanding on that point, about the visibility of this racetrack. You don't have many lights here at Silverstone. You maybe have a couple either by the old Grand Prix pit lane, like we are here at the top end of the circuit, or at the actual pit lane that we're running here on this configuration. There's not a lot of sources of light here. It's not like a track like Daytona where the entire place is lit up like a Christmas tree. You're gonna have many patches of this racetrack where it is dark, pitch dark, and if your headlights maybe turn off, which I don't think I don't think on iRacing, maybe it's just me not having many buns on my wheel, I don't think you can kind of turn them off manually, maybe just with a flash or whatever the case may be. It's gonna be tricky to try and psych out everybody if you just see a small little, basically 2 floating orbs off into the distance, 2 red lights farther up the road to try and drive towards. It's gonna be tricky as we get farther along, just for these racers to keep it clean. Going back to the point about incident points, if I were one of these racers, albeit again, very good reason why I'm behind the microphone instead of behind the wheel, I would want to reserve my incident points for that long and very tiresome nighttime stint, because that's when the incidents and chaos can break out the easiest.
Yeah, and how many times do we see drivers get disorientated on the circuit, really, with the element of you don't know what the car is in front of you. You can see the lights, but you can't see the livery. And it may seem a little bit silly, but you can really get disorientated as to who you're lapping, who you're around. And I know you've got the, obviously have access to timing of who's around you. It can just get a little bit more difficult, particularly with lapping many cars that are around you. It's more difficult to see whether you're racing a GT3 or a GT4, mind you. Some of these rear ends look remarkably similar between the cars, so it can be a little bit more disorientating, can just be that bit trickier to be able to adapt. Having a quick look at Macaulay Watkins, who's still just ahead of David Barnes at the moment. This is still the battle for P8. Good exit through there from Macaulay is giving him a full second's worth of an advantage, and he got through that time by gained about 2.8 seconds on the lap. Yeah, good work from Macaulay, particularly through that middle sector, to get the move done on David Barnes. And David looks like he's slipping a little bit further back. He is on higher fuel, though, 8 laps into his stint. Macaulay Watkins, 29 laps into his stint. He will be coming into the pit lane very shortly indeed to put himself, or give himself, an entirely full fuel tank. Owen Seward as well will be battling, as is Samuel Clark. This is on the back of the next gen motorsports car. I mentioned this a couple of minutes ago. Looking for the move. Oh, traffic in the way. They're going to go either side of it for a moment. It's getting quite exciting down here. Look at the amount of cars coming down the hangar straight.
It is a herd of GT machinery heading down the hangar straightaway here. Look at the amount of headlights, too. Everybody in the GT3s and the GT4 categories trying to get the moves done as best as they can. That's a driver off. That's a Porsche, I believe. Not sure who that is. Very far off the track at the end of that hangar straightaway, heading off into Stowe. That looked like a rather odd section of racetrack to be off the track at as well. It looked like they may have lost it on entry. I wonder if that was maybe a bad encounter with lap traffic. Whatever the case may be, it's getting really hair-raising out there on the circuit with GT3s battling with each other, still having to worry about the GT4s. It's getting hectic. I feel like something's got to break here soon.
Yep, and it is getting pretty busy down here. Samuel Clark trying to make his way through right now on the back of Nathan Nickerson. But they've also then got Owen Seward just up in front. This is a battle that is compressed. It has got ever closer. And all 3 of these guys are going to be going for some time at the start of or for the next 20-30 minutes, because Nathan Nickerson is the next driver that will have to pit and still has another 12-13 laps before he will be forced down pit lane. So keep an eye out for these 3. Samuel Clark looking for the move, not going to be able to make it work through Brooklands and Luffield, and it's all about picking the right line, isn't it? But it's so tricky to pick the right line, especially with GT4 traffic around. You never feel too safe, and when Nathan Nickerson's about to overtake Owen Seward, it's just about trying to pick pick the right side of the circuit to keep yourself safe. Let's see Nickerson up in front. Can he make this move stick on Owen Seward? Inside line, got it done. Samuel Clark will be the next one to have a go.
So now with the battling going on, they don't have to worry about too much traffic, at least yet. There is a BMW GT4 car a little bit farther up the road. I think they'll probably catch him heading off through the final series of corners, which, yes, that will be sketchy, but not nearly as sketchy as if they hit it here. Let's keep an eye on this battle as they head their way. Adam Agats and Beckett's onto that hangar straight away. It's a good spot to try and get a move done utilizing the draft, but you've still got to have a brave pill in your mouth and swallow it down as you head your way off into this turn. Side-by-side racing going to go on. Samuel Clark trying to get a move done in that number 39 machine. They're close to making contact. Will they go 3 wide? They will go 3 wide. Look at the dive.
Incredible, really, isn't it, to see Samuel Clark try and make this move in this way, or just to even keep himself in front of that number 92 car that's coming through. Or, sorry, even in fact the 91 car that's making its way through at the moment. Clark just getting itself involved at the moment, but it's never nice if you're the 91. That is Christian Charuti. He's currently running in P2. He's trying to keep tabs with Simcast Racing at the front of the field, but he's having to fight drivers in his own class who are fighting over position themselves, wide then from Owen Seward in that Glass Deck Racing car. Samuel Clark tries to do the up and under. He can't quite find the line because Seward himself is doing the up and under on Christian Charuta. They'll run through the loop and on towards the Wellington Straight. Samuel Clark with a very good exit though. He's running just ever so slightly off the track. He's into the grass. He's wide off the road, but he's still not being afforded any more room. Oh, there's contact. Samuel Clark spearing into the wall. He won't keep it out of it. Big hit into the side. And oh my word, that was a huge moment. You could see it coming from all the way down the start of the straight. And Samuel Clark is not going to feel very happy. Almost certainly feels like he should have got more room.
Oh, and he's going to have to pull over to the side of the road and tow it back to pit lane. I figured that would be the case. That is huge damage on that race car. A huge bit of contact getting spun on that back straightaway and sledgehammer shot straight into that concrete wall. Now, it is iRacing. All the walls feel exactly the same. They hurt regardless of what they're made out of. That's going to hurt the angle that he hit the walls. We take a look at the aerial shot. There's the contact with himself on the BMW, and bang, straight shot into the wall. It looked like it was the rear end hitting first and then the front. But either way, in that sledgehammer shot into the wall, probably either one of those wheels was broken off or maybe the both of them. They're going to have to use one of those fast repairs for sure. If not, that would be a lengthy repair period.
It'll be interesting to see what stewards have to say about that. Yeah, I think Owen Seward will say that he's racing his own line, and then of course we'd, I think, fairly see Samuel Clark say that, well, he was pulling in front. He deserved a little bit of room on the circuit. Either way, though, Samuel Clark is the one that finds himself in the pit lane, and Owen Seward will continue on. Well, that split up the train a bit. That big moment has pushed the cars away from each other, particularly in that GT3 battle. There is, though, a battle now starting between Lion GP and Vulcan Motorsport for P8 and P9 in that GT4 class. Some half a second, if that, between the cars at the moment. And it's Hayden Miller who's looking to find a way through. Busy part of the circuit. Again, Christian Charuta. He's on the broadcast every 5 minutes, and it's not a battle that he's in, he's just lapping all of the cars. Here he comes then, Hayden Miller. Great exit against Huber Melig, and he looks like he's going to have the inside line and gets that move done. Easy as he like. P8 for the 531.
Yeah, now they've got the Mustang right in tow, having to worry about the lap traffic through this section of the racetrack. I'm going to ask this question to you, Darren. You can feel free to kind of give both answers at the same time. If you were out there on the racetrack and given the choice between being a GT3 driver trying to deal with the lap traffic GT4s, or be a GT4 racer having to worry about those GT3s coming up, could you pick one? Which one would you feel would be the one that you would pick? Personally, I feel like it's a double-edged sword in a sense, because both of them have their difficulties, but if you had to pick between being a GT3 car during lap traffic or GT4, which one do you think you'd pick?
Well, because with the GT3, you kind of control your own destiny, don't you? Yes, to an extent. You don't know exactly what the GT4s are going to do, but you have the ability to slow down and power past in a different way. It's a little bit easier to manage the traffic. GT4s, and I guess in a way, you're then just keeping out of the way. It's easier to manage that, but because you're not in that faster machinery, I think it's a bit more difficult in a GT4 to really feel assured of where some of these GT3s are going to place the cars. You know, it's difficult to communicate all the time, and for GT3s to not make little mistakes or to misinterpret the movements that you're making on the circuit, and then in the end you're almost certainly going to be coming off worse, just, you know, by laws of momentum, etc, etc. So personally, I think a GT3 I would prefer, but at the same time, Ron, I think I prefer being up here because it removes all the stress that we could possibly face, right?
See, I think the only stress that we've got is just seeing all that stuff go on and thinking, okay, will it end in tears, and if so, when is it going to end in tears? I'm totally with you there on that final part. I think just generally speaking, I agree with you in terms of I would rather be in a GT3 than be in a GT4, because the problem with those GT4 cars, I say it's a problem. It's not a problem, it's just a feature of those cars that differs from the GT3s. Not a lot of aero. I mean, you still have some wings and splitters on it, so it is generating a little bit of downforce, but those cars, you feel a lot more on the ragged edge of control than the GT3s. The GT3s are fine-tuned race cars. I mean, you look at them compared to their on-the-road counterparts, and they're a lot more fine-tuned, a lot lower, more aero, a lot more stripped out, probably a lot more power, certainly a lot more stopping force. The GT4s, meanwhile, it does feel a bit more like you're just driving your normal road car out there on the track. You feel like there's a little bit of body roll there. I know from my own experience driving GT4s, it feels, at least compared to a GT3, like you're driving on a waterbed. It just feels so different. It is a night and day difference. So as much as the GT3s, it is not entirely in your hands with the whim of a GT4 car maybe positioning their car in a bad spot, causing you to either have a fantastic maneuver or a fantastic collision for us to talk about on this broadcast. I feel like they have a lot more in their hands than the GT4s, because sometimes it feels like even just driving around a racetrack in a GT4 by yourself, getting a good lap time out of it, it feels like not everything is in your hands.
Yeah, and exactly, and I think that's the point to make here. You know, it's a little bit more difficult to feel safe. I think it's what it boils down to in a GT4. Personally, of course, maybe GT4 drivers are going to disagree with us, but either way, from a very visual point of view and from being in cars, you know, you can just feel a little bit more in control in a GT3, and I think that's why we've got 30 GT3s and 20 GT4s left in this race. We're nearing the end of this 7th hour, 8 minutes left of it. And normally at the start of the race, you'd think that the strategies could be quite streamlined. We see a lot of drivers coming into pit on similar laps. It's just not the case anymore. We've got Matthew Swatton and Sam Derbyshire into the pit lane at the moment. That 34 must be fixing some damage, though, if they are sitting in the pit lane for 1 minute 22. They have emerged, by the way, down in P15. Of course, Sam Derbyshire was in the car at the start of the race and spun, sadly. However, we have drivers that have just been in this lap, have since lengths of 2, 5, 12, 17, 21, 23, 27, and 29 laps. We have the full range. There is no consistent strategy at this point in the race. When you get to these nighttime hours, it all frays, isn't it? Everyone wants to go different ways, and if they've been forced to come into the pit lane slightly earlier, that changes the picture for them for the rest of the race. So at the moment, Ron, it's almost impossible to judge where the pit stop cycle is because it's almost constantly happening, isn't it?
Yeah, I gotta say, from my perspective as a broadcaster, just hearing the varied strategies that everybody is on at the current moment, I have mixed feelings on it because, one of the series that I cover rather frequently, some of the series, in fact, just kind of lumping a lot of them in together, you have pretty unified pit cycles, so everybody usually comes in pit lane roughly around the same point of the race, even if it's just like a pit window, shall we say, so like within like 10-15 minutes, everybody makes that call to come down pit lane. That can sometimes be a little bit overwhelming when you have about 13 drivers, sometimes more, sometimes less, all coming down pit lane at the exact same time. It can be a little bit nerve-wracking for the drivers out there on track as well, especially if you're a GT3 driver coming down pit lane and you have a GT4 right in front of you. You're going to have to slow down at a much quicker rate and much more than you usually would, just because that GT4 car will be dropping the anchors much earlier. But with that sort of dynamic of everybody being on a split strategy, it goes back to the point that you said, there is no dedicated pit window. Everybody is just coming down pit lane, it's like depreciation if you own a classic car. There's really nothing that you can do to stop it, as happening all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And it means that there is just that big old mix, isn't it? Ooh, careful, Ned Wharton, as you come off the corner of the Pineapple Racing Club, avoiding that GT4 well in the end and getting itself a little bit further into some clean air. Of course, Ned Wharton 50 or so seconds behind Matt High, the Fry Guys car, but a couple of seconds ahead of the TSRC car, David Barnes there. But that's a gap to keep an eye on. Other battles that we will be looking at, the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car and Glass Tech Racing, Owen Seward. This is exactly me and producer Hugo on the same wavelength here. P14, P13 this battle is for Owen Seward, looking to try and get through on Kevin Muller if he can, but since he's come out of the pit lane, the pace hasn't exactly been there, and this lap he's lost a lot of time and the position to Kevin Muller, so we'll have to try and regain that and may have a chance down to the end of the hangar straight with a slipstream that he will be picking up, but it is again a little bit congested down here, these two close together. 11 seconds off the back of the Cuda Motorsports car, who are themselves in a battle with the next gen Motorsports car. It's kind of that teens area of the field that we're seeing a lot of the battles in the GT3s.
Yeah, I think we're going to see different phases go on throughout this stint of the race. Going to see sometimes where the GT4s are all close together, other times when the GT3s are close together, and they're going to have their own little battles, as we have to see how it's all going to work out, as I thought that was going to be a Mustang-on-Mustang collision heading all through the final turn. I said it about Stowe a little bit earlier on here on my stint on the show. I'll say that I have an amendment to that. I was talking about Stowe and saying that was probably the turn where the pace differential between the GT3s and the GT4s was at its absolute highest. I think I lied in that. Turn 18, club corner, right at the end of the lap. Every single time that I see a GT4 driver right in front of a GT3 heading off through there, it feels like I am being tased. It is so close to disaster every single time that I think that may be my mention for the turn where the GT4s are the slowest compared to the 3s.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a place, a part of the circuit to keep an eye out for as we work our way through all the way in this race, and the drivers will be, painfully aware of that being the case as well. I want to talk very quickly about the battle for the lead. Simcast Racing have led for a very long time in this race now. Project 91 with Christian Scheruter are coming back at them. The gap now only at about 3.8 seconds. The gain was about 0.8 last time by, and that has been a consistent gain from Scheruter. When he was lapping some of those cars before, the gap was at some 7-8 seconds, but now it's down to 4. They're on exactly the same strategy, exactly the same stint length, and we could be seeing a Christian battle for the lead in the next few minutes, Ron.
Yeah, I would not rule that out at all. A 3-second gap may seem like a vast yawning chasm, but in an endurance race, that can disappear in the blink of an eye. A bad encounter with a lapped car at a very vital section of racetrack and some good encounters with lapped traffic in case of the number 91, that can turn this battle on its head. Look at that gap go down. 2.8 seconds. You're going to see it fluctuate a lot as these racers head their way around the track, but I think the point remains that this battle could flare up in the blink of an eye. One bad little encounter with lap traffic, maybe a missed apex too. I mean, we are worrying about a change of conditions here out there on the racetrack. Things are evolving in terms of the air and track temperature, currently at 19°C for the air temp, 20°C for the track temp. That in my little American pea brain is 66 degrees for the air temp and 68 degrees for the track temperature. So it's rather cool out there on the racetrack. The drivers are bringing the heat in terms of the battling, but that sun has dragged the heat on the circuit with it, because that is going to be very tricky for these drivers to try and handle, especially when they have to worry about the pit stops.
Yep, exactly so. And pit stop phase for those guys still a little ways away. They're at 2/3 of the way through of their stint for the time being, but we will see them come into the pit lane relatively soon. Again, last time by 0.8 gain for Christian Scheruter. Gap 2.7 seconds now. Into the opening couple of sectors, he was a little bit down in Sector 1, 0.8 up in Sector 2. It is really quite ominous now for Christopher Starsmore in that Simcast Racing Team entry. Christian Scheruter will be looking to put himself into the lead of the race soon, you would expect, once he gets through a little bit of traffic. Now, Ron, you're going to be jumping out of the booth for an hour in just a minute or two. Where do you feel like we sit now? We've gone in towards the darkness. There's still a little bit of light left in the sky, but battles seem to be closing up. It's been an hour of ebbing and flowing, but it does feel like we're getting to a head with some of these battles at the moment.
Yeah, no, I think as we get into the nighttime portion, everybody feels like that transitional part in time where they had to be walking around on eggshells has officially come to a close. So everybody's got to be applying the pressure to themselves a little bit more, certainly applying the pressure to their competitors a lot more. They want to settle into a groove. They feel like they're getting there with that sun firmly below the horizon. Sunset is well and truly past us at this point. The nighttime stint has set in, and everybody just wants to try and settle into a groove, but I don't think they'll be able to do that. The field is still packed in as ever. Everybody has no room around them to really breathe, run, or hide. So we're going to be seeing an era of this race, a section of this race where everybody wants to just get through clean. The real question is, will they be able to do that with battling intensifying all around this circuit? Everybody may be feeling a little bit woozy as well. This is going to be a vital portion of this race. Settle into groove in the nighttime very smoothly. If you can do that, you may be golden in 17 hours time, but if not, you may be in for a world of trouble.
You certainly will, and thank you, Ron, for being alongside me for the last hour. Ron Morty will be back in 1 hour's time with you and O'Leary, but for now it'll still be myself, Dareth Acker, going into the 8th hour of this Britcar, this Cosworth Britcar, 24 hours of Silverstone, joined now, delighted to be joined by Lorenzo Bonda. Lorenzo, welcome in. We're in towards a really interesting part of the races we've been talking about between myself and Ron. That gap at the lead coming down all of the time, and Christian Sharita looks like he's turning up the wick a touch. Night racing feels so different to day racing, doesn't it? It's going to be a challenge for these guys.
It's always a good time when you... Oh, Jesus. It's always a good time when you have nighttime racing. Yeah. Believe me, last broadcast of the year for me before I go to Brazil and spend my vacation, I cannot fumble this up, and I already fumbled it up like 3 seconds into my broadcast. But this is going great. I'm just picking up on myself. But yeah, I like this style of open racing. Keeping it honest. The gap is coming down. Traffic is doing its part. I like Silverstone. You guys were talking about how underrated, I would say kind of underused Silverstone is as a endurance track, right? We only see, I think, in WEC and maybe a few of the Britcar events and so, but it's such a good track because it allows you to have this kind of dynamic racing for between multi-class cars. It should be used more, in my point of view. And I forgot ELMS. ELMS goes to Silverstone as well.
Yeah, of course. But Silverstone, a great track for endurance racing. We know this from years gone by, as you mentioned, and of course from this event, which we are now in the 4th edition of the Cosworth Britcar 24 hours. And the names, the teams, they've got ever, increasingly better as we've worked our way through the last few years, and we have got an absolutely excellent grid racing here this evening on the circuit. We've got a battle to... well, we've always got battles to keep eyes on, but I'm looking at the timing page, and there's one that's catching my eye at the moment between... was catching my eye between the Vulcan Motorsports Platinum, Sam Derbyshire, and the Armed Forces of Jack Goring, which of course we're looking at, but also... We've got a battle that could be brewing in the GT4 class. Satellite Racing have been gaining on the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car for P5. And that's one we may have to talk about in a couple of minutes' time. Here is Christian Menes, the Canadian driver who is in P6. I know Christian, been a while since I've talked over Christian. Good to see him in the race. About 2.5 seconds back from Caleb Koski. It's the next car in front of him. Gained 2.5 seconds on that last lap, so he could be in for a position change to maybe put himself into the top 5, despite being 2 laps down.
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look over here for the last lap. I think Caleb just ran about 3 seconds slower. I truly think this is related to traffic, but yeah, Menezes is basically flat-footed on the floor and making that BMW work, and truth be told, it looks very planted on the ground because my experience driving this BMW M4 GT4, not the GT3 Evo. I haven't had a lot of experience, but the GT4 it's a very loose car, so it is more looser than, say, some other GT4s in when you drive a normal setup and even try to tweak it. So try to keep it as planted as you can on the ground and still keep it agile as you can for a GT4 around the corner is something else. So I think the guys in Satellite doing a good job, and good to see Satellite back again, because I think it's been quite a while I haven't seen Satellite in a racing event.
Yeah, good to have them on the grid, and yet, like I said before, another example of some of the great names and great faces that we have in this grid and in this race here today. And we'll see if they can get into the top 5 in the next couple of minutes. Of course, in terms of their stint, where they are in their stints, Caleb Koski, 22 laps in, so you're looking at a pit stop in about 8 to 10 laps time. Only 5 less laps on Christian Menny's stint, 17 for him, so he's looking at another 15 laps maybe for a pit stop. If he can get the move done now, though, that could put him in a good position to maybe push on a little bit further. The gaps towards the front of this GT4 class have been quite wide, though, as Eric Grove, from the lead of the race, comes into the pit lane, will drop behind Jeffrey Roche and the 180 Arete Esports car, but you're looking at 2 minutes between second and third, a full minute between third and fourth, even between 6th and 7th, a full minute between 7th and 8th as well. So they have gapped out somewhat, but you've got these tighter battles that are almost microcosms of what we're seeing over the rest of the grid, where that we are seeing ebbs and flows in terms of gains and loss on the track, but because they're not close enough, we aren't seeing moves because of it. So it's good to see a couple of the drivers close enough to make some moves. Team Bennett Sim Racing, they've come into the pit lane. Kieran Harding has made his stop, and he'll come out of the pit lane just behind the Vulcan Fastness car. He's in P6.
Yeah, in GT4 I kind of half expected it for it to be more spread out in my point of view, because it is, I would say, the harder car to drive. But Lorenzo, if the GT3 is faster, they are supposedly the harder car for you to drive and get it right. Not quite, because I think for you to get the perfect lap, and you kind of have to overcommit a little bit more on the GT4. And thus, this is why I think it's hard. We're seeing more spaced out gaps between everybody. But still a good battle between Arete and WSR, even though we will say Arete is in the lead right now, but actually Eric Grove just took over from Tom Katsadonis, so they're just out of the pit lane. So this is bound to change at any second. So this is good to see, and also things can happen in the blink of an eye. Just the nighttime over here, you don't have a lot of, if at all, artificial lighting around the racetrack, so there's a lot of spots you can basically get yourself entangled with another driver, especially some of these very long radius corners that you're over here at Stowe that can kind of like invite for a dive bomb, and you can get into contact and then not only get a penalty but also maybe blow your incident limit range that you probably cannot overreach.
Yeah, and that's the issue, isn't it? You can't push too hard, you can't overreach in some of these aspects of the race, but we'll have to see if Christian Scheruter can reach P1 in just a minute's time, because he has been gaining lap after lap. Last time by, okay, maybe just a little bit slower, a tenth or so, but he is there, right on the back of Christopher Starsmore, and within a second for the lead of the race. Now, we haven't seen a change in the lead since... well, actually, for nearly exactly 3 hours, when the 131 took the lead from the 91 car. Will it change again as we have just entered our 8th hour? You'd feel hard-pressed to say it won't happen, because they've been right on the pace, haven't they, in the last few laps. Christopher Scheruter playing the traffic well, playing the clean air well as well, puts himself into a really good position. The gap now less than 3/4 of a second, and with traffic upcoming, Scheruter, it feels like a matter of time, but at the same time, they're only about 5 laps away from a pit stop. Do you wait? Do you wait for that pit stop cycle, or do you try and get it beforehand? I think you probably want to get it done before you get to your box, right, Lorenzo?
Yeah. Especially if you have pace, you probably want to get that sorted out as soon as possible. Just to be sure, am I wrong for Project? I've been watching, but it's good to see a Lamborghini feature in a top 3 battle. Just let me just bring that up as a Lamborghini Huracan lover. Even though we are waiting for the Temerario to come into iRacing, but first and foremost, we gotta see that bad boy drive in Daytona in the 24 hours in January. But good to see this car, which I think for the past 2 seasons has been a revived car of sorts, as Sarsmore has just decided to dive on the inside. I think that was a GT4 going into Vale, so basically done, and the gap I think is going to overextend to maybe 1/2 a second between P1 and P2.
It is indeed. And it gives Sarsmore a little bit more breathing room at the moment. P3 driver Menderes is coming to the pit lane for the chicken kebab fast track setup. Don't forget that was the car on pole position, so still kicking around on the lead lap at the moment. But they have come down pit lane, and the WSR Esports bucket car will come through. It is good to see generally, though, that we have the top 4 in this race overall split by some 20-25 seconds, which is good to see. It's been competitive in the 212 laps that we have run so far. The simulator reckons we're going to get another about 500 laps, so don't count your chickens. We're not quite a third of the way through the race just yet, but it goes to show how how much of an epic this race really is. I mean, simulator currently suggesting that it'll be 715 laps. 715 laps is a long old way around a track like Silverstone. In the end, I think that's about 2,500 miles that you're going to cover over the course of a 24-hour race like this. I mean, it's incredible, really, and we're only scratching the surface at this stage.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Personally speaking, I wanted to put my team into this car. For those who don't know, I am a manager, team racing manager, but team manager. I wanted to put my team into this. But most importantly, I wanted to put my commentary team. And when I say commentary, it's not RaceSpot. Actually, there is a Brazilian portal that actually commentates Britcar. Oh, a little bit tangled. I think that was Sarsmore's getting tangled with traffic right there. I wanted to try to put them into this 24-hour event because, you guys did the tried the virtual, driving the virtual. But unfortunately, we didn't have enough drivers. Even though there were some openings in the GT4, but they were quickly filled. So that's good to see that even though we don't have multiple categories anymore, more than 2, these 2 have been just doing really good so far, and the driving standards there has been very good so far between everyone.
Yep, and you're right to say that. It is always, not necessarily if you want to get on the grid, good for the drivers or for the cars to go quickly, but it is always a positive sign when the seats get snapped up relatively early for races like this. It is a fantastic event, as we all know, that so many get involved in, and it is good to see that we have so much engagement. Kevin Muller trying to engage himself to the inside line at Brooklands. Will he get the move done? It looks like he's got it on the stoppers, and he moves himself in front and into the top 10. Or does he? Ned Wharton comes back on the inside line for the Pineapple Racing Club. Can he hook it all the way around the outside? Kevin Miller, no, he'll look for the inside line once again, cut back through Woodcote and get a good run towards Cops Corner. A bit of a flash of the lights as they run towards one of the fastest, the most fearsome corners, not just in British motorsport, but in European motorsport as well. It's nearly flat out, as much as you dare, in towards Cops Corner, but for the time being, Muller will have to still stay in P10. And Ned Wharton just trying to hold on. He's just come out of the pit lane, which is where we find these 2. But Muller just trying to get the position back. We may see those fresher tyres for Wharton work to his advantage as we work our way through Maggots and through Beckett's.
Now Chapel and gonna basically use that power of the V8 inside that Aston Martin, and they're gonna try maybe dive down around Stowe. There's no traffic in front, so he can try to go for a cheeky maneuver attempt, but he's not gonna do that. Is just gonna remain back and try to use the traffic while pointing the cars to the inside, or actually letting the 1, 2, 3 through. I think that's the WSR Esports P3 and GT3 that just went around.
Yep, and easy to go around. As you can see, Kevin Muller, there's Caleb Koski coming into the pit lane as well. chaos really, 2 by 2 down this front straight, and again, so difficult to see the cars with very little light around the circuit. Goodness me, the number 50 bold and brave through there. GT4 was clearly not on the same wavelength, and Kevin Muller is going to make his way through. That was actually Chris Liddell in the driving Ms. Daisy car. It's 9 laps down now, getting involved in that. DCW Racing Blue and Phoenix Sim Racing look like they have swapped positions. Oh no, yes they have actually. Sorry, Joel Lasker, Mike Beard, my timing page being a little bit slow. They've swapped for 18th and 19th, but Kevin Miller's still looking for that top 10, and Ned Wharton isn't able to get too far away. This is dangerous times for the number 16 that you can see just in front. GT4 is not going to help out either.
Satellite in front, just getting in the way of sorts, but didn't mean to. There's no time lost though.
No, there is not. Caleb Koski, that 322, coming into the pit lane. Of course, they've come out of the, or coming out of the pit lane now, for No Limit Sim Racing Academy. Of course, they were the ones involved in the battle with Satellite Racing for the top 5. See if Satellite Racing can do a bit of an overcut. Kevin Muller still trying to get through. You can see up in front how difficult it is for the traffic to be negotiated with. Ned Wharton is struggling, but he's just about got himself a little bit further up the field. That's the 714 being passed by Muller, and in the end that is Luca Monroe for United Sim Racing that will drop a little bit further back. Starsmore though into the pit lane. The 131 has come into the box. However, the Project 91 racing team has stayed out. They've both done 29 laps, but Starsmore's decided that this is the time to bid.
Yeah, it was slowly due, to do that service. So Simcast now in the box. We've seen a driver swap at the WSR car. I don't think, but that's for the GT4. I don't think we're going to be able to see a driver swap here instead. So just fuel, tires, and get out on track again.
Yep, that's kind of what we're expecting to see from that pit stop. About a minute pit loss in all. They'll come out nicely in front of the Chicken Kebab fast track setups car with Mert Menderes in the car, unless something has happened to Christian Starsmore, which we haven't of course seen. Nathan Anstis has come into the pit lane. That is in GT4 from UK Sim Racing. We've also got Mitchell Murray in the pit lane as well. Starsmore still in the box. That should be about the stop time at 41.4. It's basically what we've seen all race long. This is an important phase though, even if it's just a one lap for Christian Chiruta. An overcut would be really important for the 91 now.
Yeah, it would basically allow 91 to maybe start thinking about fuel saving, and we know maybe a long strategy, and I think we've seen on years prior, right? I think some teams try to stretch out maybe a few laps per stint and then try to cut down a potential pit stop, but then remembering they go 29 laps, they go over about an hour or so. So every time that you can basically cut down a lap or something like that, as there's a spin for the leader, and Starsmore's just comes back on track, gonna lose about 3-4 seconds with that half spin there, and that could be troublesome whenever Zaruta comes out of the pit lane. That could mean that Zaruta and that Project 91 racing team could have the lead because of the half spin.
Almost certainly, because the Chicken Kebab Fast Track Setups car is now 1 second behind Christopher Starsmore. The 131 that's led for over 3 hours now could be at risk of not just losing P1, but P2 as well. Here is Menderes in that 36 car, the 131 right there, immediately in front. The Starsmore's still trying to warm up those tyres in the Aston Martin. As they work their way through Max and Beckett's, stuck right behind the GT4 car. This is not the place to be. Christian Schroeter, by the way, has gone round once more, and is going to do an extra lap on this stint. Careful, 3 wide on towards the hangar straight. That could go wrong. Thankfully, it doesn't. But Menderes looks like he's about to make the move for P3 here. Starsmore came into the pit lane from the lead of the race, finds himself 4th. He will be 3rd once WSR make their stop in a lap or two's time. But Christian Chiruta almost certainly has the lead now.
You know what this car made me think? Dara? Is there a faster chicken kebab in the world right now?
I'm not sure. It's making me want to get one though. I'll tell you that.
I'm not gonna lie. You know what? I've seen the biggest travesty on Instagram a few days ago. Vegan chicken kebab.
Ooh.
I know. Don't get me wrong. I'm not taking shots at vegans and everything, but don't mean to. It's just the looks of seeing a vegan chicken kebab for me is just weird because it's kind of like the complete opposite of what a chicken kebab is meant to be.
Well, I guess, yeah. I mean, yeah, a chicken kebab. It's a good marketing strategy if they're trying to sell chicken kebabs in that 36 car, because they're making me think of one.
I'm getting myself a Burger King after this, so.
I mean, you've got what, Project 91. Okay, WSR Esports. All right, chicken kebab. Yeah, that's what I'm more down for. Here's Christian Schroeder though from the lead of the race. The number 91 does make it stop now. Will WSR come in as well? Gone 30 laps on this stint. Doesn't appear, so they will go around once more and will take the lead of the race, even if just for a minute. But where's Saruta going to come out? Because Menderes is now the one he's going to have to be looking at. I think he's going to come out in front, but it's going to be the gap that's important here.
I could be very wrong. Very, very wrong. But didn't Saruta seem kind of slow for you coming into the pit stall?
Well, he may have done. I mean, it's difficult to judge, really, because it's so dark in that pit lane.
I know. The car looked like it was, failing. The engine was dying a little bit, so it's kind of like struggling to get forward a little bit. But he managed to make it into the stall and everything. It's just got a little bit weird. If we could get a replay, I could be very wrong. I just could be like night dreaming right now, because let's be honest, it's past 7 p.m. here in Europe.
Very likely, very possible as well. I mean, either way, Christian Schroeder has come out ahead of Menderes, ahead of Starsmore. Starsmore himself has lost 5 seconds to Menderes. It's been a horrendous start to the stint for him, and he's gone from first to what will be third here, and maybe has to keep an eye out for the WSR Esports car as well. And where they're going to come out in the pit lanes. And they're going to be coming in this lap, we think, for Alexander Davidson. So, real mix-up at the front in the middle of this 8th hour as we get towards the end of the first third of this Cosworth Britcar 24 Hours of Silverstone. And it goes to show you can be going well for a stint, and all of a sudden, a pit stop phase goes slightly wrong, and you can find yourself a lot further down, and your goals have to change for that next hour.
Yeah, you either go into survival instinct mode, or you just like brush it off and just continue to do whatever you were doing. You kind of say, oh, we kind of have predicted this potential spin as Davidson comes into the pit lane for WSR Esports. So both cars are now sitting in the lead as we watch. I'm not gonna lie, I've been watching the broadcast ever since we started. Looking at this live chart, the live telemetry for this, this is beautiful.
Yeah, it's great to see, isn't it?
Yeah, I've installed. I did install the Pi toolbox yet on my machine, because I'm also gonna change my rig, my machine in January whenever I come back from Brazil. But when I look into everything, look in the read of the live telemetry, the brake appliance, the throttle appliance, also steering and all that kind of stuff, together with the map of the track and everything, it's nice to watch. It's really cool to watch. It's kind of like never seen data that we never thought we would be getting from these MoTech kind of like apps. And now we're able to do that basically for free, if you are an iRacing member, of course.
You are indeed. I'm sorry to break the thought here. Alexander Davidson has come out ahead of Christopher Starsmore. So Christopher Starsmore led the field coming into this pit stop sequence only, 6 laps ago, 5 laps ago. Now finds himself 4th. He's behind Davidson. Indeed, that WSR Esports car has come out in front of him. And, I mean, yes, we have the front 4, which is fantastic to see, separated by 11 seconds. But Starsmore has lost out majorly here. I mean, even last time by, he lost out a further 3 seconds to Mert Menderes. I don't really know where this time is escaping him, but he is losing time hand over fist right now. He can't get the car into the window that he wants to, and this is not good news for Starsmore. The 131 leading for over 3 hours, now in a bit of trouble. And where are they going to go from here? This is not good at all for Starsmore. He has to start trying to gain up to the back of Alexander Davison and work with him to get towards the top 3. But as it is, even the podium has slipped by less than 10 seconds. It has tightened up in this race.
I wonder if he's trying to drive a little bit more conservatively to try to save some rubber, because these spins, I don't think it kills that. It kills the tire wear all the way too much. Probably if you were doing, like, for example, I'll grab an example. For example, sometimes some spins in Le Mans Ultimate, right? With these coat tires, if you spin, you are like at 100% and you go to 80% with one half spin. It is just crazy like that. So, and I think sometimes can happen here in iRacing, but I don't know how much of an effect is it. How much of a percentage loss of the tire wear that is actually going to be. I think it's more like on steering input and braking and everything, and maybe some brake locking as well could be a factor. So I think that's why he's probably driving more conservatively, and whenever I think you're more safe to push the car, Starsmore will do so.
Yeah, indeed, and I think Starsmore will be feeling in a position to maybe push the car a little bit more. Well, I hope to push it a little bit more now. Penalty in GT4. Scorpio Esports have picked up a drive-through penalty, a black flag against their name inside the first third of the race, which means they've picked up over 120 incident points to this point. Or is it a stop and hold, actually, for the 38, the number 40 as a black flag service. Well, no, it is a black flag for Scorpio Esports. It's not a stop and hold. They will serve that penalty now, you believe, as will Split Strat Esports with Max Galgi behind the wheel. Both of them serving black flags, but it goes back to the point we were talking about earlier. If you're picking up... Oh, hello, there's a car off the road there at the final corner. Who is that down there? It's a GT3. It is the 1-0. It's the 10 off the road. And that is the Driving Miss Daisy car, already down in P30, just compounding the misery right now. But as I was saying, black flags, if you're picking them up already, you're going to be picking up drive-throughs like, Christmas cards ready for the next couple of weeks, right? Because there's going to be so many of them that you're going to be receiving if it's only 25 incident points for the next drive-through that you have to serve.
Yeah, it's just awkward, as over here there's not too much leniency. You just kind of have to try to be your best around the racetrack. I think having this kind of, very low number as Monteagudo goes on the inside, I don't think he's going to be able to get the move on the car ahead, but he's going to be able to put at least a tap in for a side-by-side, as unfortunately the car does not go through that. That Lamborghini from Project 91 with the number 92 does not go forward.
Nope, and the 92 will stay there side by side through turn number 1. However, Cuda Motorsport and Joshua Marin getting ahead of Nathan Nickerson in the Next Gen Motorsports car for 14th and for 15th place. That is the number 9, of course, fighting away. 31 seconds for the car in front of Glass Tech Owen Seward. But good move in the end through turn 1 and bold. Meanwhile, in the GT4s, I believe this is, P9 for the Lion Esports Academy, Huber Melek. We briefly looked at there. Oh, sorry, that's Matt High, who is in P8, I should say, in the GT3 field. He is only a second and a half ahead, which is why we're looking at it, of the TSRC Esports David Barnes car. So, see how close they can get. 2 minutes for Matt High, up towards William Hope, who is actually that car coming around, one of those cars, coming around the final corner now. It's just how big of a gap he'd have to close. So I think defence will be the key word for the next minute or two. David Barnes arriving on the scene, but Barnes was a lot slower last lap, so I believe actually I got that move done. Either way, we are seeing tight battles in this train, in the back into the top 10 to the teens range of the GT3 field. Nickerson again has just been re-overtaken by Marin. They've had a good battle through Cobb's Corner, but this is where we're seeing a lot of the action at the moment after 7.5 hours of this race. The mid-pack of the GT3s.
We kind of, I think because of the front is being more of a gap battle than anything else, I kind of expected the midfield to, pick up these more on-place battles than anything else, right, in the field. So it's good to see that still happening, even though we are now properly into the dark of the night in virtual Silverstone, as Nickerson tries to get around Club. I don't think he's going to have room enough to do that, and at Abbey, definitely not going to have enough room to try to do a dive, so he's going to have to be on the next corner. And can he do that, though, at Village?
Yep, let's see. As we work our way through with Nathan Nickerson around the outside, going to try the cutback in towards the Wellington Straight. He's got a great run through there, and Nickerson and that 469 looking to just about pull in front as they work their way onto this one of the back straights here at Silverstone. The number 9 is still under pressure, but not going to be under pressure side by side in towards the corner. As they make their way in towards Brooklands and Lovefield, Nickerson will have to try and find somewhere else to make the move. TSRC Esports have just come into the pit lane for David Barnes. That's why he's losing a couple of positions on my timing page, but he will come in for a planned stop. 31 laps he's done on that set of tyres. He will get some new boots onto the car. Meanwhile, again, at the front of the field, this race really ebbing and flowing now. It's very much at a fluid stage. Battle for the race lead in GT3. Christian Chiruta looked like he had it under control. Mert Menderes, though, now within 2 seconds and gaining really quick times, sub 2 minute last time by, as was Alexander Davidson. And the gap between the top 3, which was 10 seconds just a couple of laps ago, that under 7.5. It is closing up once more.
It's closing up, I think, due to traffic. I think Chiruta just got patches of traffic in the worst spots comparison to Menderes, so I think this is why it's kind of revived a little bit the situation to both of them. Now you can see Chiruta breaking away. I think in this lap he's gonna retain the advantage potentially. No, we're not quite nearly a full second down is gonna be for Menderes on Chiruta. So yeah, something happened in terms of traffic for Chiruta to lose this gap just like that in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's the point to keep an eye on for these guys. Menderes is right there, isn't he? He's gaining. Those last 3 laps, 8 tenths, 2 tenths, 9 tenths of a second that have been gained by the German driver. And all of a sudden, we could see that Chicken Kebab Fast Track Setups car, which did get pole position, which did lead the race at the start, all of a sudden put itself into another race-leading position. Alexander Davidson's closing up towards the back as well. We didn't have an overtake, we didn't have a change of the lead for over 3 hours, and all of a sudden, we've had one in the pit stop phase about 10 minutes ago. We could be set for another one in the next couple of minutes with this gap closing down between the two. And yes, it's down to traffic somewhat, but there have been some issues in terms of pace for Chiruta in that clean air. But that is something to keep an eye on. Great to see we have such close seating battles in the GT3 when the GT4 has gapped out somewhat. And to note on that, we did see Esports lead the race for quite some time. We did see them, we didn't see them under pressure once, and they only lost the lead because they picked up a penalty from a silly move that was made, caused a collision down at the Vale chicane, and the spinning of one of the Vulcan GT4s, and ever since that moment, they haven't had the pace. Geoffrey Roche has got in that car since, but hasn't been able to match what Eric Grover's been doing in the WSR car, so that gap has been growing, whereas this GT3 gap feels like it's closing.
In my point of view, you say it's growing, but I don't think it's growing all that much. I think it's kind of like stabilized around 48 to 53 seconds. That's the average gap that I'm giving between these guys. I don't think there's opening way too more. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. Both of these guys are doing laps nearly within the same lap time. Sometimes Ross is a little bit faster, sometimes Grove's a little bit faster. The gap is very minimal. It's about 1/2 of a second that separates their lap average about the 5 last laps. So this is why it hasn't blown out of proportion in comparison to the other teams.
Yeah, it's true, but we did see when Esports, after they served that penalty, come out of the pit lane about 30 seconds down on WSR, so that gap has grown quite substantially of late. gap growing between the two cars at the front, with Menderes getting stuck in a little bit of traffic, more so than Christian Chiruta last time by. But that gap is closing up once again through the opening sector. He was some 4/10 faster, as was Alexander Davidson. Oh, sorry, no, he was a full second slower, Davidson, at the rear of this battle, if you will. 7 seconds back in P3 at the moment. But we are still continuing in the middle of this stint for the guys at the front. They won't pit again for another, you think, about 45 minutes, give or take. But we will see some pit stops a little bit sooner from the likes of the Team Loose and Spurwing car. They're P7, they're about to make their way down pit lane. Thomas Enger Sim Racing will as well. And they just go to show, strategy mix has been really important over the course of this race, and we have seen some really varied strategies, haven't we, over the course of this race. And there are cars on the circuit at the moment with all manner of stint lengths at the moment, from just coming into the pit lane to, you know, middle way through their stint, 15, 16 laps or so.
Yeah. Just also been trying to pay attention on some other stuff around the racetrack. Other potential battles. I've been looking like a potential one going for 4th place in GT4 as Niels Core was losing some ground to Mete Prohaska in the Thomas Enga Sim Racing GT4. So it's good that it's still open, even though now I think Niels, because of the cold tires, started to pick up pace on that BMW GT4 for Satellite. I think it opened up a little bit the gap. But good to see it's still open. The only question now that remains for Menderes and I think the rest of the Project 91 team, it is also, let me just bring it up, really good to see Project 91, you know, in these endurance events, sending out against like some top level drivers, because Chiruta, let's be honest, he drives, you know, Joe, I think, for some top level teams, and now being given a chance with Project 91. I think Project 91 just doing more of a job, you know, trying to get into the upper tier levels of sim racing, because we drove with that against that team on a few GT3 leagues that were more ranged towards upper mid level range, so it's good to see that. But Menderes doing a really good job keeping them at bay, so also good to see that Chicken Kebab is doing a fantastic job to put the car in front. The problem is that fuel gap. Five flaps is a big fuel gap for you to recover. Thankfully, they have 16 hours to do so.
Yeah, but that is going to be an important theme for them. Chiruta gets to the inside. More importantly, behind, though, Alexander Davidson has picked up a drive-through penalty, a black flag against his name. Clearly, that WSR Esports car's been a little bit in the wars, getting itself back up towards this leading group, and after running in third and looking like it was going to get ever closer to the lead of the race, it's almost going to be snatched away. It's 3 seconds now between second and third, but Alexander Davidson's going to lose at least 30 more in having to come down pit lane and serve that penalty. That really is a killer, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be something, but I'll tell you that much. Not common for you to see WSR pick up penalties like this, but that's just racing. Nothing more you can do about it. And yep, take the penalty and take the momentary L. You still have 16 hours for you to make up that though. I think whenever they serve that pit stop, it's gonna be about 16 hours and 18 minutes left or something like that. So it's still a long race to go. Maybe, who knows, that top two can still, you know, find themselves into the wrong end of the stick as well. If that happens, don't at me though, please.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, this is going to be interesting, I think, over the next few minutes, because Davidson will have to come in and serve that pit stop. Menderes is right there and ready to pounce on Christian Chiruta if the opportunity presents itself. Chiruta trying to get to the inside line, but it's going to be a much nicer line for the German, flashing the lights as well to notify the GT4 that he was coming through. Look at the run, less than half a second now, just about hovering around half a second between Chiruta and Menderes. This is the only, actually one of only 2 actually, looking further down, there's a few gaps within a second on the GT3 order, but the only inside the top 10 that we're seeing within a second on the circuit at the moment. They will stay in the order that they are. The others that I did see, actually, is a big train for P16, and DXT with Samuel Clark are just overtaking Phoenix Sim Racing now in P18. That's a 4-car train. Down there in the mid-teen pack, and they've got Project 91 on the back as well. It's a really big trade. There it is. And yeah, even though we're nearly 8 hours into this race, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars, about 4 seconds between them, Lorenzo.
That's extremely close. That's good to watch. That's good racing, and good to see. As I think Davidson's serving his pit stop, his penalty right now. So for people who saw him moving at the top of the screen, kind of like doing a Yarno up near-esque maneuver, just let you know that is not going to be valid for a win, because we still have 16 hours left of racing. And even so, I think even if he did that at the final lap, that would be counted as a legal move. But yeah, good to see that there's still a lot of cars, you know, racing close against each other. And now Simcast, with this incident from Davidson, is now upgraded 1 position, going into the top 3, but I think they're going to be in danger of maybe losing that position whenever Davidson goes back in pace.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how that unfolds. But Davidson has emerged from the pit lane down in P4, just behind that Simcast Racing car with Christopher Starswell. But how Christopher Starswell's fallen in the last 20 minutes or so, was leading this race for such a long time, and yet now is struggling to keep behind a driver that was behind him and has had to serve a drive-through penalty. We are still seeing a close battle for the lead. Here it is. Here we go. Number 36, Mert Menderes on the outside line. He's closer than I thought he was into the corner, but he's hooking it all the way around the outside for the lead of the race in this Cosworth Britcar 24-hour. He won't be able to find the inside line in towards the Vale chicane, but it's a strong defensive line from Christian Chiruta. It'll allow an outside line for Mert Menderes to try and walk it around the outside and pick up the inside line, which is exactly what he's done. Through club corner they go, and for the first time in this race, Mert Menderes leads, and for the second time it's Chicken Kebab and Fast Track Setups who are the leaders in this race. There's traffic that they have to work their way through as well, though, and Christian Chiruta isn't going to give this one up easily.
Yeah, I think Chiruta is going to retain a little bit of advantage coming into Village, but Menderes actually just plays aggressively, kind of like blocks the any overtaking attempts from Chiruta coming into the Village, and fortunately not any single blinking of the headlights. And I think my point of view could be maybe because I think the Mustang, I think right now is a more balanced out car, even in the code. But in the code also the Lamborghini performs quite well, as I think there's a mistake from Chicken Kebab. I think Menderes does a little bit of an overshoot on the corner and allows Chiruta to go into the lead one more time right at Brooklands.
Yep, he's going to have to do it all over again, Menderes, and that is not what he needed at all. He'll have to remake that overtake if he can in the next minute or two. Maybe he'll try it again down in towards Stowe and then the Vale chicane. They work their way through Maggots and Beckett's. He's right on the tail once more. I think he would have been hoping to have made that move and then run away at the front of the field, but that is just not how it has transpired at all. In the last lap or so, Menderes 2/10 back. He was a bit closer last time by and was able to try and send it to the outside line. Is he going to send it to the inside this time, or is he going to have to sit behind? It's the latter. And Chiruta defending hard, but I mean, this is a great battle, isn't it, between these two? Mid-stint as well, no pit stop considerations to think about in the next 20-25 minutes, and they can just go at it for however long it is until they have to pit, right?
Yeah, as long as day one around club, a little bit of a thing of a contact between Menderes and I think that was a GT3. I want to say maybe a Lamborghini that they made contact with. No, that was actually an Aston Martin they made contact with. But luckily, everybody got away unscathed. That's the most important thing, and we can resume battle one more time whenever this picks up once again. Just really quickly, I was taking a quick look, just give a little bit of a shout out to the tomb in P26, so I was looking for real life teams, you know, from that run Britcar, because we have Team Brit ran in the past, right? Now we have the two Motorsports with Adriano Medeiros in the car, and they run in Genetas. They are the runner-ups this year in Genetas. They won in Snatterton, and they also won in the last round of the Brands Hatch NG. So sitting in P26 in the GT3, so a little bit of a shout out. And also I'm gonna be looking for other real life teams here in the in this event as well. We're trying to make a presence virtually too.
Yeah, it's always good to give a bit of an eye to the drivers and the teams further down the order who maybe aren't having the easiest of races and aren't in some of these battles. Couple of moments. Matt High for Frygos Motorsports has a black flag and is serving that now for the number 7 car. They need it at all. I've just seen on the YouTube chat as well, Corey Watkins saying it's the toughest 2 stints he's done. It started badly at the start with a spin and contact coming through the final couple of corners and rounded itself. 92 on the replay going around and rejoining the track safely at the moment. That is going to be Monteagudo, I should say, in that car. Slips behind the Phoenix Sim Racing number 2. There is a little bit of, I think, a question mark at the moment over what Alexander Davidson can do, but also where the pace has gone for Christopher Starsmore. He's not getting to the top 2. Davidson's getting to the back of Starsmore after serving that drive-through penalty. We may see him back in P3, just of course that 20 seconds further back than he otherwise would be. I'm interested to see whether he can keep up this pace for a little while longer, if he can do it for the rest of the stint, for the next stint as well, whether he can put himself back into contention. But you've always got to be worried, don't you, about picking up another drive-through after picking up that first one.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Answer if you're me. Try to put myself in their shoes and in my shoes. Let's just say you just did a drive-through, right? Let's just say, okay, you've blown the incident limit points. So you did your 25. Oh, I got to go into the pit lane and everything. And would you try to drive more safely, knowing that you can blow 24 more incident points? You have 24 incident points more that you can kind of like use it and abuse it, air quotes, or you still would be driving very cautiously even though you still have 24 incident points for you to use and abuse?
Well, I think it's difficult, isn't it? Because if you, I think it's difficult. I think this early in the race, you know, comparatively speaking, yeah, we've done nearly 8 hours, but there's still 16 and a bit to go. I think it's difficult. You don't want to push too hard and over-push the incident limits. You know, there's so much time left in this race. If you pick up a drive-through, look at how costly it was for WSR. They've lost, 22, 23 seconds. They're gaining it back now, yes, but if you're starting to pick up those drive-throughs now and they start to pile up towards the end of the race, you could be looking at 1-2 extra minutes of time that you have to make up over the course of the race, and that's much more difficult than making up the 1 or 2. Talking of that battle, Davidson has just got through on Starsmore as they work their way down towards Stowe Corner. There is the battle in the midst of all of the lights. Starsmore is just about going to keep control of that one. Sorry, Davidson's just about to keep control ahead of Starsmore in P3. But look at the traffic in front. Difficult to pick your way through.
I was going to mention P12 and P11 are fighting right in front of them. Literally fighting in front of them. Just makes matters even worse.
Yeah, it's been a really tough stage, hasn't it, of the race for these guys, and they are in the same car as well, which can make it even more difficult to lap Thomas Enger and TSRC, of course, that are fighting over P11 and 12 as we are looking at now. Next Gen are just in there in the 469-2 inside line for the 1-2-3. And in the end, that's going to be Davidson dispatching of Andrew Pike in that TSRC car. And that'll have to be Kevin Muller, the next one off the list after they get there on a GT4. There's just too many cars on the circuit. We're nearly a third of the way through the race, and we've only lost 3 cars from our 52 starters. So many cars still on the circuit, Lorenzo.
That's good. That's good to know. I think having the fast repairs and everything help out a little bit. Try to keep the car on track. I think that is good for racing, for everybody. Just try to do your best and remain in the field. As now we're watching a battle between Next Gen and TSRC Esports. Nickerson, because of this traffic madness, and you can even see now, I never thought, this is the worst scenario you could be in. normally whenever you're a back marker, it's complicated. This, I would say, for a back marker that has a top 5 car running slower laps than you, it's even worse when you see the enemy right in front of you, right? What do you do? Because you really want to put yourself at risk of, doing a dive bomb and potentially crashing out a top 5 contender, but at the same time, you're faster. Would you risk that kind of move? As now, I think Starsmore is going to go on the inside, and I think he's going to try to take advantage of that.
Here comes Nickerson then, inside on Andrew Pike, and I think he's going to be able to get that move done. Where is Pike on the outside line? Difficult to see. I think he's got a good run, actually, down in towards the Vale chicane. There he is. You can just about see the front nose behind that timing tower as they work their way through the left into the right. Nickerson will have the inside line, but Pike's already got that move secured as they work their way in towards the final corner on the racetrack. It will be a big old run down in towards turn 1 for Nickerson to try and find a move. Pike braking on the straight to try and avoid the GT4, nearly colliding with the 131 just up in front. Chaos, really. Christopher Starsmore just about getting through, but really dangerous moments there, and it was heart-in-mouth stuff. They've just about managed to keep it going, but Nickerson's still looking for that move on Pike.
Was that the Satellite Racing GT4 that was standing right in front of them? I think that was. I think no score just clenched his cheeks a little bit, maybe. No, that was a 23. That was the Armed Forces Sim Racing, apparently, that had a little bit of a heart-and-mouth moment with these guys. But battle is resumed. We are now have a proper battle for P12 once again, while P11 has gone. He's not to be seen. There's an APB out on him for the for Kevin Miller coming from these 2 cars, and nothing happens.
Yep, and at the moment, may not be happening right here, but it's happening in other parts of the circuit, isn't it? Really has been a frantic couple of minutes. I'm surprised, really, with Menderes that he hasn't been able to have another go at Sharuta at the front of the field. That gap's still hovering at 1.2 seconds or so. There's been a move from the Project 92 car. It's still confusing me, but there we go. They've moved in front of the Armed Forces car. Something may have happened to them. In the number 21, they've dropped a few seconds there, but either way, that's a move for P17 and P18 at the moment. Still, this battle rages on for P12 and 13. And then you've got the P4 car of Christopher Starsmore just in behind. It's been a horrible stint for Christopher Starsmore at the moment. He was in the lead coming into the pit stop phase, about 17-18 laps to go. He is now 27 seconds off the lead, through down to what we can assume is nothing but pace. There may be some damage on the car or something, but there's been nothing else to suggest such a dip in pace, right?
The only thing I can think about is maybe tire bug. I've seen that happen in a few situations for a few teams, and maybe not like you do your tires, but you do not do either complete tire change or a tire change at all. And that could be a situation as we have a battle between Glass Tech, and apparently on the outside is going to be Coop Motorsports. So Joshua Marion is going to dive down around the outside, cut back around Club, and good defense from the Mustang. He's going to retain P15 at the moment.
He will retain P15, as you say. Good battle inside line, though. This could be the move for the Cuda Motorsports car. Joshua Merrin, it's brave to go for it through there, but Owen Seward is being dispatched, and the Cuda Motorsport has performed a little bit of a coup to get that move done at turn number 1. And move up inside the top 15. Big gap up to the next cars in front, but you can only beat what's in front of you, and a great move from Joshua Merrin. He'll look to move forward. It's been a difficult stint for Owen Seward.
Yeah, can we preach our Holy Father over here? Is it illegal for me to preach the Holy Father, Dara? Because that was a move that if I was on the Mustang side, I would be saying like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. That is a high risk maneuver, but that was well done from Joshua, well executed.
Yep, he got the move done, and in style as well, really, making sure that he wasn't going to be usurped from that position once again. Other battles to keep an eye out for, of course, for the battle for the lead. This one that we're looking at as well, with Nickerson looking down the order, particularly in towards the GT4. There's not a whole lot going on. The tightest battle at the moment on the circuit in GT4 is between 5th and 6th, but that's 5.5 seconds. It's a big old gap to try and close down. We're seeing a lot of the battling in the GT3. So if you're watching thinking, if you're only looking at some of the GT3s, then don't fear. We will get to the GT4 action when it presents itself. We will also be leaving the action here on part 1 of this Cosworth Britcar 24-hour stream on RaceSpotTV and moving over to part 2 in about 7 minutes time at the end of this hour. So when we get there, make sure you're ready. We will hand over to the next broadcast, and because we don't want you missing out on the action, make sure you're aware of that. In about 5 to 6 minutes time, just be ready. The link is in the chat, put in there beautifully by Hugo, who is preparing to step out as well. It'll be Ramiro jumping in the broadcast with Hugo, who has done the first 8 hours of this broadcast like an absolute trooper. The broadcasters often go unsung because they do far longer hours than us commentators ever do. Hugo will do the first 8 and the last 8, and then we'll of course have one of the Ramiro, Agustin Cisneros in the middle 8, working the cameras, making the broadcast look wonderful for us. But before then, we've still got a few minutes before I hand over to Brad Alton and Lorenzo. You stay in the commentary box for hour number 9. We still could have a still could have a move for the lead in this battle.
Yeah, but you could say both. You could kind of like you could touch your way in, you know. But yeah, I think this traffic might help out Menderes a little bit, but just out of arm right there, I think just got in the way of Menderes, and I think he didn't want to overcommit. I think had he had more room around the outside, had Jaruta gone I think towards more the outside and trying to position himself towards the corner, I think that probably would have opened the window for a dive from Menderes on the Brit driver. But that wasn't the case. I think he's just driving more safely, but also he got to be thinking about fuel. I think that's the one aspect from them that he has to think about. 17 laps is right now the Project 91 car is driving on right now, and Menderes is on his 22nd lap off the stint, so he has to be thinking about, you know, maybe saving some fuel, try to cut down the gap that he has to the car in front, and then secondarily thinking about pace, because Davidson is coming behind like a I was gonna say a P for Mustang, but I do not remember what is the name of the British, fighter from the World War II.
Oh, Spitfire.
Spitfire. Thank you. I knew the name, but I couldn't remember it.
Yeah, it's easier for me to get. I feel being British. I don't blame you. But yeah, I mean, some of these cars are absolute units, aren't they? And it's great to see them go into battle in this way. That gap for the lead, we're watching it, I know, but it is just closing, isn't it? Inch by inch. 0.4, 0.5 is the gap. It's hovering at the moment. They will be making their pit stops in about 10 laps time, give or take. So you're looking at another 20 minutes of battling to enjoy before we may see them break up. We may see a little bit of gains in the pit lane, but they are going along very nicely indeed at the front of the field. Alexander Davidson served that drive-through penalty and came out 26 seconds off the race leader. He's now 17 seconds off the race leader, 18 give or take, and he is looking to close. Last time by was just as fast as the top 3, if not just a little bit quicker, and it is going well for him in his pursuit to try and get back towards the top 3. And it's great to have those 3 cars, the 91, the 36, the 123, all with a almost feeling like they're in the battle for the lead right now.
It's been great. I think it's probably been one of the most closely contested fights that we've had in the Britcar 24 hours that we've seen throughout the years, because normally what used to happen in these events, like I think approaching hour 9 or 10, you would start to have a little bit of an idea, oh, this car is dominating the whole field, so he's already basically a lap ahead, or something like it. But now it's kind of open. Even at the GT4, it doesn't sound open, and every Grove is starting to actually break up a little bit more of that gap. But it's been a good battle. It's been still open. There's still a chance of, of Varane coming back into the lead. especially if they have nighttime drivers that can take over from the rest of the guys in the team that have potentially more pace than the WSR Esports dudes driving right now.
Yeah, exactly right. And it is fun that we are in this position at this stage of the race. Pit stop for Sam Derbyshire, Vulcan Motorsports Platinum in the box. That is in from P10. Actually, sorry, in from P9 in this race in a planned stop. They've gone 33 laps on that stint for Vulcan Motorsports. They are pushing it as far as they can to try and make sure that they can get home in 16 stints. They, I think, will be pretty confident in doing from here. I don't think we're going to see a move for the lead in the next minute and a half between the 91 and the 36, but we are seeing that gap grow in the GT4. 54 seconds now. It is eking out, but still growing all the same. Great cameras to look at this new part of the track. It's not that new, is it, Lorenzo? But it's still been there for... It's the newest part of the track, anyway.
Yeah, it's the newest part. Not a lot of people will appreciate this new part of the track, but I like it. I know there's still a lot of people who are still fans of the old portion of the racetrack. Don't get me wrong. I like Silverstone regardless of which current layout is it. You know.
Indeed it is, but we are heading towards the end of the 8th hour of this race, and we are in a really good phase for us to hop over from part 1 of this stream to part 2, all still on RaceSpotTV, all still on your YouTube channel, and it is, the link for that part 2 is in the YouTube chat. We will move over and we will change over from our wonderful Hugo, who has been on the broadcast, to Ramiro, coming to us all the way from South America, just showing how international this broadcast is. But thanks for tuning into the first 8 hours. I've been Gareth Thacker alongside Lorenzo Bonda, who will stay on the broadcast for the next hour with Brad Dalton, but jump over to part number 2, and when we come back in just a few seconds time, it'll be Brad to take you through it with Lorenzo.